The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God! Look at that! Oh, Jesus! Everybody take cover now!
Coming up in this episode, America's deadliest tornado in 60 years tears through Joplin, Missouri. A flash flood rages through the German town of Brownsbach.
The Feuerwehr!
And a man is shipwrecked underwater for 3 days.
He's alive. He's alive.
Finally, we seek out some holiday weather, turned deadly.
And a report of a tornado on the ground. On the ground, that's right. There is a report of a tornado has touched down in the city of Joplin.
On the 22nd of May, 2011, America's deadliest tornado in 60 years tore through the city of Joplin. Hours before the tornado, the people of Joplin were enjoying an ordinary Sunday afternoon. Terry Edens was working as an ER nurse at St. John's Hospital.
The sun was shining. There was families walking around the walking trail at the park, and overall just a beautiful day. But the air was heavier than normal. It was like difficult to breathe.
3 miles west of Joplin, a giant thunderstorm was twisting into a monster tornado and carving east towards the city.
Oh, it's right there.
Yeah, I see it. See the end of it there. Big tornado.
Big tornado.
At 5:17 p.m., municipal alarms began sounding. Property manager Colby McGehee had just moved to Joplin. This was his first tornado. He had no idea what to expect.
I wasn't at all aware of what tornadoes were or what a tornado siren was, so I got quite the introduction to one. First time I heard a tornado siren was actually when I was in a tornado.
20 minutes after the alarms, the tornado ripped into Joplin. The St. John's Hospital took a terrible hit.
We were all standing around in our patient rooms taking care of our patients, and a security guard came running in through those ambulance bay doors, and he said, "Everybody take cover, there's a tornado coming."
It sucked out 1,200 windows and destroyed the hospital from the inside out. Next, it smashed through the southern suburbs. Sean Lemieux and his wife were visiting friends with their 2-year-old son.
Come on, let's go, Doug.
They had no storm shelter, so all 5 of them, including the little boy, were hiding in the bathroom.
Adria! Get in here! Get in the bathroom!
Doug, come on. Okay, son. Gee, right. Ow. Oh my God. You guys okay? We're all right. All right.
Every minute, the 200-mile-per-hour winds obliterated 200 more houses. 10 minutes later, the edge of the storm hit the Conway Truck Warehouse, where Vincent Dudley was a mechanic.
We closed the doors. We felt the wind start to push on the door, and it was bowing in on us. So then we went down inside of the oil change pit. We just told each other to hold on and hope for the best.
The roof was ripped clean off the building.
Oh, man!
The door was blown in. Landing on top of the pit, it became their only protection from above. At the same time, East Middle School got a direct hit. The security cameras reveal what it was like inside. If it hadn't been the weekend, all these rooms would have been filled with pupils and teachers. At 6:12 p.m., the tornado left town and blew itself out, but 25% of the city of Joplin was now destroyed. Sean Lemieux and their friends were among tens of thousands of people emerging from their homes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We have no house left. None. The whole thing's gone. Oh my God. Well, look at the houses.
All over the city, people were shell-shocked.
Cars tore up. Never seen anything like this before.
I grew up around here my whole life. I've lived here my whole life, and I didn't know where I was at. I couldn't tell one street from the next street. I had a hard time navigating through the city because I didn't recognize anything. I didn't know where any buildings were at.
Colby McGehee was driving round town in disbelief.
It's basically like a scene out of a movie when a bomb goes off.
Of the 160 people killed and the 1,150 injured, over half of them were in their homes. Some vehicles were flung over 330 feet, and others were never found. Even the tarmac was lifted off the ground in places. Unbeknown to Colby, hundreds of people were still trapped inside this shopping center.
Going through that Walmart and seeing cars with the sheet metal on their door peeled up and off of the actual door, I couldn't process what force could have caused that.
You need a ride?
We're gonna see if our car is still there.
Yeah.
But
This is the Walmart here? Yeah. Do you need a ride somewhere?
No. I'm just gonna see if my car, it should be right over here.
All right.
And I remember driving through and people whose homes were hit, them already cleaning up. Like, they were kind of zombies. A dazed look. There was these blank looks. And I remember this elder gentleman whose home was brick, and I remember him stacking bricks already, just an hour after the tornado, just like, well, I don't know what else to do besides pick up the pieces. I was in complete shock. I was trying to process what I was seeing, and it didn't make any sense.
It was like somebody just wiped it out. Just took an eraser on the whiteboard, just erased it. It was not comforting at all.
St. John's Hospital was destroyed, killing 6 patients, but hundreds more needed urgent treatment.
We went and looked out the ambulance bay doors to see how extensive it was, and all you could see was there was at least 150 people walking up to the hospital, looking to us for help, and we didn't have necessarily, had to hunt and find what we needed to take care of them. And there I would reference a horror movie.
With no power and darkness falling, they had to improvise.
We were operating and working under flashlights, our cell phones. We used a lot of our cell phones with the glow of the screen, and that was all that we had. At that time, it just seemed so overwhelming, the work that was going to have to be done to put it back right.
Rebuilding 10,000 homes, shops, offices, and the hospital has taken 4 years and cost $3 billion, making this the world's most expensive tornado. From the alluring EF0s to the killer EF5s.
Look at this devastation.
Tornadoes, known as cyclones in the Far East, are the fastest, most violent and destructive winds on the planet.
Never seen anything like this before.
These vertical vortices of air can reach speeds of 300 miles per hour and flatten concrete buildings.
We are in a tornado!
But why do they form? And where are the danger zones?
Oh my God!
Tornadoes occur on every continent on the planet, except Antarctica. But they're most common in Tornado Alley in Midwest America, stretching from North Texas to South Dakota. The peak of the tornado season, from April to June, is when 5 key ingredients come together, more often here than anywhere else in the world. First, cool, dry air from the west comes over the Rockies and meets warm, wet air coming up from the Caribbean. Then, giant thunderstorms form where these 2 air currents meet. These storms encounter lift from the mountains, the warm, wet air, and shear, which are differing wind speeds at different heights. These rotate the storm and roll it into giant horizontal cylinders of rising air and falling rain. They are now supercell storms, and they can be 10 miles high. Finally, the horizontal roll itself twists in rising and falling air currents. One end is sent skyward, while the other touches down, and we have a tornado. It is fueled by warm, humid air shooting up through the tunnel, and it'll carry on twisting until it runs out. In 2013, the crew of a tugboat lost their battle against the storm, 12 miles off the coast of Nigeria. The drag of an oil tanker in large swells flipped the boat and sunk it with 12 crew. 3 days later, professional diver Nico van Heerden was looking for dead bodies.
There you go. So it's gone. Is it gone? Okay, keep going. Clap it, clap it.
I'm a commercial diver in the oil and gas industry, so I've never done anything like it before. Recovering the bodies was something out of everyone's comfort zone.
The tugboat was upside down on the seabed, 100 feet under the water.
We took a couple of bodies out there, checked through all the doors, all the rooms, one by one going through inside, they're checking if anyone's inside. And now I've located a stairway.
Okay, so have you come?
They had 3 bodies left to recover, and they were just entering the bottom deck of the ship.
Walking on the ceiling, yeah? Okay. What's that? Oh, okay. Shit, that's horrible. All right, you found one, yeah? He's alive. He's alive. Okay, keep him there. Keep him there. All right. Just. All right. All right. Just hold him there, okay? Just keep him there.
My heart dropped into my shoes. I can't even explain to you how I felt then.
60 hours after the sinking, no one expected any survivors.
All right, just reassure him, pat him on the shoulder.
Harrison O'Kaney was the ship's cook and had somehow survived in this tiny pocket of air for almost 3 days.
I was crying at the same time. I'm so excited that I've seen a diver, that I believe that I'm going to survive.
Waiting in the pitch black, he heard his shipmates stop calling for help, one by one.
Nobody could hear me. So I was there and I keep praying. I keep on praying, singing songs. I tried to get out of the boat more than 10 times, and I was like getting weak. If death wants to come, let it come, because I've tried my best.
From the basket, he can take the airline in there. Calm down, my friend, calm down.
No one had ever survived in an underwater wreck this long, but he was virtually out of air and could drop dead at any moment.
You can see that even him, he's very disorientated. If you look at him, the way that he's breathing, you can see that it's very difficult for him to maintain a normal breathing rate.
The air was full of carbon dioxide and therefore poisonous, and they had no spare breathing apparatus.
Looks like the CO2 is going to be killing him, eh? Yeah. Okay, CO2.
No one had planned for this, and fetching the spare mask and oxygen took an hour. Harrison had no choice but to wait and hope.
If you allow the tension to come inside you, you die quick. But if you remain calm, you could control the situation.
Harrison's survival was still in the balance. He had drunk just half a can of soda in 3 days. He even worried that they must have thought he was a ghost.
So he was afraid. He was thinking I'm a ghost in his mind. And that is why he brought the water. I should drink it. And he was looking at me. He was afraid.
Shift the umbilical around. Shift it. Okay.
Left over one. Slowly, my friend. You got it, man. Slowly.
The equipment arrived, and Harrison's life depended on making his first ever dive. But he was so delirious, he couldn't even sit upright.
The helmet was so heavy in me, I couldn't raise my head up.
What's your name? Harrison.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Harrison. My name is Colby. Okay, and I'm going to bring you home, okay? What is your rank? You're the cook?
Yes, sir.
They always survive.
The ship was upside down, so they made their way down 2 floors before emerging into the open sea.
Doing a very good job, my friend.
They had to reach the diving bell 30 feet away, but Harrison was becoming less and less responsive.
Harrison, are you holding the green rope, yeah?
My friend, this one. Hold on.
Harrison, hold the green rope.
This one.
Yeah. Take his hand. Hold his umbilical, pull him towards you, please. Grab his umbilical, please, and pull it down. Hey?
He's passed out.
Oh, is he passed out?
Yeah, up on his umbilical.
Up on his umbilical. Pull him.
I'll see you.
Pull him. Open his onboard gas. Open all the onboard gases to the bellman. Open his free flow.
It was now a race against time to get him into the diving bell.
Oh, no, he's alive. All right, stick his head in. How are you feeling, Harrison? All right, very good. You scared me there.
As soon as he was inside, Harrison wanted to know where his other crewmates were.
We had to tell him that we haven't found anyone else. And then while we were going up, we started crying. It was so sad.
All right.
So when he told me you are the only survivor, I started crying because I didn't believe it.
Get him to sit down, okay? Give him some water, please.
All the others had perished, but by surviving for 3 days underwater, Harrison had made maritime history.
In my personal opinion, if it was me and I was trapped there, I would have probably drowned trying to get out.
And he is now training to be a professional diver.
I was rescued. I have to rescue somebody someday. So that's why I want to go back to the diving profession.
For Nico, this dive went from the most traumatic to the most rewarding of his life.
I'm just glad that I've got a friend in Harrison, because there's a bond between us that is, I mean, if you save someone's life, there's not much better than that.
Deadly weather can ruin your life, but sometimes it just ruins your holiday. These poor holiday makers find out what happens when holiday weather gets bad and downright ugly. Imagine being on your night flight, dreaming of a warm beach, and you get woken by this. Yes, apparently lightning can strike a plane. Each aircraft is struck every 2 years on average. These guys in summer clothes and an open-sided Jeep have been gold panning. 10 minutes ago, the weather was a balmy 32 degrees Celsius. Now it has plunged to 10 degrees. The winds are 45 miles per hour, and there's a hailstorm. New holiday rule: if you hire a Jeep, take the sides with you. Taking a holiday in unfamiliar mountains can be a risky business. This group in the Argentinian Andes have no idea of the danger they are in. They think they are crossing a harmless small stream. Then the guide hears a ground-shaking rumble. For the walkers on the far side of the gully, it's a very near miss. Hurtling at 50 miles an hour, the mudslide gathers rock and speed, but luckily no walkers on this occasion. There was actually a telltale clue. The banks of the gully are wet from a previous mudslide, so you shouldn't really go anywhere near them, and it's definitely not the time to trip over. Trekking in the Indian foothills of the Himalayas should be a zen, tranquil experience, but not always. The boulder weighs a bone-crushing 15 tons. They must have good karma, because if it had fallen just a few seconds earlier, it would have been a one-way ticket to Nirvana. Lots of us love a skiing holiday, and these two adrenaline junkies are making an extreme snowboarding video. They succeed, but not in the way they intended. With his opening jump, the snowboarder in blue sets off an avalanche, directly into his friend, the cameraman. The avalanche grows and submerges him. The only way out is to swim upwards, but he has a snowboard on his feet. On the surface, the snowboarder in blue is frantically looking for his friend.
Where's Jono? Where's Jono?
Luckily, Jono manages to dig his way out, but he probably needs a break from filming. Greenland offers a fantastic global warming themed attraction, watching the 100-foot-high glaciers collapse into the sea. This is a near-perfect example. It's an incredible video opportunity.
Wow.
But that wall of water is moving mighty fast. Yeah, I'd probably move now.
Wow.
Seriously. Oh dear. Luckily, everyone survived to tell the tale. And it did make a great shot. Not many people can have claimed to have surfed an ice tsunami. Joy to terror in under a second.
Wow.
So next time you have bad holiday weather, just be grateful that you're not under an avalanche, a mudslide, in frozen hair, or being struck by lightning. Coming up, a flash flood rages through the German town of Brownsbach.
The Feuerwehrauto!
A FedEx driver is stuck outside in an explosive tornado. And we discover what makes tornadoes so powerful and so destructive. "24 hours ago, Brownsbach was one of the most beautiful towns in southwest Germany. It was known as the Pearl of Kokkertal, but in just 4 hours, it was turned into a disaster zone, with the worst flood in its 1,000-year history. The disaster began to unfold the previous afternoon, 35 miles upriver in Schwäbisch Gmünd. A storm front moving slowly through Central Europe dropped a month's worth of rain in 2 hours. The flat, wide streets of Schwäbisch Gmünd began to fill up.
Ey, ist der verrückt? Oh Gott, ist der dumm. Der ist doch verrückt. Okay, und? Und tschüss, jetzt ist er weg. Und er schwimmt. Da kann man so blöd sein, du Depp!
Driving into a deep flood is a terrible idea. Cars can be carried away like toy boats. Luckily, this car and the people in it come to no harm.
Sachen gibt's. Das kommt doch nicht mehr raus. Sachen gibt's. Der kommt nicht mehr raus. Auto ist weg. Alter, ist der kaputt? Da sind doch Kinder drin, oder?
But just nearby, parked cars were already being picked up and swept downstream. By 6 p.m., the river Schwäbisch Gmünd had gathered speed and shoots down the narrowing valley. At 7 p.m., the torrent of water hit Brownsbach. For the residents here, there was no warning at all.
Der Feuerwehrauto!
Nix, Fernseher haben wir geschaut. Und dann auf einmal ist der Fernseher ausgegangen. Dann haben wir zum Fenster rausgeschaut. Dann haben wir gesehen, dass der Bach hoch ist. Aber es war die Flut da.
Across the street in Hotel Lauen, Heike and Thomas had 12 guests and staff to get to safety.
Mein Vater meinte, okay, wir müssen jetzt alle nach oben, weil dann kam es schon zur Wirtschaft rein. Die haben noch versucht, die Türe zuzuhalten, aber es ging einfach nicht mehr. Dann kam schon der erste Sonnenschirm, das Fenster rein. Ja. Gäste waren auch noch da, die gegessen haben noch. Und ab dem Zeitpunkt, als der Sonnenschirm dann reinkam, haben wir gemerkt, okay, jetzt ist vorbei. Ich bin nach hinten, weil ich konnte vorne nichts angucken.
This was their view from an upstairs room, stranded with 12 guests and staff. As this floating fire engine shows, even the emergency services were helpless. Just upstream, 80-year-old Hugo had to escape his ground floor flat.
Also es war ein Rauschen, ein großes Rauschen. Und dann ist schon Wasser zur Kellertür reingekommen. Und die haben wir versucht zuzumachen, ist nicht gegangen. Dann konnte man nicht mehr hinten rein, war alles voll mit Wasser. Das ist gekommen vielleicht in 5 Minuten, 10 Minuten ist alles kaputt gewesen.
He joined his daughter upstairs, but the flood raged on through the night. Their biggest fear was that the building would collapse.
Und wir haben nach den Nachbarn geschaut. Bei Nachbarn hat das halbe Haus gefehlt. Und dann haben wir geschaut, wo die sind. Wir haben in der Taschenlampe rübergeleuchtet zu Nachbars. Und dann haben die mit der Hand gewunken. Und dann wussten wir halt, die leben noch. Wann kommen sie? Kommen sie überhaupt? Oder wann kommen sie? Und so war das. Man kann nichts tun.
Back in the center of town, the young mayor, Frank Harsh, was stranded helpless in his office.
I came to the telephone, back to the telephone. I phoned the police, but there was no connection. It was not possible. There was nothing. So in this moment I was alone.
Even the mayor was unable to do anything. As the sun rose on Monday morning, the water was draining. But Thomas could see the damage for the first time.
Am nächsten Tag, ich habe eine Stunde geschlafen. Am nächsten Tag bin ich aufgestanden, bin rausgegangen und habe das gesehen. Und ganz wenig Leute waren da. Also nur Braunsbacher waren da. Es waren vom Haus sehr viel Geröll, sehr viel Berge von Geröll. Und wir haben nur die Leute angeguckt in die Augen und ich habe geheult. Also es kam erst ein Tag später. Oder eine Stunde später, weil eine Stunde habe ich nur geschlafen. Und dann kam alles rein.
With the water gone, emergency services could finally reach the town. Werner Vogel coordinated the 200-person relief effort.
The disaster in Brownsbach is the greatest disaster I ever seen in my career.
They focused on helping the very old and the very young, but the rescuers also had a grimmer task on their minds.
When I arrived, and see this disaster, I thought many people are dead, and in this moment you feel nothing. You think what you can do and do this what you have learned in your job.
The flood was still over 7 foot in places, and divers were dispatched to look for bodies under the debris. Incredibly, in a town of 2,500 people, the only casualties were 2 dogs. The buildings survived less well. The water simply washed away many structural walls. 15 of the many homes and businesses were condemned because they were unsafe. Heike and Thomas's hotel, which has been in Heike's family since 1880, may also need to be knocked down.
In dem Moment waren wir natürlich geschockt. Wir haben überlegt, wie viel Arbeit es gemacht hat, das alles so aufzubauen. Wir hatten auch erst renoviert.
Hugo's house, that he built with his wife 16 years ago, will survive, but he has lost a lifetime's worth of belongings.
Für mich fängt praktisch ein anderes Leben an. Die ganzen alten Sachen sind weg. Ich muss neu aufbauen.
And the mayor has set himself a deadline to restore Brownsbach to being the Pearl of Cockatall.
We will get a new Brownsbach in 3 years. I promise it.
Will he make it? Only time will tell. Tornadoes generate the fastest and deadliest winds in the world. But just how fast and how deadly do they get? They are so strong that measuring their speed on the ground is impossible.
This one is violent.
Instead, we have the enhanced Fujita, or EF scale, which estimates the wind based on the damage caused.
Oh my God.
EF0 tornadoes will break branches on trees and will have winds of 65 to 85 miles per hour. EF1s will overturn mobile homes, break glass windows, and blow winds up to 110 miles per hour. EF2s are significant tornadoes that rip roofs clean off houses and lift cars off the ground, with winds up to 135 miles per hour. EF3s destroy entire walls of houses and overturn trains. Wind speed up to 165 miles per hour. EF4s are violent. They destroy homes but leave some walls still standing, with winds up to 200 miles per hour.
Wow, bro. Are there people in there?
EF5s flatten homes completely. Condemn steel reinforced structures.
Unbelievable. Look at the houses.
And throw cars over a mile. But, mercifully, they only hit inhabited areas every few years. On the 23rd of February 2016, a rare tornado entered the American town of Paintcourtville, Louisiana. Tornadoes are a novelty in the Deep South, and this one was filmed by local FedEx driver, Kyra Johnson.
Look at that. You really can't see it, but I can actually see the move in the gray clouds. Then the rain just come all of a sudden. Tornado watch. Bye, boo.
It's a small, close community, and Kyra had a package to deliver that day to the local hardware store, owned by David Sagona.
I have never seen a tornado, much less been in one, ever in my life, in my 41 years of living.
But up close, this tornado is not so cute, and within minutes it was sweeping towards David's store.
The electricity went off and on a couple times, and then we had an alert over our phone for a tornado watch. Take shelter immediately. And probably within about a minute, they always say you hear a train. Well, I heard about 10 trains coming our way. You could just hear the rumbling. We all took shelter in a bathroom and an office downstairs. I think we had 5 or 6 of us in the bathroom. During the time of the storm, all I could really hear was one of my employees praying real loud.
But Kyra was stuck outside, trying to deliver David's parcel. The tornado was now an EF3, generating winds of 165 miles per hour. The doors of the store were locked, and her only shelter was a drinks machine. In the carnage, nobody inside the store had any idea Kyra was out there.
The store was looked like it actually had a bomb go off in the front. I've never seen big metal beams twisted like a roller coaster rail. It's just unbelievable, the strength of this tornado.
It had grown into the biggest tornado in Louisiana's recorded history. But Kyra climbed up the debris without a single scratch.
Yeah, he was surprised. I think everyone was surprised because when I did come back there and I was like, is everyone okay? He was like, wait, where'd you come from? And I was like, I'm on the outside of the store. So I think everyone was like, you were where? But yeah, I know he was shocked. I was shocked.
To this day, I do not know how she did not get sucked into that storm.
At first I was like, oh God, I'm gonna die. I ran to the front door and I noticed that the doors were locked and the lights were out, and I was like, oh no, everyone's barricaded themselves already, in the back. So really I was about to run back to the truck, but when I turned around, there was nowhere to go because the tornado had already came and things were flying in the air, debris was already flying. So I thought about my kids, my parents, what were they gonna do if I didn't make it? And after those thoughts, it was just kind of like, okay, look around. What's coming your way? What can you dodge? Or is there anywhere that you can go to get safe? So I just stood beside the door in the soda machine and kind of just braced my arms between both of them to shield me from anything that was coming.
Just the whole front wall just pretty much exploded. And for her not to have a scratch is just a miracle.
Strangely, being so close to death has been a good experience for Kyra.
Changed my life in a lot of ways. I met a lot of nice people, a lot of great people, family, a lot of new friends. I think it's opened me up more to people, and I had a lot of anger in my heart, just for other reasons, you know, life reasons. And then like after the tornado, all that went away. It was like, it didn't even matter anymore.
We started talking and we just became real good friends. I mean, we stay in contact. We probably talk, you know, once or twice a week, or text, or, you know, just kind of keep in touch with each other.
Even if it seems like a bad situation, it's really not, because it was like a lesson, a learning tool, and an experience, and something that no one could ever in, you know, life give me. So I'm really excited about it.
But the tornado blew David's business away, causing damages of $900,000. Thankfully, he was insured.
Even though I only have a cement slab right now, you know, that's all material things. You know, I would have really been devastated if someone would have got hurt, much less killed throughout the whole ordeal. Again, I was more worried for safety of the people than, you know, the physical things. All that can be replaced.
I think it has opened my eyes about the weather. Man, Mother Nature's a beast, and she can do some horrible things.
Deadly weather tosses cars around like dinky toys. And yet, inside our four-wheeled fortresses, we often feel invincible. Meet the drivers who take on Mother Nature, armed only with their set of wheels. But who will win? In round one, nature launches an airborne assault with hail, but not as we usually know it. These are frozen cannonballs. Wow. For storm chaser Hank Scheimer, giant hail is an occupational hazard.
Here's the windshield. Oh, God, dang it.
But I think it's safe to assume that forking out hundreds of bucks for new windshields isn't the favorite part of his occupation. Sadly for Hank, after round one, it's weather 1, vehicle 0. Round 2 is in raining Australia. Fast cars, wet road. These Aussie drivers are probably ready for anything, except this. Tropical humidity makes Australia one of the most lightning-prone areas in the world. The lightning strikes just a few feet away, terrifying our driver. So, after round 2, it's weather 2, vehicle 0. Round 3. Thanks to severe flooding, Highway 18 in Sumter, South Carolina is now a river. So the last place you want to be in your vehicle is Highway 18 in Sumter, South Carolina.
What in the world?
Rain's lashing and floodwaters rising. Our family behind the camera can't decide whether this trucker is courageous or a man with nothing to lose.
That's what you call somebody who ain't got a family.
Why is he doing it? Who knows? But one thing's for sure, he just keeps on trucking. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Our trucker beats the flood and avoids the fate of a vehicle that wasn't so victorious. The score is now weather 2, vehicle 1, with 2 rounds to go. In round 4, the Russian driver of this parked car cannot be accused of seeing this weather event coming. A freakish gust of wind rips the roof off the building behind him and slams it down on top of his car while he's in it. At this point, it seems the vehicle has triumphed against all the odds. So convinced is our driver, he attempts to pull away. egged on by an astonished audience. But the weather isn't finished yet. Another gust sends the entire roof structure crashing down. Thankfully, the driver and the amazed onlookers escape just in time. But it's a knockout blow on the car and a literally crushing wind for deadly weather. For the final round of weather versus wheels, we stay in Russia. Bashkiria in the southern steppe is notorious for tornadoes. And this guy looks like he's trying to flee his home before a storm strikes. But he's obviously left it a bit late. The wind actually twists his car on the spot, perhaps so he can say goodbye to his garage. Please note, the walls of his garage are concrete, and they now look as if they're made of matchsticks. And the tornado isn't much kinder to his car either. The final score, weather 4, vehicle 1. So the next time you feel like taking on the weather with your car,
damn it.
Remember, 4 out of 5 storms in our survey will kick your ass. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature at her wildest worst. We've seen how powerless we really are.
He's alive, he's alive.
And next time, there will be more, because weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive, he's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God, look at that! Oh! Everybody take cover! Now!
Coming up in this episode, a deadly tornado destroys the American town of Moore in Oklahoma.
I can hear it coming.
A flash flood ruins the British village of Glenridding.
I went to the still room and looked down, and then it's when I saw the water rushing in.
A tiny change in weather has a catastrophic impact on this skydiver. And we discover why the most dangerous place for flash floods is in fact the desert. Moore is on the edge of Oklahoma City in the middle of Tornado Alley. This terrifying 1,000-mile corridor running up Midwest America gets over 1,000 tornadoes most years. They're usually too small or too remote to worry about, but not this one.
This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. If you cannot get underground, go to a storm shelter.
At 2:45 p.m., May 20th, 2013, a motorist caught the terrifying birth of this EF5 tornado, the biggest there is. It was just 4 blocks away and heading straight for Briarwood Elementary, where teacher Preston Dromberger has a class of 8-year-olds with nowhere to hide.
It was just about time for the bell to ring to release the students and everybody goes home. Our principal came over the intercom and made an announcement, and she just told us that there's a storm rolling in. She didn't mention a tornado, but she said there's a storm coming.
The first people were already in its shadow, trying to predict its path. Joshua Stacy was on leave from a military tour in Afghanistan. He climbed on his roof to get a better view.
Yeah, this was a bad idea.
This was a supercell storm stretching 1,000 miles and capable of delivering more power than an atomic bomb.
This is a tornado emergency for more in South Oklahoma City.
Joshua was now on the ground, but the tornado was so big it was almost impossible to tell where it was heading.
Oh, come on, miss us. Oh, it's coming right down. Oh, my goodness. I gotta save my truck.
A tornado this big could toss Joshua and his truck up to a mile, so he thinks better of it.
Oh, no. It's coming right there.
All right. About in it, it's tearing up the building.
The eye of the storm was 1,000 feet away, but still powerful enough to rip his neighbor's roof off.
Well, there's something.
The tornado swung north, avoiding Joshua by heading straight towards Deanna Schofield, alone and terrified in her storm shelter.
I'm scared to death. I have never felt my heart race this fast. I can't even breathe. Oh, I may die from a heart attack before I die of a tornado. And it's dark. Oh God, it's dark.
The path of devastation was now 1 mile wide, and Briarwood Elementary was next in line.
Our principal, Miss Knowles, came over the intercom one last time, and she said, "We have run out of time. It's here. Take cover." As soon as she said that, the electricity popped off.
In the neighboring street, door camera footage shows the 100-mile-per-hour winds outside Charles Gafford's house. They were fast enough to rip off the fittings and suck the windows out of their homes. Charles himself was hiding in an underground shelter in his garage.
You know, you realize that these things of dust that you thought, you know, were dust are, you know, 2x4s and all that debris.
Back in the school, in the pitch black, students screamed at the brutal noise coming from every direction.
It creates this deep rumble.
This rumbling sound just keeps coming over and over, and it resonates through the ground. That people describe it like train tracks, you know, just and
You guys hear it? That's a tornado. I never in my life. Oh God. That is a goddamn tornado.
It was extremely tense, a very scary. It was loud enough that we thought the ceiling was gonna come in on us.
The tornado took a terrifying 3 minutes to tear through the neighborhood. Everyone was at the mercy of the storm, and no one could tell how close they were to it, or how bad it was going to get.
Oh God, please pass, please pass. Please pass, please pass. Please pass.
It all happened pretty quickly. It seems like a dream at this point.
I hope it's over. God, I hope it's over. I hope this is the end. I hope this isn't just the middle of the storm.
This was Deanne's view, looking up from her shelter.
And it looks really shiny and sunny now.
But there was always the awful danger that it could swing back.
We are just in the classroom. We're trying to reassure the students that the sound stopped.
Guys, do you hear the rumble? I'm in the room with everybody except the rumble's going away. Rumble's gone, guys. It's okay.
There's not a rumble anymore.
Stay down for just a second longer. We're
Stay down.
They won't be able to make announcements, so I'm going to step out and see what the news is.
Okay, calm down.
Oh my God.
I saw the gym for the first time, and it was destroyed. It was totally destroyed. That's when I realized that, okay, we're not all okay. We did have students that were in the gym when the tornado hit. As I approached the gym, I didn't know what I would encounter, injured students or worse.
Is anyone in here?
They're going out the back door, guys. We're safe. If you guys
Okay.
come inside.
Okay.
And we looked for just a little bit, and then a call came over the radio that the students actually weren't in that area of the destroyed gym, but they were in the locker room area. The PE teacher, Miss Taryn, actually moved the students in the gym. They were in a certain area.
It's over.
And she decided at some point, let's move to this locker area instead.
Are there more kids back here?
There was. Did they come out the other side?
They must have.
Nobody could have survived if they were in this part, but instead the students were on the other side of the wall, where the walls did stay up and protect them.
My stuff is all in there and it's all dark.
Who?
My stuff is all in there.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
gone.
the thing is, you're not. You're okay because you're...
This field is gone.
Across town, thousands of people were coming to terms with their homes being destroyed.
That used to be the house I grew up in.
Ben Martin grew up on Plaza Towers, a suburb that was completely flattened.
That was the 7-Eleven.
My school was the luckiest of the three. There were actually two other schools that were hit by this tornado. One of those schools had students who died during this tornado, and the school was completely destroyed.
7 children were killed at Plaza Towers Elementary School, and 24 people were killed in the town. But almost everyone in Moore was affected by the devastation.
I don't get it. You know, it's not like somebody's attacking you. It's nature, but it feels personal.
Floods kill more people in the USA than tornadoes, hurricanes, or lightning. And the most dangerous place for a flash flood, bizarrely, is the desert. So why would one of the driest places on Earth be prone to flooding? The surface of the desert is so compact and dry that it's impenetrable to water, so when it does rain, it has nowhere to go.
Hold your positions. Whoa, look at that. That is crazy.
Which can be pretty entertaining, as this man in Utah discovers. The original rain fell miles away and is taking with it everything in its path. One of the main reasons flash flooding catches people out is how suddenly it can be upon you. This tranquil Australian countryside scene is transformed in an instant. The swollen river rips down everything in its path and forces our camera person to back away before she joins the deluge. From tiny beginnings grow mighty torrents. In Nevada, it hardly ever rains, but when it does, it pours in raging rivers.
It's flooding down the middle of the highway, down the median, under the bridge, and over this way.
It's easy to feel safe sitting in your car, but worth remembering that in a flood, a car is little more than a bath toy. An elderly couple are stuck inside this car. Margie Miller opens the door, but she is sucked out. Then a bystander tries to save them, but it goes disastrously wrong.
Yeah, there is one coming down, ain't there?
Yeah, there's a car coming. That guy just got swept up in the water.
Margie's husband, the bystander, and the car all get lodged under the bridge. But Margie is sent plunging downstream. Thankfully, 300 feet down, a policeman saved her life by scooping her out. Scarily, flash floods can get much, much worse. The Atacama Desert in Chile is the driest place on Earth, usually. And in some parts it doesn't rain for decades at a time. But on the 26th of March 2015, it rained 50 millimeters in 24 hours. That's actually an average storm in many parts of the world. But here in the desert, this was 7 years of rain in a single day. And the rock-hard ground just could not absorb it. The thundering flood washed away entire villages. 27,000 houses were destroyed, and 127 people were declared dead or missing.
Oh my God.
This downpour on Utah's hard ground shows the beginning of a flash flood, shooting soil and rocks onto the road.
Oh my God.
As the storm intensifies, the force of the water tears the rocky gorge to shreds.
Holy. There's rocks falling off this place.
In just 15 minutes, the rain-fueled landslide closed this freeway. Miraculously, no one was injured. But even experienced hikers can get caught out. Elsewhere in Utah, this dad and his two sons were literally up a creek without a paddle. In a flash flood, the last place you want to be is in a desert ravine with your kids. With just minimal rain forecast, the relaxed trek became a serious race against time. this occasion, they were lucky, but they admitted their next trek will be on higher ground. This biker in Boulder, Colorado has decided he can take a run at this flash flood. Brave or stupid? Let's find out, shall we? He was incredibly lucky he didn't come a cropper as well, and that the only injury he suffered was to his ego.
And there goes my motorcycle.
If you think heat is the biggest danger in a desert, just ask Michael Henau, who took 2 days to find his bike. Desert flash floods are a driver's worst nightmare. 50% of Americans who die in flash floods die in their cars. Electrician Kerry Packer was trying to get home after a huge downpour near Austin, Texas.
The road was difficult to see. I was driving like this, and all of a sudden, I was in a moving river of flash flood water. So it's flooding here. But the good news is that although my car almost tipped over on its top, it didn't. So you can see I'm floating down some sort of creek.
The torrent of water picked up Kerry and his car. Very soon, it began to sink. But his wife was anxiously waiting at home, so he shot this video to let her know what was happening.
In the middle of this weather, I've called 911. They've told me to roll down my windows and stay in the car, and hopefully they'll be here soon. Love you guys. I mean, there was nothing to do but to be calm. Panicking, I think, is what gets most people in trouble.
With no one able to help, Kerry was on his own, and his car was sinking fast. He was wearing too many clothes to swim safely, and he was running out of options.
Soon afterwards, water was coming through the air conditioning vents in my car. I saw a group of trees coming up towards me, or rather I was going towards them. And so I thought to myself, if there is an opportunity to get out of this car and get out of it safely, it's once those trees get close enough. So as you can see, I'm up in a tree because my car, which is no longer visible under the water, was swept into Reinhardt Creek, and I was very, very blessed that it didn't flip over because it almost did. And as it was sinking, I grabbed onto this tree and climbed up, about 20 feet up right now. And everything around me is water, as you can see. It's normally dry ground around here. There's about 6 feet of water. I ended up being in the tree for a total of almost 5 hours. So it took quite a while for emergency services to get to me. It was kind of funny because some people ask, wow, 5 hours, you were in that tree for a long time, didn't you get bored? And I said, you know what, I was on the phone pretty much the entire time because my wife was calling me, my sister was calling me. 2 weeks later, I went back to find my car in the woods, so I hiked in about 1.5 miles. And right after where my car sunk was a drop off into the creek bed, and the water there was about 35 feet deep. That is when I realized if I would have stayed in that car any longer, I definitely would have been dead.
When the weather takes a turn for the worse, there's no shortage of people ready to make a show of themselves, doing something really stupid. In dangerous weather situations, you can always rely on your friends to laugh in your time of need. But none of these friends seem to realize they're all on thin ice now. The girl is in danger of drowning as the river keeps flowing under the ice.
my God. I think we should stop.
Eventually, one of the boys stops this accident from becoming more serious. But knowing that the girl's okay.
I got it on film!
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I got that on film!
When getting snowed in is a real possibility, keeping the only shovel you have outside the house probably wasn't the best idea.
What? Hey, I'm stuck!
See, I knew it!
I'm stuck!
I knew it, look!
Can't get out!
You better cry, look at the snow!
I'm stuck, Mother!
This guy's hapless efforts are only making things worse.
Hold on to the post! Oh, jumping Jesus, tonight, look what he got done.
I'm stuck! I can't get out! I'm stuck! I'm stuck!
What this situation calls for is a bit of calm and forward planning.
Oh, jumping Jesus!
Mom, I'm stuck! I can't move!
Oh my God, look what he got done. Oh, jumping Jesus tonight.
Oh, bit late for that now. Here you go, Mum. Found the shovel. Snow, ice, and a big hill equals endless sledding fun. But add in balancing with a selfie stick, and it's only going to end in pain.
Oh, God!
At least he keeps laughing in the face of adversity. These kids know they're in a dangerous place. As any sailor will tell you, the sea is a cruel mistress, but she's also a fast one. Will the boys be able to outrun her? Looking good. At least they're alive. Just very, very stupid. They're made of tough stuff in Glasgow. This old fella doesn't care that the streets are flooded. He rules them like a boss. Okay, fun's over, lads. Coming up, the British village of Glenridding is ripped apart by a flood.
Maestro, come on, let's go.
We discover how weather affects our furry friends.
All right, just hand him here and then go back and get the armadillo.
And a freak change of wind direction sends one man hurtling towards his own truck. In Britain, it famously rains a lot. But in December 2015, it became a national crisis.
Oh my God!
The hardest hit county was Cumbria, where 45,000 homes were affected. And the hardest hit village in Cumbria was Glenridding. The managers of the Glenridding Hotel had to watch their business get destroyed.
We were at the mercy of the weather. We had lost control.
And shop owner Alan Brown saw his retirement hopes washed away.
It's a change of life thing, especially at my time of life, at my age.
The day before, in the pretty tourist town of Glenridding, Liz and Selena Alley, who run the hotel, were getting ready for Christmas.
Everything was looking beautiful. We had Christmas parties arranged, and we thought, oh, we're in for a good December. You know, bookings were great, and we were all quite excited about, about Christmas.
But on the 3rd of December, Storm Desmond hit the west coast and spread across the UK.
We gauge, obviously, the severity of the weather by the Glenridding beck. So we looked at the beck and said, obviously, oh, it's coming up quite quickly. quite rapidly. We were actually talking about, obviously, Storm Desmond, and we were saying, oh, I wonder if it's going to be a bad one.
The BBC warned us about this storm approaching from the Atlantic, and they got it dead right.
But much worse was to come. In the hills above Glenridding, the deluge triggered a mudslide, filmed by a fell runner.
Oh my God! Unbelievable!
It was heading straight for the village.
The water just changed colour, and you could start to hear rumbles of the bricks and the big rocks, the boulders that were coming down.
Because we are below the water level, so we have to do, obviously, all we could to prevent the unpreventable that it turned out to be.
At 5 p.m, the hotel had 20 guests to feed for evening service.
We kept the guests safe, and we put all the provisions in place for them. And then we went down. We looked down, didn't we? We looked just down. It was the first time I went to the still room and looked down, and then it's when I saw the water rushing in. It looked like a tsunami. We opened the door, so it was, as fast as it was coming in, it was going out. It found its course through the building and out, just taking everything with it that was down there. I couldn't comprehend it. It was all happening too fast. I just didn't know what to do.
Alan Brown's family convenience store was in the river too, just upstream.
We were in the shop till about 5 o'clock, trying to save as much stock that we could. It got up to above our waist, and we just said we had to go. We couldn't stay in there any longer. Looking at it, you were helpless. You couldn't do anything. We couldn't go out because the water was too deep. So we just had to stay in the house and watch it go by.
By 6 p.m, the hotel was in a torrent of water.
Our escape routes became futile because we couldn't escape. We couldn't get out front. We couldn't get out to the back of the building. And we had 30 people, including the staff.
Downstairs, the hotel kitchen had become Hell's Kitchen.
It broke straight through the kitchen door, and also it broke through the windows on the back side of the building. And that's when all the fridges, the freezers just started slamming into walls, slamming into the ceilings.
The waves of water carried on all night. It took 14 hours of flooding before the rain finally eased off. But the problems were just beginning.
We continuously had water running through, not raging water, but it was the beck. The hotel was the beck, and that's the course it had taken. And then we opened the door the next morning and we saw the boulders in the road, and we saw that no one was passing through.
Thousands of tons of boulders, rocks and gravel had filled the riverbed, permanently diverting the river to run through the village. Roads were blocked, so rescue services couldn't reach them. Locals were left with no running water, no telephone, and no idea how to fix their village.
This is Glenridding after Storm Desmond.
Then, 4 days later, it began raining again.
The water was again raging down, and I was crying at this point because we've just cleared everything as well, and it all happening again. And I remember just breaking down and saying, why again? You know, why is it happening again?
Smaller floods recurred throughout January, but eventually, 3 months after they'd started, the rains eased off, but the village was left in ruins.
Fortunately, there was no injuries, thank God. Just broken hearts, basically.
Liz and Selena's hotel was in pieces, and the repair bill came to £1.5 million.
I can remember walking through the corridors just after the second flood and just seeing how dark it looked and cold, and I just remember walking through thinking, is it ever going to be the same?
6 months on, Alan's shop is about to reopen, but Liz and Selena have another 4 months of rebuilding to do on their hotel.
When one of us had like a meltdown where we were panicked, the other one would kind of say, pull yourself together. We need to go and look after our guests. So we kind of supported each other that way, which was great. Otherwise we would, no, there's definitely not, we wouldn't have got through it.
The flood defences are now better than ever, but no one knows for sure if they will withstand another wet winter. We all know the power of water can shape our landscape, but it's rare to see it in action. Here we can see how rivers of ice and shifting glaciers might have shaped our planet during the Ice Age.
Oh, wow. This is freaking amazing.
This strange phenomenon is caused by an ice dam thawing upstream, which released a surge of water and ice, slow moving but strong enough to take everything in its path.
That's a tree! That's a freaking tree! It's a whole entire tree!
Our warmer atmosphere means that flooding is likely to become more common. The 1 Celsius rise in global temperatures has led to 7% more moisture being held in the air. This means more rain, snow, or hail, and probably more flooding. One of the places most at risk is cities. Built-up urban areas restrict water being absorbed into the ground, so it has nowhere to go. This intense downpour in Budapest quickly overloads the street drainage. The road is soon turned into a rushing river, but this cyclist is still determined to go against the current. With predictable consequences. Even moderate rainfall can swiftly create flowing urban rivers. Unlike everyone else in this Montreal street, this young lady naively underestimates the downhill deluge and is swept off her feet by the power of the flooding water. This driver decides the only way to combat this urban flood is to plow through it in his vehicle.
We are literally underwater.
That's all well and fine for him. He's driving a Hummer that's built like a tank.
USA! USA! USA!
But for most people, a vehicle offers little protection.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go!
In the face of an unstoppable flood.
Oh my God, oh my God!
Tossed around like a toy, even this 4x4 doesn't stand a chance.
Oh my God, oh my God. Stay back, Layla, stay back!
In fact, in this situation, cars are lethal. The power of urban floods is escalating. This swollen river has been fed by the floodwaters from the city. It's so powerful that it's managed to rip a pedestrianized walkway from its foundations, carrying it downstream. This unstoppable force seemingly meets an immovable object. But the massive pressure of the flowing water, combined with the debris it carries, has catastrophic consequences. Even steel and tarmac are no match for the sheer strength of the surge. With incidents like these likely to increase, it's enough to make city dwellers head for the hills. In April 2011, skydiving veteran of over 300 jumps, Tommy Ferguson, was doing what he enjoys most,
I was up there with 2 other experienced jumpers. We consider this a fun jump.
But a tiny change in the weather would transform his life forever.
Mother Nature has a way of changing in a split second and doing whatever it wants to, and you have to deal with it as you're coming down. I started skydiving in 2006. I'm an instructor as well myself. I've taught lots of different students, probably in the thousands.
One thing Tommy's years of experience had taught him was that the elements always have the capacity to catch you out.
When you're skydiving, you got to realize when you leave the aircraft, the weather may be one way, and then by the time you get down closer to the ground, it may have turned totally the opposite direction. It just doesn't matter how many jumps you have. Eventually, you're going to have something happen that you may not be able to deal with as much as you want to.
What changed so dramatically on this seemingly fine Colorado spring day?
I went ahead and jumped, and I was flying into the wind, but at that point, the wind just totally shifted 180 degrees.
A nightmare for any parachutist. The force of the wind was now behind Tommy, and his ground speed was approaching 50 miles per hour.
If you do hit the ground at a rapid speed, you can roll it off, same as falling off a bicycle, falling off a horse. You're hoping that you don't break any bones or anything like that. You just roll with it and you'll be okay.
But looming into view was something he should avoid at all costs.
Well, at that point, all I was thinking was the fact that I just didn't want to hit the trailer.
With Tommy crumpled and motionless, his friends nearby feared for the worst.
I just saw my friend Tommy die. That's how he described it. But then actually you can hear the gurgling where actually I start breathing in, trying to breathe in. The other skydivers had landed, so therefore they come over to my assistant.
What's your name?
Huh?
What's your name?
Tommy Ferguson.
Tommy just got hit.
Oh, crap.
After I hit the trailer and was knocked unconscious, I don't remember any of the rest of it. So I'm kind of like you all. I watched this video and go, hey, why didn't that guy miss that trailer? Maybe I got a little bit too fixated on the object I was trying to avoid, and at the same time I went ahead and hit it. I just hit it with my left shoulder.
Miraculously, Tommy had survived the impact, but it was clear he needed urgent medical attention.
It doesn't move at all. God dang it. Yeah, my hand's not moving at all.
I broke 8 bones in that situation. I broke 3 in my foot, I broke my rib, I broke my wrist, I broke my clavicle, my scapula. All the nerves were yanked out of my spinal cord, which runs my left arm, my left shoulder, my hand were yanked out of my spinal cord. When I was in the hospital, they had finally, decided, hey, your arm is not coming back. There's just too much damage to the nerves.
Despite hearing this devastating news, Tommy had only one thing on his mind.
And I just looked at him and said, yep, I'm going to go skydiving with 1 arm instead of 2. That's how I looked at them. And they were like, what? And I said, that's what I'm going to do.
Tommy's accident has given him a new lease of life, and he's determined to not let his disability hold him back. After a few months of training, and against all the odds, Tommy achieved his goal of returning to skydiving.
Your life doesn't stop. It just changes, and you adapt and still live your life to its fullest. Just because you have something happen to you in your life, or a tragedy or an accident or incident, that's not really what defines you. It's what you do thereafter.
I did! Sure. All right!
When it comes to deadly weather, it's not just humans that are under attack. Lava can reach temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius. So when it's cascading down the side of a volcano like this, it's wise to give it a wide berth.
Oh my God.
This lucky pooch is inches from falling victim to the lethal heat of this lava bomb. A word of advice: next time you take your dog for a walk on an active volcano, maybe put it on a lead. From reckless pet owners to heroic animal lovers, when acres of woodland were flooded in Hernando, Mississippi, two guys decided to take their modern-day ark into the woods.
Dad, be careful, do not drown! One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. Better go save him too.
While these friendly possums were grateful, their saviors were graceful, moving like ballet dancers across the flooded undergrowth.
Quit falling down and go get him!
An armadillo wasn't keen on joining our intrepid team. Then again, maybe he was just shy and didn't want to come out of his shell.
Okay, I see him. He's back on that high ground. He's back on this mound over here.
The possums on board are just happy to meet another survivor and show their love for their savior by not biting him when he strokes their heads. Don't try this at home.
All right, you're good.
On a frozen Lake Bavin in Sweden, a group of skaters invent a variation of the Olympic sport, curling. This boar, whose claws can't grip the ice, has somehow found itself out in the middle of the lake and can't get back to the woods. It's always difficult to explain to an animal that you're trying to save its bacon, so the boar continues to struggle throughout its journey to shore. How ungrateful. The argumentative boar is now on thin ice, highlighting the dangers of skating on lakes. But she reaches safety just in time to hear the ice crack behind the camera. Who's on thin ice now? This corgi, who's been taken for a walk in the snow by its owner, is happy to act like a canine snowboard. His owner thinks it's a bit of a drag, though.
Maestro, come on, let's go.
You know, if you're going to call your dog Maestro, you need to accept that it's going to conduct itself however it damn well pleases. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature bare her teeth.
Oh my God, oh my God.
We've seen how powerless we really are. And next time, there will be more, because weather stops for no one. Weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
He can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy!
I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. and witness up close the sheer force of nature. Boom!
Oh my God, look at that!
Everybody take cover, now!
Coming up in this episode, wildfires out of control in Canada. People flee for their lives.
Holy! I just lost my house.
A tornado hits the homes of two sisters, and one gets hit.
Oh my God, get in the house!
180-mile-per-hour winds batter one of the biggest cruise liners in the world. 4,000 passengers hide in their rooms.
Holy crap!
And a storm drives a herd of pregnant cows into the sea. But do they all survive? A normal day's traffic in Fort McMurray, Alberta, in the heart of Canada. But in early May 2016, east of town, a wildfire was getting out of control.
Holy, this and ground zero. Look at all the people leaving Fort McMurray.
Record temperatures of 32 Celsius and winds of up to 45 miles per hour were the perfect conditions for fire to be whipped up.
I've been here now 12 years. I've never seen something this bad.
It became a multi-headed beast running into town. The entire population of almost 90,000 people were ordered to evacuate. Most got out on time, but Jared Sabovich was working nights and got the message a bit late.
Went out front and just saw that the whole neighborhood was on fire. You know, like everyone's grass was on fire and everything was still raining in. And I just remember thinking it was such a crazy sight. And I just pulled out my video and I just started recording.
Hasty exit. That might have been the last time. Might have been the last time I ever saw my house right there. Holy! Time to make a hasty exit, eh?
On the horizon, a fireball was obliterating everything in its path.
That's the last time I ever saw my house. I know it. Insurance, you better do me good. I just lost my house. No big deal. No big deal. It's all good. That sucker's burning down for sure. You want those reaction vids? Here's one. I'm not crushed, I ain't crying, it's all good. People have gone through worse. Things were good before this and things will be good after this. Good luck, everyone.
Also leaving it late was 25-year-old Michelle Chamberlain, whose dashboard camera captured his escape.
Flames started getting a lot more intense and a lot more closer. You can start smelling a lot of smoke.
Yeah, I could feel the heat in the car. It's not even funny. People would start to panic.
It just felt unreal. It felt like it wasn't happening. I started driving by those flames. When you see them really engulf and embers started falling down, that's when I really thought this was a big fire. This was serious. This was gonna get out of control.
Cars and wild animals jockeyed for position on the roads out of town.
Oh my God.
The road became a tunnel of fire. Each driver had less than an inch of metal to protect them from fast-moving flames, lethal temperatures, and poisonous smoke.
Your eyes started getting watery. You can really start feeling the flames.
I don't know where to go.
It really looked like something that you always see in the news. It was a scary sight, a little too close for comfort.
Oh my God.
The fuel-filled cars could go up at any time. But in the end, Michelle got out safely. On the other side of town, the Braun family scooped up their young children and jumped in the car. 16-year-old Jacob was closest to the flames.
That's really hot. If you've never been through a wildfire, it's almost apocalyptic. Like, you think that everything's going to be destroyed and like the world is ending because there's so much fire and chaos that it's really scary.
Jacob's family were amongst thousands crammed bumper to bumper and desperate to get out in time.
I can feel the heat through the window.
Driving by the fire on the side of the road, the flames are almost 30 feet high, and the truck that we were in was getting hit by ashes.
Whoa. I can feel
Holy crap.
the window was hot.
The flames were really high and really close. You could feel the heat coming through the windows.
We're gonna make it. Yep, heading south. Heading south.
But the houses left behind were decimated. Homeowners left the lights on as they abandoned pet fish, family portraits, and prized possessions to the hunger of the fire. Half-drunk bottles of beer and heirlooms were consumed by flames as over 2,000 buildings were flattened by a force of nature.
Oh my God, look at that fire.
Almost 50 helicopters carrying huge buckets of water tried to quench the forest of flames. But in the built-up areas, firefighters like Rob Bonner were running out of water.
The first time we were there in the fire itself, it was a little surreal because everything was burning and then there was fire on both sides and embers floating around and nobody else was around. It was kind of apocalyptic. And without enough water for all the fire, you'd have to really watch a house burn without touching it. We're obviously not used to that. That was the surreal part for me, was just because it was so big that you'd have to just say, well, that house is going to go, and there's nothing you can do about it.
By night 3, some houses had to be sacrificed to save others.
We used backhoes and plows and knocked down two rows of garages and a row of houses because those houses were going to burn anyway. I feel bad for all the people that had to do that. They kind of lost everything.
Next morning, on day 4, it was clear that evacuation was the right call.
Crazy. The whole neighborhood just lost last night. Still feel the heat off these houses and stuff. Just nothing but basements left now.
Years of homemaking and possessions were gone. And there were still pockets of stubborn resistance.
Okay, we're just having difficulties finding out who we're supposed to lead back to.
That'll be our next step.
More than 1,000 people fought this fire, and yet it continued in rural areas for another 2 months, torching over 1.5 million acres. And those who lost everything had to rebuild their lives.
They thought they had it under control, and then, you know, they lose it, and it did take a lot more than they expected, I guess.
Having gone through that, I feel more independent now, more productive. It's a large experience, so taking something from it would be good.
Every single time I took a picture, it broke my heart. Hey, guitars, you know, you're gone. Hey, record player, you're gone. Hey, drum set, see you later, you know. Everything you work for, goodbye.
The Alberta wildfire annihilated about 15% of the town, making this Canada's costliest disaster ever. But astonishingly, there was not a single death directly caused by the fire itself. Wildfires are much more common than you'd imagine. The Alberta Fire Department in Canada puts out over 1,000 per year. But a change in wind direction catches this firefighter out. Fires can travel at terrifying speeds of 12 miles per hour, which is a bit faster than a fully kitted up fireman. Luckily, there is a lake just where he needs it. Driving is the quickest way out of a forest fire, but even then you are not always safe. These 4 men are fleeing an inferno in central Russia. It's torched 2,300 square miles of forest, destroyed 1,000 homes, and killed over 20 people. Burning trees have fallen across the road, but that doesn't deter this driver. But even for the bravest driver, it soon becomes impassable. One of them thinks it would be nice to look out the window. In this smoke, not a good idea. They beat a hasty retreat, the tightest 3-point turn ever. The danger is whether they are now trapped in the forest. But thankfully, they are able to follow another vehicle out. To catch small fires early, firefighters are actually parachuted into remote forest areas. In 2015, a scorching summer set southern Australia alight. These volunteer firefighters are an early response team battling a blaze in Adelaide Hills. They reach a small farm full of pockets of fire. The problem with small mobile units is that they quickly run out of water, like this one. So, finding water supplies on the ground is one of the biggest challenges to fighting wildfires. This man is the last person to flee his home in Anderson Springs, California, during the wildfire of 2015. 500 people lost their homes. But despite all this destruction, wildfires are actually nature's way of rejuvenating forests. They consume thickets and dead wood, allowing bigger trees to grow through. Not that that is much comfort to the people of Anderson Springs. Remote motorways are particularly at risk. Drivers on the Cajon Highway in California are stopped by a blazing brush fire. And just when you don't need a traffic jam, it burns straight towards everyone. Unfortunately for them, wildfires actually travel quicker uphill. Although most people seem more concerned with getting a nice picture, this blaze destroys 20 vehicles and hundreds of people have to flee on foot. Wildfires are not all bad. As well as being nature's way of birthing a new generation of plants and trees, they can also be quite beautiful. This firenado is a combination of fire and mini tornado, with some fire extinguishing foam thrown in. It's an alluring spectacle, but no less dangerous. The twister jumps across the track and ignites a new blaze. Wildfire is Mother Nature at her most beautiful. But don't be seduced. She's just as deadly. One sunny morning in Rice, Navarro County, Texas, Rosanna Vasquez Cobos woke up to find a tornado outside her front door.
The tornado was far away. When it was across the street with the sun behind it, it looked beautiful. I just started filming it.
But when the tornado gathered pace, it changed from beauty to beast and turned towards her house.
Get in the house! Get in.
I'm watching this.
Anthony, I mean it.
Okay. I'm never gonna see this again.
This is from our front porch. Oh my God, look at over there, all that stuff. It's coming right at the house.
A tornado warning went out online and on the radio.
When I received the notification that day from the National Weather Service that severe weather was quickly developing across the northern portion of the county, I immediately went into response mode.
Emergency coordinator Eric Myers hit the road to monitor its path.
Definitely got quite a bit of debris back to my west.
Rosanna had a safe room for tornadoes, but her children were not in it.
Anthony, hurry up! Oh my God, get in here before y'all get hit with something. Come on, Anthony, Angel. Where's Angel? Where's your sister?
Out on the road, seasoned tornado expert Eric knew he was vulnerable.
Stop here. Looks like it's going to come across our path just shortly in front of me. Don't want to get too far in front of this in case it makes a right-hand turn.
The twister was still on track for Rosanna's house.
Oh gosh! Hurry up! Get in!
Just on the corner of my house, and you can see the tornado. It was on, on our property. As soon as we closed the door and they realized how close, what a close call it was, their eyes were just huge, like, oh crap, this is real.
Her family were finally in the safe room, but Eric's luck had just run out.
We are in a tornado! We are in the tornado! We are in the tornado! We are in the tornado! We are in the
The only thing you can see and the only thing you can feel is the intense bombardment of debris moving.
It shredded the roof of Rice Elementary School, sending chunks of metal towards the open window of Eric's car.
And the sound is unlike anything you've ever heard. The closest thing I can relate it to is a jet engine. And it was just surreal to hear the tornado that close, to feel the brunt force winds coming through, the debris pelting the vehicle. You could hear all of the pops and the dents and the dings happening, and the roar of the tornado was just phenomenal.
This just went right over us. Just went right over us.
You're in shock. You're in disbelief about what you just went through. I'm just glad to be alive. It's one of those feelings that you hope you only have once in your lifetime.
The tail of the tornado was above Rosanna's house when she emerged, alive but mesmerized.
When I turned and I saw that, I thought it looked beautiful. It looked really amazing.
Rosanna may have survived, but next door, her sister's house took a direct hit.
And then you see that, and then you feel horrible because here you thought this beautiful thing destroyed your sister's house and could have taken their lives.
We got here, but not as bad as Naomi, and she's the one that had the worst. Go see if they're okay. Brian, go see if Naomi's okay. Oh my God.
Just an awful, awful fear that they weren't okay. Yeah, she's more than my little sister. I just don't know I really don't know what I would have done if I would have lost her. And not that I don't love her family, but she's everything to me.
The tornado came from the west, traveling east. Aerial photos chart the path of devastation through Rice. First, it cut a train in half, throwing the containers 160 feet from the track. Next, it hit the school, ripping off the roof and folding the brick walls. Mercifully, it was a Sunday, so the children weren't there. Rosanna's home was spared by a few feet. But next door, her sister Naomi was huddled in a safe room with her husband and 3 young children. It was a direct hit, but unbelievably, no one was injured.
It was an immediate relief. We're just, thanking God, like, oh my gosh, they're good, they're fine. It was sad and it was hard. We lost a lot of possessions, but my kids were okay.
Naomi's house has since been rebuilt, and she still lives next to her sister, bonded further by surviving some of the world's deadliest weather. Deadly weather and vehicles frequently clash head-on. This driver may have been cut up, but the car in front takes the brunt of the wind. And vanishes. The first concern is the pedestrian wiped out by the side of the road. The white car is nowhere to be seen. But a re-examination of the footage reveals the car's final destination. Lifted up by the tornado and dumped behind the tree. It'll take more than the dashboard tissues to clear up this mess. Deadly weather and the road don't mix. A caravan holiday in Wyoming is not much fun when the wind picks up. This trucker's keeping a close eye on an empty caravan buffeted by strong wind. But sometimes you should be concentrating on what you're doing. Even when you're watching traffic in a storm, things can get electric.
Yeah, some storms going on here. Close to this. Dang! Ah! Hit that freaking tree.
And in bad weather, you never know what's coming from above. Driving in Kuwait is not for the faint-hearted at the best of times. And sandstorms are a natural hazard. You don't want to hang around.
About to be engulfed.
When there's only one way to go, sometimes you have to take what nature throws at you.
It's getting dark. It is officially dark. The sun is blocked out by a sandstorm. Oh my God, you can't see anything. Jesus. No way. I can't believe this. It's completely pitch black dark. Wow. Wow.
In India, keeping the traffic flowing is always a struggle. In the north of the country, cars are held up on this road for good reason. Deadly extremes of temperature over the years had loosened rocks overhanging a well-used highway. From another angle, a road sign is the ultimate in understatement. The roads next to rivers in Venezuela are no less vulnerable. 2 days of rainfall causes a flash flood, taking empty cars with it. But some of them aren't empty. Don't forget the wife. So next time you hit a rainstorm in the car, just remember, it could be a lot worse. Still to come. A hurricane threatens the lives of 4,000 passengers on a holiday of a lifetime as their ship is rocked by 26-foot waves.
Holy crap!
And pregnant ladies try to swim for it as a storm approaches. This is the Anthem of the Seas, a huge brand new cruise liner. Peter and Angela Alupi were among the excited passengers on the £940 million ship heading down the American East Coast to the Bahamas.
This ship is what really attracted us. It's the second largest ship on the ocean. It had Broadway musicals and incredible entertainment.
Absolutely breathtaking. One of the most beautiful ships I've ever seen.
As we had all boarded the ship, the captain came on. He said there was a storm forming in the Carolinas.
Less than 10 months since her maiden voyage, for the first time, the Anthem of the Seas was about to be truly tested against Mother Nature. She sailed straight into hurricane winds off the southeast coast of America.
People at this point were nervous, a little tense.
Jared Johnson was in the gym surrounded by weights when conditions cut up rough.
That's when I heard a big crash and a woman scream, and I turned around, and what had happened was a trash can had actually slid across the entire gym floor and knocked this woman over. And that's when I thought, okay, this is getting bad.
Holy crap!
Everyone was kind of crowded around the windows looking out at the waves because they were so big. I've personally never seen waves that big, and I don't doubt that these people haven't either.
Look, here it comes. Oh my God.
180-mile-an-hour winds whipped up the sea and violently tilted the ship. Giant waves battered the 160-foot high liner.
Oh my God, look at that wave. That was higher than our ship.
I'm in a storm. It's 123 knots the wind. Everything's moving around. I've got broken glass everywhere.
Horrible. Don't fancy playing with it.
Michael Ricketts and Martin Little's holiday video was turning into a disaster film.
It was something you'd actually seen in an American movie.
Well, we can't get out of it then, can we? Jesus Christ.
We didn't expect to actually hit a hurricane, and we couldn't believe what was actually happening on the ship. It was just horrendous, weren't it? The actual TV screen actually in the cabin, we could actually see the outside, and everything was just flying around and smashing and falling over. And
Parts of the ship were being claimed by the sea.
Oh, something's out there. What is that? Oh, it's pieces from the ship. That's parts of the ship.
The winds picked up, the rain got heavier, and I was like, oh, this is kind of crazy.
Holy crap.
I think we should move.
You look out on the horizon, you couldn't really see it, but you would see the edge of the boat, and it would tilt up past the horizon, then it would dip down several feet below that, and that threw you off quite a bit.
As 170,000 tons of steel bobbed around like a rubber duck in the bath, Captain Klaus Andre Andersen ordered all the passengers to their rooms.
The waves were 70 feet tall. They were hitting up on the 11th deck. The staff were in the corridors, scrambling, hugging and crying in some cases.
I saw everyone's reactions, and they were, you know, they were definitely nervous. A lot were scared. I noticed a couple people crying, just shocked. I saw this pregnant woman, and she was being guided with either her sister or mother, and she was crying. She was not happy. People were kind of like holding on to things and walking slowly, or walking like they almost were drunk. They couldn't, you know, walk a straight line.
If the ship had rolled, it could have killed thousands, but the captain tried to keep everyone calm.
We're looking now at around 8 meters, which is around 25, 26 foot seas. So they are to be considered severe seas that we have on to deal with.
It is absolutely unbelievable. The room's been a wreck, everything's been slung around and dropped everywhere, and glass in the bathroom.
And you can't see anything. You can't see any land, you can't see any horizon. It's just like a wall, isn't it? A wall in front of you. You can't see anything apart from the sea, and that is it.
Oh my God. This is bad.
We actually said goodbye to each other. It's very emotional, wasn't it? Because not knowing we're going to see each other again, you know, was the biggest fear, wasn't it? I never dreamt that I would die drowning. And this is one way that I never wanted to die.
In the early hours of the morning, the storm finally passed. Captain Klaus Andre Andersen put on a brave face.
Yesterday turned out to be probably one of my worst days at sea, if not the far worst day at sea. I know many of you was afraid yesterday. It could be much, much worse.
There were just a few minor injuries to passengers, but with another storm brewing and considerable damage on board, the decision was made to return to port.
There were 6,000 souls on board, and all that needs to be taken into consideration when deciding to drive a ship into a storm like that.
Owners Royal Caribbean refunded all passengers, but how many will be rushing to go on a cruise again remains to be seen.
To come home was very disappointing, but at least we're here to tell the story.
This whole experience has changed my outlook on weather and Mother Nature as a whole, and how unpredictable the weather can be.
Because of the sheer power of it and the size of that ship. And you're just helpless, totally helpless. You're just at the mercy of the weather. Absolutely nothing you can do, is there?
No.
Most storms originate out at sea, making sea weather particularly volatile. 1 minute you can be enjoying looking at the waves, like this crewman on a merchant ship in the South Atlantic. The next, well, wait and see. Freak waves happen because of gusty winds, and they can be many times bigger than all the surrounding waves. Luckily, the crewman sees it early, otherwise, he could have been swept off the ship. Freak waves don't just happen on boats. Real or fake, we're not sure, but funny, definitely. Rip currents are the biggest danger for surfers because they drag them out to sea. A beginner surfer is missing and has no chance unless the lifeboat can find him. They spot him, exhausted and towing his surfboard. "20 Australian surfers and 100 surfers worldwide drown every year, most of them in rip currents, which makes them far more deadly than shark attacks. The sea also produces truly weird and beautiful weather, none more so than waterspouts. There are two types, tornado and fair weather waterspouts. This is the fair weather variety, which is just as well because the family in the boat go for a closer look. Wow! Yeah! Despite its name, they are not filled with water from the sea, but cloud descending from above. The developing storm clouds drop the spiraling spout to the water's surface, and warm, wet air funnels up it from the sea. Fair weather spouts are harmless, and they dissipate when they hit land. Wow! Tornado waterspouts, on the other hand, are potentially lethal. They are fully fledged tornadoes from supercell storms forming over the sea.
Was it just me or was that really close?
Myrtle Beach in Florida takes a direct hit at the height of summer.
Oh, dude.
Rapidly spinning winds swing in, ripping up the beach and chasing down tourists. The extremes of high and low air pressure smash windows and overturn buses. It is rated as an EF2 on the Fujita scale, with winds of over 120 miles per hour, causing millions of dollars worth of damage in a matter of minutes. And as the oceans get warmer, it's feared that our weather will become more volatile, fueled by warmer air, creating fiercer, even more deadly atmospheric conditions. Animals can sense dangerous weather even when we can't. A lesson learnt by farmer Alan Jago on the south coast of Ireland.
I've been farming since I've been knee-high to grasshopper, farming alongside Dad. So it was 10 to 5 and my phone rang and it was Dad. And Dad said, come over straight away and bring a rope. And that's when I knew something was drastically wrong. And I headed over to the field where the heifers were. So as I came to the field, I saw no cattle in the field. I saw the wire snapped, and then I could see all these little tracks through the firs.
In November 2015, a sea storm was brewing, and his cows panicked. They broke through an electric fence and tried to shelter in some coastal rocks. With the light fading and the weather worsening, they had to be moved to safety, urgently.
I literally see 11 animals stuck inside in the sea, with my father one side of the rocks and my brother on the other side, trying to keep them back in as they were trying to kind of swim out to sea. I came down my ropes and I said, what are we going to do with these ropes? And they both turned around and said to me, we don't know either, but we know we need to do something.
With cows and farmers out of their depth, Alan alerted the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, and these volunteers faced a unique rescue.
Pages went off, we assembled in the station, we launched and we proceeded to the casualty area.
Even the dolphins seemed like they wanted to help. Back on the rocky outcrop, the tide was coming in rapidly. The cows were beginning to panic.
They were hurting their legs, they were hurting their hooves, they were hurting their sides, they were falling, they were cutting themselves. It really was a helpless and a hopeless situation for both the animals and ourselves. We were down with the animals for maybe 3/4 of an hour. It seemed like a day. It was the longest time ever. You heard the sound of this motor coming around the headland, and it was just the most fantastic sight you ever see.
But the lifeboat spooked the pregnant animals even more.
Again, a boat, they've never seen a boat before. these guys in big suits.
They decided to pull the heifers and their unborn calves to the safety of the next door beach, where they could walk out of the sea. Mark planned to lasso them around the neck, and the boat would pull them round the headland. But lassoing cows at sea isn't that easy. One cow attempted to make an escape, but turned back in fear, straight into Mark's rope.
The guy in the boat pulled the heifer out straight away, but immediately it was quite obvious that the head of the animal was going under the water. You know, the power of a 500 kg animal, you know, if that was to get on top of him or whatever, you know, it could have been a very, very serious situation for all concerned.
Mark stayed with the panicked lady all the way around the headland.
I basically held onto their heads and swam with them. Now and again they would kick you as they were swimming, but you just keep on driving their heads towards where you wanted to go and swim alongside them. No, it wasn't the first time I had a kick from the cow, and definitely won't be the last.
The first cow made it to the beach safely.
The care they showed to the animals, the compassion they showed to them, you know, it made me as a farmer feel very relaxed. But I think the way they treated the animals also were very relaxed.
The cows were beginning to trust Mark and his team, but they didn't all do what they were told.
As I was herding some of the cows over to the rocks, one cow went off into a cave, and with the weather driving them in there and the waves, so I swam in with the rope in my mouth.
We had no idea what was going to happen or how far this alcove went in. This animal had literally nowhere to go, and you were this incredible guy, this volunteer.
When I was in the cave, the waves and weather was breaking over the cow, so it was probably the worst place to be. Climbed up over him and put the rope over his neck, and with the help of the other lifeboat crew, we pulled him back out to safety.
Swim in past this animal and literally push the animal back out with the help of rope. It was just incredible to see it. After you pulled the first 2 or 3 across, the rest of them had a bit of confidence that they were able to swim across onto the rocks. And it did take them, you know, some of them maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes to actually get on their feet because they were just shattered at that stage. You know, with a bit of veterinary treatment and that, and a bit of TLC, tender loving care, they all came right in the end.
When we returned to the station and refueled the boat and got it ready to go again, we all decided to go to McDonald's to cheer ourselves up. We did.
There are 2 types of people in life. Some that can deal with and relish the results of the world's most extreme weather. And some that can't. Some feel they can take on a puddle. But get out of their depth. If it's not treacherous puddles, people can also be fooled by the exact depth of snow. In Wales, rain may occasionally stop play and block drains.
Just gushing out of the manholes.
But for this champion sewage swimmer, it's an opportunity.
Oh, it looks lovely. You can do it! Keep going! You're halfway there!
With the job done, this guy has no fear of putting the effort into effluent.
He's probably contracted like at least 5 parasites and 2 diseases now.
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature at her wildest and worst. We've seen how powerless we really are. And next time there will be more, because weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Boom!
Oh my God! Look at that!
Oh! Everybody take cover! Now!
Coming up in this episode, a devastating hurricane destroys a Mexican resort.
Boom!
3 fishermen almost drown when their ships wrecked in Ireland.
It's amazing what Mother Nature can do to you, and do to everybody else.
And we see how weather can rip apart our buildings. Cabo San Lucas in Mexico. It was the height of summer 2014, and the holiday resort was in full swing. But these carefree holidaymakers' dream vacation was about to turn into a living nightmare.
Ooh boy! Waves coming over the top.
The most powerful hurricane to ever make Mexican landfall was beelining straight for the hotel.
So this is what it looks like when a Class 4 hurricane is coming to Cabo San Lucas.
At 6 p.m., Hurricane Odile was under 100 miles from the coast.
Ouch! Oh, all right, time to go. Time to go. There we go.
All guests at the resort were ordered to their rooms for their own safety, including Jason Beecham and his family.
The weather just picked up, and you could see 40 to 50 foot wave faces right out in front of our hotel. It was pretty insane. Just big black cloud just kept moving in. I was a little bit nervous, but with the hurricane coming in, but I figured we were in a pretty solid concrete building.
Here to cover this enormous hurricane, professional storm reporter Josh Morgerman was outside as it ramped up.
It was getting windy and rainy, and you were hearing that roaring sound outside. As we got deeper into the evening, it started to feel like, okay, this is a serious hurricane.
At 7:30 p.m., the eye of Hurricane Odile continued to spin a deadly path towards the resort and was now only an hour away. Up in Jason's hotel room, where his family were sheltering, all power was lost, and the torrential rain infiltrated the room.
It's going through the light.
Hi, honey.
really started to pick up. Basically just got louder and louder, and me being not so smart at the time, I went for a look.
Winds were now reaching 100 miles per hour, but they had not peaked yet.
When I almost got blown down the hallway, that's when I decided to head back in and kind of stay in for the night.
He was just in time. Moments later, Hurricane Odile moved up a gear.
Woo! Oh! The lock, I'm gonna need your help. The lock came open.
At 8:30 p.m., Josh, now back at his hotel lobby, had to help staff barricade the glass front doors before the full force of Odile blew them in. Then, like a jet engine cutting out, the 100-mile-per-hour plus winds suddenly stopped.
It's like somebody flipped a switch. Within a few minutes, it's just dead calm and silent. Quite an eerie sound.
The front of the hotel has been mangled. It just looks like it went through a blender. These pillars have just been torn out. This building really took a beating. This was a scary storm. Now the crazy thing was, that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was coming.
But the eerie calm inside the eye of Odile did not last.
Wow. I said to the hotel manager, that sounds like gunshots. And he said, yeah, that does sound like gunshots. That was actually debris hitting the building. About 10 seconds later, boom. Just get under. Just get under. Just get under. Oh my God. Stay in there. Stay in there. Stay under. Stay under. Keep it.
In the upstairs rooms, hundreds of guests were now cowering in the bathrooms as the storm smashed the already battered resort to breaking point.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Down in the lobby, Josh and the staff were horribly exposed to flying glass and were forced to dive into the nearest room.
Okay, backside of this cyclone is much worse. This building is getting literally torn apart, and we're trying to find a safe place.
But as the winds intensified to 125 miles per hour, they were now trapped in an office that could meet the same fate as the lobby.
We realized that we weren't safe because the hotel office was just a whole solid wall of windows with the wind pulsing against them. And I just thought, oh boy, we're in trouble. Yeah, the building's shaking. You should get down, because if those windows go, you want to be low. We felt like the office windows were going to break. We're trying to plan our escape to just get out of here and get to a safer part of the building. Let's see if we can make it. We're going to run for it. And we just came out of the office, and as soon as it looked like there was a break, we just ran across. Okay, we're going to try it.
Cut and bruised, they reached the stairwell, but they had been just seconds from being crushed. Josh and the staff sheltered in the stairwell for a further hour.
We're riding this out in a small area near the bathrooms, and we're just going to sit here until it passes.
before Odile finally began to retreat.
And it's a little before 2 a.m. The worst of this hurricane has passed, but you can see what it did to this lobby. It's just like smashed wreck.
By morning, the resort town of Cabo San Lucas resembled a war zone. The town had been devastated. A state of emergency was declared and the army were called in to deal with the aftermath. Jason and his family emerged unscathed from the hotel to witness the devastation before them.
I guess it opens your eyes quite a bit on how little most people are prepared for anything like that, including ourselves, you know. I mean, we're on holiday. It's not like we had a plan, or if we needed to get out of there, we just had to make it up as we went.
The airport was wrecked, and all scheduled flights were cancelled. Jason was among 4,000 tourists evacuated on emergency flights laid on by the Mexican military. Odile would claim 18 lives across Mexico and the southwestern United States. Rebuilding the town and tourism industry cost $1.2 billion and took months. But despite the destruction and many minor injuries, none of the guests at Cabo's resorts lost their lives. After years of reporting on hurricanes, Josh puts Odile among the most brutal he has ever faced.
I've been in almost 30 hurricanes and typhoons, and this was definitely, I would say, one of the most treacherous of my career. I was glad to get out only with cuts and scrapes. It was miraculous that there weren't more fatalities.
Hurricanes can lay claim to truly being the world's deadliest weather. These twisting behemoths can be 1,200 miles wide and unleash the same energy as a 10-megaton nuclear bomb every 20 minutes. They need warm, wet air as fuel, so they always form over equatorial oceans. As this 1,100-foot cruise liner sails into a North Atlantic hurricane, it's tossed around like a rubber duck.
Holy crap!
30-foot swells terrorize passengers 300 miles out at sea with the fear of capsizing. When Hurricane Sandy makes landfall in Ocean City, New Jersey, beachside residents are the first to be hit. Fleeing tsunami-like waves crashing into their properties. Whoa! As a hurricane moves further inland, it brings with it winds of up to 200 miles per hour, comparable only to a tornado in its power, and capable of destroying anything in its path.
Oh my God. Oh my God! Oh my God. Oh! Oh my God!
Shit! Our tree!
You're...
What? Our tree!
Oh! It hit your car! Oh my God! Oh my God!
It hit my car!
Oh, their car!
Oh my God!
What happened? Their car got crushed!
Oh my God!
Next to be unleashed by this multi-headed beast are huge volumes of torrential rain, destructively mixing with the gale force winds. This devastating combination unleashed torrential floods across the Philippines as Typhoon Haiyan destroyed towns and killed thousands. This homeowner is one of the lucky ones who manages to ride out the hurricane. Their dog is equally as close to becoming another victim. But it too manages to cling on for dear life. Even modern urban areas offer little protection after a powerful hurricane. The flooded aftermath of Hurricane Sandy leaves this couple in New York frantically looking for a way out of this submerged city street.
Don't go there! Too high!
After Hurricane Katrina passes, it still sends thousands of New Orleans residents fleeing to their roofs. The combined force of wind and rainfall fatally weakens the river's levees, flooding 80% of the city. Even after a hurricane's relatively brief destructive journey, its cataclysmic effects continue. Kinsale, on Ireland's rugged southwest coast. In April 2016, the day was drawing to a close when volunteers from the Royal National Lifeboat Institution got a call about some fishermen in trouble.
We didn't know what we were going out to. I think we knew that there was some fishermen getting blown onto the shore, at the harbour, in the harbour. That's about all we knew. I was thinking anyway, sure, it's probably just some lads down with no experience out on a little boat and they're after getting blown onto the shore. And then as soon as the fishing vessel came into sight, you know, suddenly it dawns on you, okay, this is a big boat, and, you know, immediately you think, well, we've got a small boat, that's a big boat.
The Sean Anthony had arrived from Portugal, greeted by a force aid.
So we had to approach it with extreme caution, obviously, because, I mean, there was a huge swell there, you know, and I was driving our boat onto the shore as well, and I was hammering the fishing vessel, which was just basically, after hitting the rocks, it was driving them further up the shoreline, basically, and it's a very jagged shoreline around that area.
Was it going to capsize? Was it going to turn over? You know, was it going to start breaking up in front of us? Were the guys going to get washed off?
The rescue team were in as much danger as the fishermen. They couldn't get close. The only option was to drop anchor and encourage the fishermen to jump and swim for it.
Put your feet in there. One, two, three.
Second fisherman safe, the captain was almost going down with his ship.
The last guy to get off seemed to hesitate a little bit, and you know, we were kind of holding our breath for him to get away from the boat, because I think at one stage he was submerged while he was still holding on.
Conditions were deteriorating. Force 8 was turning into Force 9. It was a life or death decision. He had to time his jump to perfection.
My heart stopped for a second, I suppose. You know, did this fellow, is he going to get pulled into the water? Is he going to get hammered against the trawler? Is he going to be pulled underneath the trawler? You know, there's so many different options and so many different things that could go wrong, all of it because of the weather conditions were so bad.
Once in the water, he was either going to be thrown back against the trawler or swim for his life.
Sigh of relief, and basically once we had him on board there was kind of a bit of a smile, and we were delighted. You know, they knew they were safe and we were safe, and that was the most important thing. And you know, boats can be replaced, everything can be replaced, but I mean human life can't be replaced, you know.
Okay. Okay. 2 hands. You okay?
Both crews had been through a traumatic situation.
It's amazing what Mother Nature can do to you, you know, and do to everybody else, basically. So, I mean, to frighten you, and the amount of respect that you have to show to it, and just take a step back and, you know, appreciate what you have, you know.
Okay, lads, one at a time.
Okay, number 1. Number 2.
For the next 2 months, the stricken hull of the Sean Anthony would serve as a stark warning of the deadly dangers of the sea. Sometimes weather can be as weird as it is deadly. This carefree beachgoer is unaware that one of the weirder weather phenomena is heading his way. Waterspouts such as these usually occur out at sea. However, this one is about to transform from a curiosity into something potentially deadly.
Underwater tornado!
Yeah, sure.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh, bounce house! Oh, these kids on you!
Despite there being 3 children and an adult on this bouncy castle at the moment of impact, incredibly, no one is seriously hurt. Froggy's Beach on Australia's Gold Coast is known for its beach weddings, big surf, and bizarrely its foam. A curious marine byproduct of tropical storms, the foam itself is harmless, though what it does is mask the sea swell and the deadly sharks and snakes inhabiting it, which doesn't put these swimmers off. But once the swell and winds pick up, this fascinating curiosity is blown inland and causes chaos on the roads. These drivers on the Sunshine Coast encounter 6 feet of sea foam submerging the highway.
Crazy. Oh, look at it. That is just crazy. It's going under.
Eventually, they are forced to abandon their vehicles to avoid a serious pileup, until this strange nightmare retreats back to sea.
He's got out of his car and he's saying stop. Look, that white one's going so fast. He's just smashed into that one. This is crazy. Goodness sake.
Missouri winters are notoriously harsh, but an ice tsunami is a new one for these residents.
It's pushing forward. This is crazy. Look at this.
A perfect storm of high winds and breaking ice pushes glaciers onto land and slowly but surely towards people's houses.
Nikki, it's really pushing in. It's just pushing and pushing and pushing. Oh my God, their door's in. You need to call somebody.
This enormous wall of ice forces its way through the windows and even the walls of dozens of beachside homes. taking months for shocked residents to clear up and rebuild. Arachnophobes turn away now. Flash flooding can cause a phenomenon known as ballooning, where spiders flee to higher ground. In their thousands in this case, as they take over this Australian park. This weird weather event is a real collector's item. After a scrubland fire by the Angara River in Siberia, the rising smoke is wrapped up by a mini twister, forming a stunning smoke-nado.
Oh my goodness.
So when you think you've seen it all, remember our weather can catch us out with its weirdness at any moment. Coming up, snowpocalypse strikes North America, causing a deadly 194-car pile-up. A summer fair in Lincolnshire is ripped apart by a tornado.
I just grabbed Lucas and I just ran.
And we witness the hidden dangers of extreme winters. November 2014. Snowfall of epic proportions pummels the northern United States, with 7 feet falling in 24 hours.
2 to 3 feet of snow fell in many parts of western New York last night.
Woke up this morning, it was just plastered all over the windows.
A major effort is now underway to clear out abandoned vehicles that are scattered throughout the South Towns.
The snow is several feet, probably 7 or 8 feet high or more along the roadways.
The giant storm was caused by the lake effect. A cold front from the Arctic passed over the warmer Great Lakes, generating a vast wall of snow. The snow fell with such speed and ferocity that drivers were unprepared. Across North America, there were countless accidents as the roads iced over. Blizzard after blizzard reduced visibility to zero. This driver in West Virginia somehow manages to avoid crashing in what became a 40-car pileup. Oh. Further north in Michigan, another driver, Jay Ellis, had to deal with the freak weather.
If you were raised here in Michigan, you pretty much know how to drive in this type of conditions, typically. You were driving along, next thing you knew, everything went from bright and sunny to dark and kind of whiteout conditions.
Ahead of him, 3 articulated lorries had crashed into a car, blocking both lanes of the interstate.
Next thing I saw were headlights coming on rapidly. So I slowed my vehicle down, not knowing that there were vehicles behind me still flying up behind me. I got hit from behind and shoved into the vehicles right in front of me. In my mind, it was like, oh crap, what's gonna happen next?
No. Oh no. Oh. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
I kind of felt like a bowling pin being hit by a bunch of bowling balls from behind.
Anything? You can't do anything.
Bystanders were helpless as they watched this terrifying crash escalate.
Let's see if we can help people. Can you get out? Get out of your vehicle, hurry up. You gotta get out.
Now all of these cars are piling in behind me.
Watch yourself!
What am I was kind of terrified because I didn't know what was happening. More concentrating on what was going on ahead of me than I was with the things that were going on behind me, which is why I didn't realize there were that many vehicles behind mine.
More vehicles kept coming, and the pileup would eventually involve 194 cars and lorries. But the danger was now of a massive explosion.
On our side of the highway, there was a truck that actually caught fire that turns out actually had fireworks in it.
I mean, it's bad. It's raging right there. I mean, those are cars and trucks and semis burning like you can't believe. I thought it was going to get back up. Well, it's going to get rid of all the fireworks.
Yeah, they got a big mess.
Is that your truck?
As the fire teams worked, many people were kept inside their cars for their own safety.
Being stuck in my vehicle, not being able to drive to someplace safe away from all this, it was absolutely terrifying. It looked like a bomb had gone off.
The winter of 2014-15 became known as snowpocalypse. Transportation came to a standstill as crashed or stuck cars were abandoned everywhere.
Right? I mean, it's just car after car, and it's like trucks and cars. And
oh, yeah.
No one's safe.
Worst affected was Buffalo in New York State, which had 7 feet of snow in 48 hours.
Wow.
This was probably the biggest snowfall in US history. It shorted power lines and cut electricity for whole neighborhoods.
What's on fire back there?
The power lines.
No, Dad, that's a house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's fucking cold out here. What's wrong?
A Michigan resident filmed this spectacular show outside her house. Lights in a nearby house flashed on and off. Eventually, it's too much for the power transformer to take.
Out his way.
This explosion left 10,000 people with no electricity. Snowpocalypse claimed 14 lives. Almost all workplaces shut down, and everyday life across the northern states ground to a halt. The huge snowstorms of North America may actually be caused by rising temperatures, not falling ones. The Great Lakes have warmed by 2.5 Celsius in the last 35 years, so they rarely freeze over. In winter, the freezing fronts from the Arctic encounter more moisture, so now the lake effect snowstorms carry more snow. It's still a bit chilly for a swim though, even for a Labrador. Strangely, warm temperatures often leads to colder weather. In midsummer Austria, the previous day was in the tail end of a heat wave, topping 36 degrees Celsius. But now the temperatures are near freezing. The heat wave sent moisture skyward and 6 miles into the air, where it's a chilly minus 60 Celsius. There it formed into hailstones, which became too big to stay airbound. They plunged down to Earth, bringing the freezing air with them, and rained chaos on the summer weather. Of course, when it is cold, the danger is not always from above. He falls into a snow sinkhole, caused by a spring melting away the snow under the surface. Unlucky, but he got out okay. Ice causes havoc in our everyday lives. A slippery layer of water forms on the surface. Scientists can't agree on why. But there's no denying it does. This leads to the biggest danger of all in big freezes. In Russia, driving in ice is an essential skill, not yet mastered by this driver. Luckily, there's no one waiting for the bus, though this driver should be confined to one. In Winnipeg, Canada, the polar chill makes ice driving an occupational hazard for truckers. But the crash warnings on the radio don't appear to concern this driver. At this speed, crashes are no joking matter. The lorry up ahead is turning right. The 10-ton truck's stopping distance is over 300 feet.
No, 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 no.
If the driver hits the brakes, the wheels will lock. But options are disappearing fast. It's a close shave, but the danger's not over yet. Miraculously, they come to rest in one piece. Forget driving. This skater from Sweden has invented an entirely new way to injure himself on ice, proving that perhaps the biggest danger in a big freeze is ourselves. The quaint village of Friskney in Lincolnshire, England, is not a place you would expect to encounter a tornado. Local postman Harry Smith and his family were gearing up for the highlight of the summer calendar, the annual Friskney Show.
Sausages. Oi.
Absolute typical British summer's day. Rain one minute, blazing hot sunshine the next, and then back to the rain and back to the sunshine. There was nothing that made us think that anything apart from a bit of rain was going to hit at all at the show.
As the rain fell harder, teacher Sam Stanhope was unaware that a tornado was forming just a mile away.
All of a sudden, this kind of weird wind kind of started to really whip up. So I said to my sister, we're going to go home. And then we started to walk out of the showground.
As the tornado approached, Harry's children couldn't be torn away from the bouncy slide.
It was getting quite slippery on there, and we was all hiding under the umbrellas while they were quite happy getting wet. I'm not a little guy, and I was holding the umbrella, and it took all my strength to hold onto that.
Harry had not seen the twister, beelining for the showground. With tornadoes capable of flattening buildings, a bouncy castle would stand no chance.
Lucas was having a fit at the top. It ended up me having to shout at him.
Come on, you two!
We were still stood virtually at the bottom of the slide, and Lucas had just got off. He just went straight up. And then just started to spin over our heads. I just grabbed Lucas and I just ran. And I didn't want to let go. And all I wanted to do was get him as far away from that as possible. Just panic. People screaming. A lot of the other stalls were being destroyed and thrown about. And obviously with the castle over our heads, get away from this because we don't know which direction it's going to come down.
The first thought I had when I saw the slide in the air was whether there were any children on there, and I just watched as the slide kind of came down and landed in the middle of the road. I dropped everything. We just ran over to where the slide landed, and obviously a lot of other people had kind of started to gather around as well.
I'm videoing it.
Fortunately, Harry's children had left the slide in time.
It's very worrying when you look back at it as, my God, my kids were on that. And it's very, very scary. If the children had been on it still, it's quite possible they would have been killed.
Despite being turned into a scene of destruction within minutes, miraculously, no one was hurt.
It really does bring home just how fragile it all is and how dangerous nature really can be. In an instant, it was unbelievably quick.
Tornadoes like these are more common than you would think. In England, there are more per square mile than in any other country in the world. All it takes is to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Lucas was, no, I don't want to go near a bouncy castle ever again.
When it comes to bad weather hitting our man-made structures, only the strongest survive. As we've seen, bouncy castles and weather don't go together. In this case, all it took was a sharp gust of wind to send it flying. Fleeing revelers escaped serious injury by inches. When a brutal storm hit Copenhagen, this flimsy scaffolding didn't stand a chance. Going. Going. Gone. With a tornado fast approaching, these workers in Uruguay have two options for shelter: the thin metal sheds to the right, or the tiny porter cabin behind them. They only discover they've made the right choice when they see the buildings opposite get blown away. A night at the cinema is probably the last place you'd expect to be greeted by a torrential downpour. But for these moviegoers in the Philippines, the worst is yet to come. 9 people were injured, but it could have been much, much worse. When it comes to our homes, if deadly weather doesn't destroy them, it can be sure to leave its mark. It's just as well the residents of this home in Queensland, Australia, aren't out enjoying their balcony when Cyclone Marcia hits. Miami tower blocks are built to withstand Florida's frequent hurricanes, but the same cannot be said for outdoor furniture. As armchairs, deck chairs, and tables rain down on the street below. It's a miracle this unexpected shower didn't cause a pile-up. Even if weather can't damage your home, it can still trap you in it.
It is now 5 feet high outside my door. Cat for scale.
Winter is coming.
Leaving this Canadian housebound for another day.
Control, Alt, Delete.
But ultimately, nature will have its way one way or the other, as Hawaiian homeowner Gary Sleep found out the hard way. With the knowledge that a devastating river of lava is heading his way, he has no option but to put the laundry on and wait for the inevitable. The approaching lava flow sparks wildfires in the sun-baked scrubland, which heads straight for his home. But Gary chooses to embrace the certain destruction by sitting back and admiring the show with friends. So next time deadly weather hits, be sure to choose your safe haven carefully. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature in all her fury. We've seen how helpless we can be.
Nikki, it's really pushing in.
As she tears down, destroys, and laughs in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down. You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive. It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Boom!
Oh my God, look at that!
Oh, Jesus Christ! Everybody take cover, now!
Coming up in this episode.
Oh my God, look at that!
A massive earthquake in Nepal triggers avalanches, mudslides, and collapses buildings all over the country.
I was really convinced I would die. Jesus Christ!
Two fishermen in Australia come under a barrage of hailstones. A foot of rain in 24 hours floods thousands in England.
The situation was probably a life and death situation.
The rescue sled is now by the front door and we're starting the evacuation.
And a barbecue party is destroyed by a deadly tornado.
Right here, right here, right here.
Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Nepal, April 2015. A American aid worker Michael Andrew was trekking in the Sindh-Hupal-Chauk district. Recent mudslides had blocked roads and destroyed villages in the area, making trekking one of the few ways he could assess the damage.
This is a landslide that we are climbing through, and it looks relatively fresh.
Little did he know he'd get a first-hand experience.
Major earthquake! Holy crap! Oh my God, look at that!
A massive earthquake was striking the whole of Nepal. 160 miles away in Pokhara, travelers were caught unawares.
Earthquake! Holy! Holy!
What do we do?
I don't know. We just
go outside.
Holy, this is a big one. This is a big one.
It was a massive 8 on the Richter scale, and in the capital, Kathmandu, it was severe enough to empty the swimming pool. Michael Andrew was doing his best to avoid falling rocks. In the neighboring valley, a whole village was crushed under a landslide.
I was looking up here and I saw a bunch of rocks coming down, and I ran over here behind these rocks just to get some cover. Holy crap. I'm okay, I'm fine. Oh my gosh, oh my God, there's gonna be a lot of people hurt. That was a major earthquake. Okay, we were just on that trail, I kid you not, 20 minutes ago, right there where those rocks are coming down.
60 miles away, at the bottom of Mount Everest, German climber Jost Kobusch felt the same quake.
Everything is shaking.
Everest Base Camp is your home. When you're home, you never expect that something could happen. You feel safe. So like we had a relaxed breakfast and we were like having fun, and then suddenly the table started to move and shake.
A group of American climbers also felt the rumble, but were unaware of the danger approaching.
Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh, look straight ahead.
Millions of tons of unstable snow had been released.
You go in the tents or what? Look. Do we need to go in the tent? Do we need to go inside? Oh!
You know, I felt a little bit like in a movie or something, like we couldn't really, I mean, it was, in 1 second, everything changed.
Come under my jacket. Come under my jacket. Are you okay? Yeah.
I took these guys under my big down jacket, so we all three went under my big down jacket to get at least some kind of air, but we felt like suffocating, and I was really convinced I would die. All this fine snow dust, everything came into my nose, into my mouth, into everything.
Get under my jacket. No, wait.
And then when we get up, I saw that the kitchen tent was gone. There was nothing left. It was like a battlefield.
Maybe in the kitchen tent. Yeah, maybe. Right. Stay together. And we try to find the kitchen tent. Oh no, there's no kitchen tent around.
Some climbers were exposed to the brunt of potentially deadly freezing snow.
My Indian friend was in t-shirt. When he got hit by this avalanche, he thought he would at least lose his fingers. He couldn't feel his hands at all.
Gunther, put your hands under my arms. Put your hands under my arms and come a bit closer. Does it help?
While Josh ran for clothes and kit to help save his friend's hands, base camp was wiped out.
Everest Base Camp is like 1.5 kilometers long. At the high season, there are 1,000 people living there. It's gigantic.
There was a very high risk of more avalanches, so the surviving climbers were in extreme danger.
That was also the moment when I realized that we are not the only ones.
Croatian traveler Tinka Kalazic was in the capital, Kathmandu.
All of a sudden I realized what was actually happening, and like I could see buildings falling and roads cracking in front of me, and most of the people were doing the most stupid thing they could do, running towards buildings and hiding themselves in some hallways. I was trying to stay calm, but it was not really possible because everyone was freaking out.
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
And there was this lady in yellow sari that she was completely out of her mind, and I thought she's gonna faint.
It's okay. Hey, it's okay. It's okay.
Everyone was saying there's another big one coming up, we're all gonna die, and it was crazy. It was like in a soap opera, and everyone was really freaking out.
Okay. It's okay.
18,000 feet up at Everest Base Camp, temperatures had plummeted after the avalanche. But fires had been started, and Josh's friend finally began to get some feeling back in his hands.
Excuse me. Gunter? Yeah. Head warmers. What's that? Head warmers. They'll take a while to heat up.
Josh was lucky. 20 people died around Everest Base Camp. The repercussions of the quake continued. In the hills of Sindh-Hupalchok district, aid worker Michael Andrew had survived, but whole villages were reduced to rubble or buried in earth.
I mean, we've had several aftershocks out here after that first big one where we were freaking out. Weather, starting to get a little rainy, but we were told our helicopter's coming. It's been delayed about an hour, so we're just gonna sit here and wait.
Michael diverted his pre-planned helicopter to bring help to those he could reach living in the hills. But 100,000 people lost their homes across Nepal, so whatever he could do was never enough. In the avalanches and mudslides that followed the earthquake, 8,000 people lost their lives. Both Michael and Tinka now devote themselves to relief work and rebuilding programs that continue in Nepal today. Avalanches can happen on a massive scale. This one in the Indian Himalayas is the deadliest ever caught on camera. It follows 3 feet of snow falling in a few days during March, when temperatures should be above freezing. When they return to normal, the vast melt is catastrophic. It kills 4 people, including a mother and child. And other avalanches across the region block 250 roads and cut power lines to hundreds of thousands of people. The scale and danger becomes all too clear to the person filming. However, being inside a solid building saves them, and they survive. The people most in danger from avalanches are skiers venturing off-piste.
Oh, this is going to be amazing.
Yes, it is, but not in the way these Australians skiing in the Swiss Alps imagine.
Yeah! Avalanche! Where's James?
But his friend is buried with no locating device. All they have to find him is their ski poles.
Yeah, I think so.
Luckily, James, who is buried, manages to stick his pole out the ground.
Ah, that's him! He's over there.
But he has no air supply under there. The clock is ticking. He could suffocate in 2 minutes.
Colin!
It's taken them 30 seconds to find him, but his head could be 7 feet down.
I got you, James.
The more they dig, the more snow falls in, and they keep losing him again. He's been under for 4 minutes, and his pole's no longer moving as much.
Yeah, that's your toilet. James? Yeah, we got him.
With his mouth uncovered, he can breathe, and tragedy is averted. But one thing's clear, there's no way you'd ever dig yourself out from this.
Yeah, breathe. We're here, dude. We're here, breathe. Breathe, man.
One way to avoid an avalanche is to ski your way out. But bearing in mind avalanches can go from 0 to 80 miles per hour in just 5 seconds, you'll have to be quick.
Oh, geez.
Oblivious that he's triggered a fast-moving wall of snow behind him, this snowboarder is given radio instructions by his mates, who have a perfect vantage point.
Go right, go right, go right.
Whether or not this was a lucky escape or sheer skill, it's left this snowboarder mightily relieved. Avalanches can strike anywhere, even on villages and on ski pistes. This snowboarder triggers an enormous slide that engulfs him and threatens the ski resort further downhill. He is completely buried, and there is a piste full of skiers just below. It took out 7 skiers, but incredibly, everyone, including the original snowboarder, survives.
The more speed, the better, I'm pretty sure.
Avalanches kill around 150 people a year, but many more are caught up in them.
Get your cheese straight, B. Yes, sir. Oh, Christian!
If you're lucky, you just get to experience the most terrifying ski ride of your life. And thank your lucky stars that you're alive to share it. Until your friends come along and laugh in your face. In Joplin, Missouri, Sean and Sandra Lemieux were visiting friends and their 2-year-old son for a quiet barbecue when they were hit by one of America's deadliest storms in recent history.
It was a beautiful 80-degree day and we were grilling out. We were cooking out, put our steaks on the grill. It was gorgeous.
An EF5 tornado, the most destructive there is, was bearing down upon them with the noise of a freight train.
We heard the train, sounded like a train, and the train tracks were on the opposite side of the house, about a quarter mile away. And so as we were standing there hearing it, we were like, man, the train, that's not the right direction for the train to be coming. And all of a sudden, then the trees just started bending over.
I think we might want to go outside here a little bit.
And we're watching through the patio door opening. And then when the grill got sucked up and was just gone, that's when we decided it was time to get into the bathroom.
With no power in the house, all 5 of them crouched in the safest room, with the 2-year-old boy in the bath.
couldn't see anything. It was all black and the windows were breaking, and there was just, at that moment, that was really scary. Everything was broke, everything was breaking, and it was so loud.
Yeah, fucking stop the house. It's right there, it comes right at us. Close that window.
There wasn't any shelters nearby or anything to go to, so I mean that was the only place to go was to the bathroom.
Adria!
Get in here! Get in the bathroom!
Doug, come on.
Be careful of the window!
Where are they?
Be careful of the window!
Where's Adria?
Right here, right here, right here, right here!
And as the glass was breaking, we were going in there, I just, yeah, it felt like forever we were in that bathroom, watching that little window, you know?
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, cool count. It's okay.
Okay, son.
It's okay.
I got some glass in my eye.
It's okay, it's okay.
I got whacked inside the face.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's not done yet.
Okay, can you please just, as soon as it starts raining, it's over, okay?
I thought that maybe it would tear some shingles off the house and there'd be, you know, some tree limbs broken.
Unbelievable. Go look at this.
Did not anticipate walking out of the bathroom to where we were standing was just the floor.
We have no health left. None. The whole thing's gone. Everything's gone.
It was pretty incredible.
He was in shock, right? Because there's nothing left, and you think that you just went through a storm. Yes, it's bad, but the house wouldn't be gone.
Garage is gone. Everything is gone.
You know, we were alive. You know, we turned around and we walked out of the house, and we were like, "Oh my goodness, this is crazy! I can't believe we're still alive."
Let's go check and see if the neighbors are okay. Unbelievable. Look at the houses.
This is definitely,
It was so quiet. Like, even though so much had happened, right? And you think you'd hear screams, or you think you'd hear people everywhere shouting, or, you know, something. It was so quiet. This devastation. I mean, the neighbor's house on the other side, they had nothing left of their living room or dining room or house, but the fireplace was standing.
Look at this devastation. Cars tore up. Never seen anything like this before.
Sean, Sandra, and their friends were in the direct path of this mile-wide tornado, which flattened 7,000 homes and killed 160 people.
For all those people that walked out of those homes that shouldn't have walked out of those homes, there was something else meant for all of us.
There's just a different respect that you have for Mother Nature and what we went through, I guess.
When this beautiful dust devil interrupts a school ball game in Midwest America,
Yeah, it's a sand tornado.
the children realize an important truth.
Oh my God.
Extreme weather makes sport much more fun. Abandoning the game, they try to get inside of the dust devil.
Leland, be careful.
It quickly transforms into a capnado. But in our extreme weather sports countdown, this is just child's play. Outdoor activities means sooner or later you're going to encounter extreme weather. Kicking things off at number 6, these rugby players probably weren't bargaining on playing through all 4 seasons in one match. At number 5, a flood isn't going to stop this sports fan from getting onto the pitch. Time to break out the jet ski. Coming in at number 4, we have acrobatic surfing. The idea is to stand on your partner's shoulders while surfing. Admittedly, the waves could be more radical, but the great thing about it is the wipeouts are just as extreme. That was her chin hitting the board. At number 3, we have some professionals. Not content with boring wakeboarding, it's wakeboarding on ice. It's big in Latvia, apparently, and they look pretty pleased with themselves. Until they realize just how chilly it really is. At number 2, we have a true homemade masterpiece, flood surfing, as pioneered in Russia, where of course it must be performed with a bare chest. But the number 1 spot for best extreme weather sport goes to wave ducking. Seriously, do not try this at home, especially with your kids, even if you are a surfer dad. Apparently, the idea that your entire family could be swept away at any moment is just part of the fun. Yay! Top marks for fun, though. And hopefully they weren't pinned against the wall for the entire 3-day storm.
Locking tight, guys.
Coming up, soaking wet Britain is drenched by a foot of rain in 24 hours.
It was almost like a bit of a war zone. There were helicopters flying around, vehicles and blue lights everywhere.
A pair of Aussie fishermen are caught out at sea in a giant hailstorm. And we discover how weather can ruin the most important day of your life.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Congratulations, you may kiss the bride.
On the 5th of December 2015, Storm Desmond dumped a foot of rain on northwest England in 24 hours.
From here, I should be able to see the river and the road, but the two have merged and the water's up to 6 foot deep in some places.
Houses now being evacuated in Cockermouth and Penrith.
Hundreds made homeless by flooding have spent the night in...
The flood followed a month of solid rain and ruptured power lines and gas supplies in Manchester. 100 miles north of the Lake District, a football pitch of water flowed over these valley fields every second.
Emergency services from across the north of England are rescuing people from the floods.
And the torrent poured into the low-lying towns of Carlisle and Kendal, flooding tens of thousands of people.
Right, Daddy's going to grab you. Yeah, legs up, darling. Stand up. There you go. Well done.
In Carlisle, the water rose over 3 foot in a few hours. Richard and Sarah Betton were inside their newly renovated house with a 3-year-old son.
I went down the stairs. You could see the furniture bobbing. Oh, it was carnage. It was awful.
Local emergency services were swamped and sent out calls for help. Alan Howarth and his Derbyshire Mountain Rescue volunteers travelled 150 miles to help people evacuate their homes.
Water levels are still rising, so more houses are now getting covered. So we're just going to go door to door and see if anybody wants to stay or wants to be evacuated.
It was almost like a bit of a war zone. There were helicopters flying around, vehicles and blue lights everywhere. I was shocked about how much devastation there was, how seriously flooded these places were, and also about the force of the water. As we got further down the street, the water got deeper and deeper. Eventually got to the point where it was chest deep.
Are you staying? Okay, all right. We're just saying that the levels are still rising.
At 7:30 p.m, the water was over 6 feet in some places and rising. The Betton family had a tough decision to make.
We got a knock on the door and you just knew this is the knock to tell you. You know, we suggest that you look at vacating your property.
The Bettons were able to wade out on foot. But in nearby Kendall, the water was already too deep and too fast. Callum Robinson and his colleagues in the Royal National Lifeboat Institution team were attempting to help hundreds of stricken residents.
Lock in tight, guys.
It was quite fast-flowing water. On the edges of being able to wade through it. We got to a point where the water flow from the river was too much.
They could go no further, but received an emergency call. A family of 6 was stuck in a single-story house with the water rising all around them.
We were looking on maps where the bungalow was, and we could see it was out in the middle of fields, so they literally had nowhere else to go.
The one-floor bungalow was surrounded by water, flowing up to 20 miles an hour.
Our 2 team leaders went in one of our vehicles and tried to see how far down the road they could get to the bungalow. They only got about a quarter of the way there, and they had to abandon that idea and come back.
In the bungalow, there were 2 boys, aged 3 and 5. The water was already over their heads, but the rescue team could not reach them.
The helicopter was, and they were having to go back to refuel, so they were going to be at least another hour. At this point, the people were calling with their mobile phone battery that was dying to say that the water's coming up to the top of the kitchen worktops. The situation in the bungalow is probably a life and death situation.
Inside the house, the water continued to rise. The heavily pregnant mum was balanced on the kitchen worktop, and the boys were sheltering on their bunk bed.
And then luckily, a lad in his tractor turned up, a local farmer, and he said that he'd be willing to give it a go to try and see whether he could get down the driveway with his tractor.
We're going, 2 of us going.
At last, the rescuers could move in.
What can I tie on to there? She's got baling twine.
But there was a clear risk of being dragged away by the flood, and if any of the survivors or rescuers were to be washed away, there was little chance of survival.
When we first arrived on scene, it was probably waist height, and it was flowing down the driveway. It was probably doing about 20 miles an hour.
There were 6 family members and 2 dogs to be rescued, but the tractor could only take 2 people at a time.
Are you ready? Okay, it's yours. You got it? Right. Yo! Okay, mate. The rescue sled is now by the front door and we're starting the evacuation.
The grandmother and her grandson, 3-year-old Jacob, were first out, persuaded off his bunk by the promise of a tractor ride.
All right, Jacob. Hi, Jacob. How you doing? There we go. Okay, you gonna come with us? Yeah, come with us. Okay, we just got a quick ride in a tractor. Yeah. 6 inches.
The next run is more complicated. Expectant mum Samara had been sitting in the dark on her kitchen worktop for the past 12 hours, signalling with her torch at the window.
Another survivors in there. Got another survivor's life jacket in there. More I need, mate. How long pregnant are you? 7 months? Okay. Okay, and then...
We're going to have to chairlift you now, so 2 of us are going to have to carry it.
We're going to wait till the tractor gets here again. Is it here?
That's it.
Jesus, not quick.
They had to be careful how they carried 7-month pregnant Samara, because if they had put pressure on her womb, it could have been disastrous for the unborn baby.
Yeah, okay, we're bringing her through. Okay, you're going to go around our neck. I've got your leg there. Perfect. Ooh, nice and light. Yeah, you get her legs, I've got a top. Just give us a shout if you get pinched or anything. You alright? You want to swap now? I'm going to come under your arm. I've got your arm, yeah. I've got your arm. Finn, if you get the legs. You sure?
Samara was safely in the rescue sled, but next was 5-year-old Seb, and he was scared.
Come on, Seb. Yeah, mate, you come here. I've got you, Seb. I've got you. I've got you. There we go. Good, mate.
You hold that life jacket down for us, okay?
But a quick thinking promise of a special Christmas present did the trick.
Yes. And he said he wants one of our hats if he does it.
Oh! Okay, Seb, you're going to go on here?
I'm going to get it up for Christmas.
There you go, Seb.
Seb, is it?
Seb, yeah.
Seb, you're right.
I'm coming with you. I've got you. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It took a number of hours with the relaying of the tractor all each time.
Is it all right, yeah?
With the water at chest height, it was just Samara's boyfriend Hayden and the granddad to go. And of course the family's 2 dogs.
Right, you've got this one dog, okay?
Massive relief when we got them all and we had the all clear that they were all out. It was a big relief.
The survivors sheltered in a nearby pub, and they were only 6 of the 360 people this team saved over 3 days in Cumbria. And true to their word, the Welsh RNLI team travelled 120 miles to deliver their Christmas presents of 2 helmets to Jacob and Seb. Hail can be a relatively harmless weather curiosity. But when conditions are right, fun frozen globules of water can become a hail of bullets. A warm day at the beach may appear the least likely situation to be hailed on. But here in southern Siberia are all the ingredients for the perfect hailstorm. The day begins at a sizzling 41 degrees. Then the warm, wet air from the huge Ob reservoir meets freezing Arctic air from the north. The warm air rises fast, condensing into tiny hailstones, which grow and grow until the rapid updraft cannot support their weight. Then, clouds of cherry-sized hailstones plunge down, bringing the cold air with them. The temperature drops 20 degrees in seconds. It doesn't sound like much, but elsewhere this storm kills 2 people. And these people are clearly scared for their lives. Terrifyingly, hailstones can get much bigger. Here in Texas, a giant supercell thunderstorm produces baseball-sized hailstones, which have already smashed this farmer's truck windshield. Supercells are violent clashes of hot and cold air. They can produce tornadoes. But on this occasion, the huge updraft is shooting hailstones 6 miles up into the air, where they grow to a terrifying size.
Run real quick and go get that one. Man, look at that massive. God. Look at that massive thing. Look at that. My God, dude.
The biggest ever recorded was the size of a grapefruit and smashed through a shed roof in South Dakota in 2010.
Man, there's another one just fell.
India is also known for giant hailstorms, where this gentleman used to have a beautifully manicured garden. The monsoon storm smashes wind chimes and gives an impressive display in his swimming pool. At least his pool survived, but it must have been freezing afterwards.
I said, I'm not surprised there aren't more windows busted. That was amazing.
You might think that you're safe from hail inside a car. The tropical conditions in Juarez, Mexico concocts a storm of golf ball-sized hailstones. Each one hits with the power of a hammer strike, reducing his car to a dented shell of shattered glass. But mercifully, the storm stops, just in time for the driver. However, this driver, in Argentina, is more concerned about his car than his life. Hailstorms injure or kill hundreds of people every year. This one is actually pretty harmless, and he's probably damaging his car more by climbing all over it. As well as damaging us and our property, hail can also produce flash floods, particularly in cities. In Russia, the deluge of ice balls clogs up the drains, and the following rainstorm turns the street into an icy river. Like most hailstorms, this one is midsummer and creates a winter wonderland in minutes. But however bad hailstorms get, they're usually short-lived. And hours later, the sunshine returns to this suburb of Moscow. Anzac Day, a national holiday in Australia. In 2015, Darren and Pete were celebrating with an idyllic afternoon fishing in Sydney Harbour, or so they hoped.
It was a lovely day. We always check the weather before we go fishing anyway, and we knew there was a storm on its way, so we kept our eye on it all day.
Despite severe thunderstorm warnings, they went out in a tiny open-top boat called a tinny. But in Sydney's eastern suburbs, the storm was already causing chaos and firing down tons of hail.
This car's getting slaughtered.
The storm was heading south, but then swung east, straight towards Darren and Pete.
I would predict it turned on us in less than 2 minutes.
And they realized they had made a very big mistake indeed.
Because I could see the hail just pelting into the water, and I knew we were going straight into the teeth of a hailstorm, and we had nowhere to go.
The tiny, tinny engine was nowhere near fast enough to outrun this beast. There was no option but to tough it out.
Jesus Christ! Out of nowhere!
The ordeal lasted 10 minutes, but luckily our two friends survived with a few minor bruises and a whole lot of embarrassment.
Yeah, relieve would be a fairly significant understatement, and it'd be also fair to say that once we gathered our thoughts and had a look round, there wasn't anything short of maximum revs in an attempt to get back to the boat ramp as quickly as we could after that.
It's a good laugh and something to have a good beer over every now and again. We sort of bring it up and we have a bit of a chat over it. So yeah, it's a good laugh to look back on it now.
Despite the guy's good humor, back in the city, a warehouse had collapsed under the weight of hail, proving that hail can be no laughing matter. They say that life comes down to a few important moments, but sometimes deadly weather really screws them up. These proud New Jersey onlookers have come to see their loved ones graduate from high school. But the weather is threatening the most terrifying of spectacles, a giant tornado. As a huge thunderstorm approaches, a rolling funnel cloud is dropping. With disaster just minutes away, the master of ceremonies speeds things along a little. Vital, life-changing moment over, and everyone scarpers. At least there were no boring speeches. Oh yes, weather can strike on your big day, and not just with rain. This Florida couple want sparks to fly. They get it.
It is in the art of marriage.
This couple from Arizona are intending to mark their exchange of vows with a sand ceremony. Mother Nature is not invited, but she lends a hand anyway. A major sandstorm is invading the whole region, and the sand does not stop coming, but nothing is stopping the proceedings.
Jennifer and Gustavo today will join separate lives together with 2 separate bottles of sand. Symbolize your separate lives, separate families, and separate sets of friends.
But hats hats off to them. Almost blinded by sand, they complete the sand ceremony.
By the authority vested in me in the state of Arizona, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Congratulations, you may kiss the bride.
This Californian couple have set their hearts on a beach for their perfect day. It's a beautiful afternoon with not a cloud in the sky and just a gentle breeze. What could go wrong? Oh yeah, of course. There's no carrying on regardless for this wedding party, but at least it's a wedding no one will forget. At the Albuquerque Folk Festival, the band are singing Bring On the Rain as the wind picks up. Everyone scarpers just in time before the tent is ripped away from above their heads. But the gig and the whole festival is finished. A memorable gig, but maybe taunting the weather is tempting fate. This wedding guest in Indiana, America, is distracted by a supercell storm, threatening to crash his friend's wedding. As the happy couple head off to their dream outdoor reception, the supercell storm becomes a rain-wrapped tornado heading their way.
Oh man, they're getting soaked. Yeah, sirens are going off.
The sirens are?
Yeah.
I guess the sirens are going off?
In the marquee, the wind chimes are going bananas, but no one knows how far away the tornado is. Everyone retreats inside a building to let the storm pass.
Wow.
Close the door before the glass closes.
And afterwards, the dream wedding is in tatters.
We got chicken? Alright.
So, let us remember, the weather has no mercy, even on the biggest days of our lives. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature in all her fury. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy!
I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature. Boom! Coming up in this episode, an inferno rages through South Australia.
Been fighting for an hour in the... Where in the hell's the fire brigade?
Young British backpackers are shipwrecked off the coast of Panama.
Would we be able to last another night? We really didn't know.
The world's driest desert experiences one of the world's biggest floods. And we see the untold story of the survivors living and rebuilding among the debris of Hurricane Katrina. Adelaide, South Australia, 2015. Following a heat wave, it's 45 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees hotter than usual. And the nightmare has happened. A serious bushfire has broken out in a suburb containing hundreds of houses. Volunteer firefighter Ben Wilson is 25 years old, and this was his first large-scale bushfire.
And I had like a gut-wrench feeling where you just look up and you're just like, oh damn, like, you know, this is one of those days where like, just got to pray and believe that we're just going to get through it.
He was one of 50 strike teams sent out to save one house each.
Yeah, go, go, go! Alright, truck!
The whole property was full of spot fires, but the fire engine only carried 500 gallons of water, and this could be a 25,000-gallon fire.
Are they going around?
What's going on here?
Peter and Vera are British tourists on the trip of a lifetime driving across Australia. Just a couple of hours north of Adelaide, they were mesmerised by an awesome sight.
It was quite colourful, it was interesting, it drew us to it, and we were quite hypnotised by this thing, and we started driving towards it.
Our brains just didn't have any sort of memories to fall back on. You know, we didn't have the experience, so we didn't see any danger.
The fire front was now 30 miles across. This reality dawns on Vera and Peter, but they had no idea of what to do next.
Close the window, love, because we're going to bloody suffocate.
Every phone in the area was sent emergency text messages. One recipient was Phil Westbury.
I got about halfway home, probably 35, 40 kilometres from home, and I got a text message, and it said evacuate.
Phil runs a horse breeding farm and had 10 animals trapped at home or in the stables. Nearby, Tony Salvatore and his mum have not left their home either.
You go when you're ready, Mum. You go when you're ready.
But garden hoses against a fire of this scale is a lost cause, and the priority had to be getting out alive.
You go, Mum.
Phil reached home.
Went straight to the horse barn that we had, and was too late. And I went back outside and decided I'd try and save the house.
I've been fighting for an hour in the... Where in the hell's the fire brigade? No one's around with my fucking animals inside. The shed alongside the house was fully inflamed, and eventually the heat from that and the heat that was already in the house just exploded basically, and it was gone within minutes.
With the strike team, Ben was battling flames that had reached the side of the house. He'd been inhaling smoke for half an hour, but as the pump operator, there was a much more urgent problem. They were nowhere near winning yet, and their water was almost run out.
That's one way to do it.
Ben had to keep the team supplied, but they had only a few gallons left.
Yeah, how much did it though?
The property owner had an old tank,
Yeah, quarter? Huh?
but the hole wouldn't seal, and without any suction, there was no water pressure.
You're not a firefighter without water. You're just going to be standing around with a stick.
Peter and Vera realized that they were near an inferno, but they had no idea that it was approaching them at 30 miles per hour.
We're getting people coming up behind us now, stopping. Everyone's stopping.
Yeah, well, let's stop them. Let's wait and see what they do.
A white pickup truck came down the other side of the road. Its sort of headlights came out of this dark cloud.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Turn around, mate, get back in this way. Flames out here now.
There's flames.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Set the fires up there.
They turned to follow him. But the giant fire front had turned too and outflanked them.
We're dashing over the...
It was threatening to surround them altogether, and they were heading back into it.
Oh, this tickling is the noise. It's ash.
It's burning. How the hell are we going to get out of this?
He's stopping. Slow down.
Oh no. Don't, Peter, we're in serious trouble here. We're in fire, love. The heat in the car was immense. Never experienced. We couldn't open the windows because the ash was hitting the car. Even worse, the car started spluttering. It was the end. It was the end.
Ben and the team have had to waste valuable time setting up a water pump. They managed to save this house, but the main fire had jumped forward 6 miles, and there were hundreds of others now under threat. Pete and Vera were racing a 30-mile-per-hour inferno in a spluttering car clogged up with ash.
Emergency warning for a bushfire burning under catastrophic conditions. CFS advises that an extremely dangerous bushfire is burning out of control at Canalpin Road near Airport Road.
So Vera put the radio on, and straight away there was a recorded, very calm, collected female voice.
Shelter before the fire arrives, as radiant heat can kill you well before flames reach you.
Latent heat will kill you before the flames get to you. Well, we could see the flames, we could feel the car heating up. The radio message was terminal. It was telling us we were going to die. We're in the middle of a bushfire. Everything was against us at that moment in time. Apart from the 2 little red lights in front of me that I could still see and I was still following. We started to see glimmers and shimmers of colour flickering in the distance around us. We had outrun the fire, we'd beaten it at 60 miles an hour. It would not have been a calming, restful death. We were going to be burnt to death. That to me is my fortune. The thought that I escaped the pain of that ending is how I live my life today, in gratitude.
The Adelaide fires of 2015 destroyed 110 houses. 2 people were killed, 1 whilst lost in a car, and 70,000 farm animals.
There was nothing left. There was nothing. 4 horses died in the fire. The cars that were burnt was just melted rims sitting on the ground, and the house was just as I said, it looked like a bomb site. It didn't look like a fire. We had an outside dog. She disappeared, and we assumed because of the devastation that she was gone. About 1 o'clock the next morning, Kerry raced out here, and she was sitting at the gate. Yes. Stupid.
And although Ben now feels more confident about tackling bigger fires, the aftermath has not been easy for him either.
We went back to the house. It literally is like an oasis. Just the circle around his house, and that's it, and the rest is just burnt, which is crazy to see, just how much our little efforts did for that house.
Heat waves contribute to hundreds of thousands of bushfires every year. They are created when a high-pressure zone settles in one place, keeping all the wet, cold fronts out. In Perth, Australia, in 2015, it reached 46 degrees Celsius, but air temperatures are measured in the shade, so surfaces heated by direct sunlight get much hotter. It takes a minimum temperature of 70 degrees Celsius to cook an egg, but this pan turns the white opaque instantly, so it must be 90 degrees or more.
It's cooking. Bit of salt.
Nothing like some eggs with your salt.
Cheers.
Tasty, salty eggs, all cooked emission-free, with Mother Nature providing the heat. Sometimes the heat from a heat wave is not so useful.
This is how hot it is in Italy. The car has melted.
In Caorle, in Italy, this car is dripping molten plastic after being parked in scorching 37 degrees Celsius heat for several days.
It's actually melted. Everything, the mirror, the lights, the indicators, the plastic off the side.
The dark surfaces absorb the sun's radiant heat, getting hotter and hotter. In fact, they must be over 100 Celsius to melt these plastic components.
Unbelievable.
The most obvious danger in a heat wave is still fire, and 10% of wildfires are started naturally by lightning. A lightning strike has set fire to only the center of this tree in Arkansas, USA. The lightning sets the dead bark in the hollow of the tree alight. Then the stack effect draws air from the bottom and up through the trunk. It creates a natural and highly effective chimney. Wow. Inside a forest, the fire can then spread. In Siberia, the occupants of this car find themselves engulfed. The empty shell of a burnt-out truck is a grim reminder of what could happen if their car breaks down. It's the ultimate life or death dilemma. Should they turn back or continue? They commit to going forward. It was the right choice. The fire dies gradually and they can carry on their journey, safe in the knowledge that a single fire truck is on its way to fight the fire. Heat waves don't just affect humans. This bear is cooling off in a family swimming pool in a suburban area of New Jersey. Surprisingly, bears like doing the doggy paddle when nobody's watching. The bear's in no rush to get out, and the human's in no rush to get in. So at least they're both happy. Emma and Pete are natural-born adventurers, traveling up through Central America. But thrills were the last thing they were seeking when they arrived at the notorious Colombian border with Panama. Known as the Darien Gap, this 100-mile stretch of land is controlled by gangs with a history of kidnapping tourists. So they joined 12 other travelers on a catamaran for a 4-day sea voyage.
During the day, it just looks serene. We're just looking at open sea, looks perfectly beautiful. Everyone's enjoying the sunshine and it feels like nothing could go wrong.
But on night 2, an unexpected squall whipped up.
There was this massive thudding noise. And then it was hearing the captain's voice when he shouted, "Get your life jackets on."
We're lying in bed, it's about 3 in the morning, and we think we've hit a massive wave, and we hit a crack, and actually water starts flooding into our room. It's pretty crazy. And then we have to quickly get stuff together as everything starts filling up with water and make our way out.
With a sinking ship and no lifeboat, the captain was calling for them to swim. But suddenly everything changed.
This is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Because what's happened is a ship has ground up on some shallow coral. And when we're looking off the side of the boat, we can see the coral reef. what we don't want to happen is the boat to wash off the coral, because if the boat washes off the coral, it'll continue to fill with water and then sink.
Sunrise revealed mainland Panama 5 miles away. The boat had wedged on the coral reef, but with heavy waves and rising tides, for how long?
Starting to weigh up how long do you think it would take to swim as a group to the shore, and should we risk another night, another storm? Would we be able to last another night? We really didn't know.
Their maydays were unanswered, and after 10 hours, morale was low. There was nothing to do but scan the horizon for help.
You think after you set up flares in the night and the GPS has gone out and the radio mayday has gone out, you just think someone's going to come in a helicopter and rescue and pull you out of this disaster. And as it happens, none of the authorities responded.
When the first fishing boat came into view, I can't put into words the deep sense of relief. To be honest, like, the word relief doesn't really capture it.
It was fishermen that just had an inkling to come over and check out that reef that day.
We're coming home. We're just in a boat. We're just we're coming home. Oh, wow.
The fishermen couldn't get anywhere near us because the waves were still so big and the winds were high and everything was still really quite dangerous. So they were swimming some part and using the harpoon to stab that into the reef to just get to us and get those first few people off the boat.
Eventually we saw another boat coming, and this time it was actually a military boat, a much bigger boat with a motor, not being paddled. And they, again, couldn't bring the boat onto the reef because it was too shallow, so they stopped near the edge of the reef. And we basically had to swim to the boat.
It was a perilous swim. The survivors paired up strong and weak swimmers together to get them through the hazardous coral waves. And 2 by 2, 14 travelers and 4 crew made it over to the military boat.
So by that point we had 18 people saved, survived, and 4 cats. A little bit wet, but otherwise, and terrified, but otherwise knowing that we're going to survive.
So I think the worst injuries of the whole experience were cat-induced scratches to the face.
It's unbelievable, that out there, you can barely even see in amongst the white waves. It's been less than 10 hours or so.
We've got a newfound respect for Mother Nature. We know we need to have more reverence for the elements, but the wild is so beautiful and is so exciting, and we just want to keep adventuring.
It's easy to feel protected from the weather in a vehicle. But sometimes Mother Nature finds unexpected ways of tripping you up. In Zhukovsky in Russia, this car is wedged tightly into a hole in the road in freezing winter conditions. Luckily, local council workers have a large and powerful truck at their disposal and decide to be good Samaritans and pull the car out. It takes the strain, but this car is not budging. Perhaps a bit more power will do it. After all that, the car is still stuck in the hole.
God dang!
Given enough time, the flow of water is one of the most powerful forces on Earth. A stream in Texas is routed beneath this road through 2 huge drainage pipes. But the water has eroded under the pipes and is lifting them.
Hey, I just moved just in time.
It takes just a few minutes to completely destroy the road.
God dang!
In monsoon season, Thailand gets hit by sudden, short, torrential downpours on a daily basis. This motorcyclist has his girlfriend on the back of the bike, but he carries on regardless. Although shaken up, the couple are lucky to have escaped unharmed. The quick reactions of the motorcyclist in grabbing his partner before she was hit by the bike may have prevented a more painful end to this story. Riding slower in the first place may also have been useful. Even San Diego gets freak weather sometimes, but the cars here are traveling at a snail's pace in this freak rainstorm. So what could possibly go wrong? From outside the car, you can see how lucky the occupant was to escape injury. Another car hit by the same tree was lucky not to have any passengers in the back seat. This parking lot in Russia is covered with compacted snow and ice. It's essential that cars enter and exit at a safe speed. Despite braking the entire time, this car was going too fast to stop. They're lucky to hit a chain link fence and not a concrete wall. If you're looking for an ingenious, low-effort way to clear the snow off your car, you just need to find the right piece of music and wait for the drop. Best not to be in the car when it drops, though. Coming up, survival stories from some of the 50,000 people left behind by Hurricane Katrina.
It was a war scene. I mean, the military people that came in said it was worse than Baghdad.
We attempt to explain the world's most inexplicable weather phenomena, and we witness deadly rainfall in the driest place on Earth.
The biggest hurricane to ever hit New Orleans, and it's going to cause more devastation than Betsy or Camille ever did.
In 2005, Hurricane Katrina devastated the Gulf Coast. At least 1,300 people were killed. Most died in New Orleans when the storm surge broke the protective levees, drowning the city as far as 12 miles inland. With 80% of New Orleans flooded, the order was given to evacuate.
Soldiers have been carrying M16s as they try to get the final holdouts out of the city. Campa says security forces are focusing on people who want to leave first, and then will go house by house to force people to leave.
But resident Wright Hamilton decided to stay, document the catastrophe with his video camera, and help as many people as he could. His footage captured a story that's never been seen before. He made himself a Red Cross sign, filled his car with supplies, and hit the streets. People left behind were so desperate, his supplies lasted an hour before he had to restock.
I helped evacuate other people, and I went to Walmart, and I wanted to see if it was open. I saw people leaving Walmart with shopping carts. And I thought, oh, that's so nice of Walmart to help them get their groceries. And then when I got there, it was an absolute wreck. And I realized that Walmart was not open and that people were a combination of looting and commandeering. And it was really hairy because you didn't know who was inside and who you were dealing with.
It's thought that 100,000 people were left in the city. Around half found shelter in the Superdome and Convention Center, which were filled to capacity. So 50,000 had to fend for themselves.
You know, there was a lot of people that had guns and ammunition, more so than the police. And at night there was this gunfire, there was explosions. It was a war scene. I mean, the military people that came in said it was worse than Baghdad.
Robert Smallwood also stayed behind. His son and family had left, and Robert wanted out, but the streets were so dangerous that he was now stuck.
So this was all set off by a weather event, but it ended up turning into total anarchy that no one could have really predicted.
A week after Katrina, Wright headed to a decimated area south of the city, Plaquemines Parish.
There was a family, all their homes were flattened. They were an extended family, so I went to each of their family homes. And it was just amazing watching them crawl through their own roof and hunt down belongings.
He met the Bartholomew family, who had returned. It was so bad that they couldn't recognize their mum's house.
Now we found your house, Mom. Only now we found it. Only now.
Most of their family photos are gone. They're wet. They become this kind of surreal, psychedelic image of nothing but swirls and colors, and they're just looking for one baby picture, one graduation picture.
They lost literally everything. But they did find one of the family's proudest objects. Their dad had served in the military, and they had been given a burial flag when he died.
Now it's going to the laundry, so we could go hang it up.
It'll be all right. It's gonna take time. Time heals everything.
They found a photo of Mom, but tragically she had been killed in the hurricane.
I gotta go with the boat.
They never found her body, which was probably washed out to sea. But with this area at the mercy of the weather, they had to rebuild lives elsewhere.
Come on, T. Let's go. We're out of here. You say no crying, no crying.
Yeah, I'm not
okay,
crying.
We good now.
I'm not crying.
Okay, that's what I like to see.
On day 10, Wright was back in the city.
I was driving down the street, again, looking for people to help. And so I saw Robert Smallwood walking, and I simply opened up my door and said, you know, can I help you?
Where are you going?
Hey.
Yeah, where are you going?
I'm going to the end of the convention center to evacuate.
All right.
And then they said this morning they're taking people to, you can fly anywhere you want, and then I'm trying to go to Atlanta. That's where my kid is.
All right.
He enrolled in school today.
Luckily for Robert, Wright gave him a lift to the evacuation point downtown at the convention center.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
But the convention center was complete chaos. It was meant to be just a transport hub, but 20,000 homeless people had been squatting inside, and conditions were appalling.
It looked like Army triage. I mean, there were people on beds and nurses and doctors, people getting attended to, and you just got in a line and they put you on a plane and they didn't tell you where you were going.
Robert was eventually dropped 145 miles from his son, but he made it out. Wright headed to Flood Street, which, as the name suggests, was in the worst hit area on the seaward side of the city. With 10 days gone, the rescue teams had a fast disappearing window to find injured and infirm survivors.
Want to go do a visual? Good girl, very good. So there's no bark, meaning no live human scent.
But with so many people defending their homes with guns, even the rescue teams needed to send in the dogs first.
We're still in the rescue mode. We're still looking for people that are alive, and periodically we do find other things that we're not too happy about, but that's part of this whole search.
They marked every house with a code. In the bottom quarter is the number of people found alive. Over the following weeks, Wright watched his home city turn feral.
Things like this, depending what neighborhood you're in, it's pretty much the end of humanity, and everything kind of goes back to this wild nature. So if you drowned but your dog survived, it's very possible that your dog would eat your body, and there was a lot of that. And then dogs that were left behind, sometimes they would join packs and they would become wild again, and they would start hunting other animals in packs.
7 months later, the emergency services were still responding, but 60% of New Orleans residents had gone. Vast areas were abandoned.
Pretty much rescue missions went on for almost about a month. And then after that time, there was just no chance of survival. And then it switched to body recovery. And then body recovery went on for about 1.5 years.
It's up to you now. Think you need an excavator? Yeah.
Somebody's relative may end up in a landfill. I mean, that was standard form in 1901 in Galveston and 1906 in San Francisco. That's where they just pushed the rubble aside. This is really the first time anybody has done this extensive a search for body recovery.
The team searched every standing house in New Orleans for bodies.
He doesn't bark like that unless he's getting some sort of scent that he can't pinpoint.
In this case, there were remains, but they were impossible to locate.
The body recovery didn't find your body soon enough. I mean, within the heat, it would melt. You know, sometimes people were found in bathtubs, and you would just be bones and fat.
Thank you.
And that's just the plain facts, you know, and that was one thing that I learned, you know, and you have to just treat it, you know, during body recovery as a matter of fact.
They recorded 1,245 bodies, but with so many decayed, disappeared, or washed out to sea, nobody knows the real death toll. This was America's deadliest natural disaster in 35 years. It took a decade to rebuild the city, and even then, 1 in 5 of the population never came back.
Anyone that was here that went through it, you know, we still talk about it as if it was yesterday. It's kind of like you have BC and AD, and we kind of have pre-Katrina and post-Katrina, so it's really a landmark in time.
The consequences of our weather can be so severe, they are almost impossible to comprehend. And sometimes our weather itself is barely believable. Lightning strikes vertically, right? Wrong. While most lightning bolts strike between a cloud and the ground, this one jumps from a positively charged cloud right across the sky to a neutral or negatively charged cloud. Unusual, but explicable. But what about fish rain? This monsoon storm in Gujarat, India, dumped a shoal of sea fish in the town of Nashik, which is 60 miles from the sea. After the bemusement wears off, everyone helps themselves to fish supper. It's not every day live fish are delivered direct for free. It's thought they must have been sucked up during a coastal tornado and carried by the turbulent storm inland. This is not an alien invasion, but a fog bank, retreating slowly into the middle of Lake Michigan.
Here it comes.
In early summer, a warm breeze blows moist air from the shore over the near-freezing water. As the air cools, the invisible water vapor condenses fast to become a giant bank of fog. The gentle breeze keeps it in one huge piece, drifting backwards like a waterfall in reverse. Here, a cloud quite literally falls from the sky. The strange lights appearing to emanate from inside made many speculate it was an alien craft, landing in Bangalore, India.
أنا مستعجب صراحة. ممكن حد يصدق أو ما حد يصدق الناس.
The witness to this freak event takes it as a sign from God. Unfortunately, the real explanation is more profane. It's actually a giant ball of foam from untreated urine in the local sewer plant. The phosphates in the urine generate giant clouds of foam. So our poor witness, who thinks he's now touching divinity, is actually touching a sculpture of we. This final mystery is still unexplained for millions of people. During the Japanese tsunami of 2011, Walter Carino filmed this remarkable footage of the disaster. However, the reason his video has gathered over 38 million hits is this. A Casper the Ghost-like creature appears to emerge from the water. Then, in case we thought the first time was trickery, it returns, even more clearly. Finally, it shows up a third time. This video has been analyzed for digital trickery, with no evidence being found. It has left millions, including the video's owner, baffled. Perhaps a tsunami as tragic as this could have a spiritual dimension. However, there's a rational explanation, and the second sighting gives the best clue. The white object in the water could be a gas canister, which then bursts, sending spray up into the air. The other sightings could easily be other canisters. But once you've imagined escaping spirits, somehow escaping gas seems hard to accept. The Atacama Desert in northern Chile is the driest place on Earth. Some weather stations here have never received rain. The town of Copiapo is built on a river that hasn't seen water for years. In 2015, Chile was hit by a drought that stoked raging wildfires in the southern regions. But then, to everyone's surprise, it started to rain.
Pero no hubo ninguna antesala que nos hiciera prever del evento que se venía.
Jonathan Fortes, a resident of Copiapo, headed out to film the arrival of the rain, an arrival that was a relief to local people.
La primera lluvia que cayó no fue fuerte. De hecho, en esta zona no es costumbre que llueva. Así que la gente salió a las calles a disfrutar un poco de la lluvia.
The rain fell for just 12 hours, but in the hard-baked desert ground, the water could not drain anywhere. In El Key, the birth of a mudflow was captured. In only a few minutes, this dry riverbed became a torrent of mud. Across the vast 40,000 square mile desert, hundreds of similar mudslides were gathering pace and heading into low-lying towns and villages like Copiapo. The normally dry riverbed was unrecognizable.
Ahí hay como un hoyo, Jonathan, mira. Qué miedo, ¿cierto?
No tenía agua de hace como 8 años, que no corría nada de agua. Ahí fue cuando entró el agua al centro de la ciudad. Eso fue en el transcurso de la mañana. Y de ahí ya todo fue empeorando. De ahí ya no era agua, era barro.
No tanto así. Yo pensé que el río no me estaba yendo así. Todo el río está hundado.
Porque fue en la mañana, como a las 6 de la mañana, cuando comenzó todo de la nada, en un par de minutos, se vino el aluvión, poblaciones enteras no tuvieron ni siquiera tiempo para salir arrancando de sus casas.
In the driest place on Earth, just 12 hours of rain has lethal consequences. This was 7 years of rain in one day. Parched soil and sediment turned into thick mud. Existing river channels couldn't contain the mud flows. Entire villages were destroyed, cars and even buildings carried away. They overflowed and traveled through streets and towns, taking the contents with them. With railway lines and roads destroyed, Copiapo was completely cut off. What would have been a moderate rain shower in many parts of the world decimated northern Chile. The following morning, the flash flood started to go down, but Jonathan headed to the poorest homes, built on the riverbank.
Comencé a caminar y me di cuenta de un lugar que estaba totalmente inundado. El alcantarillado se había reventado, todo había salido. Y ahí habían como 6 familias. 6 familias que se juntaron y habían perdido todo. Y vivían como en comunidad.
Sí, hay que cuidar su casita, ya no nos queda nada, pero igual hay que cuidarlo porque nadie nos queda. Así no es donde vivimos.
They showed Jonathan around their houses.
Es increíble, jamás se había visto esto acá en Copiapó. Estas son las casas que se encuentran al costado del mall. De hecho, hay un residente que me está guiando. Ellos han entrado aquí muchas veces.
Ellos viven en unas casas muy precarias y viven debajo del nivel del suelo.
Esta es una habitación, ¿cierto?
Esta es la habitación de nosotros, esta es la cama, mira, de las plazas. Y esta es la habitación de las niñas, mira, la habitación de las niñas. Se perdió todo, cuna, todo. El mismo gobierno siguió el gobierno siguió todo.
These families would never live in their flooded houses again. Just 6 of the 28,000 houses affected by this devastating flood, which left 126 people dead or missing. Weather can be difficult to predict at the best of times, but add humans to the equation, and there's no chance. When a stray dog falls through the ice on this Russian lake, anyone could be forgiven for not jumping in to save it. But 21-year-old Ivan, who happened to be passing, felt no such hesitation. Smash by smash, he gets closer to the panicked pooch and eventually carries it back to dry land. Afterwards, Ivan adopted the dog, who he decided to name Rex.
You ready for this?
I don't know.
Egged on by his friends, this young man is preparing to jump through the ice on the top of a frozen swimming pool. It's not a great idea in the first place, but he puts everything into the attempt. And that's a good fail.
I told you it wasn't gonna break.
But nearly 8,000 people every year are killed falling through ice in the United States alone. And some of those will be in their own swimming pools.
Oh my gosh.
80% of surf beach rescues in America are related to rip currents. Wind and waves blowing on shore create these narrow channels of water flowing back out to sea. They can pull you out quicker than an Olympic swimmer. And they're not just dangerous for those above water. Never to be seen again. Until 10 minutes later when he swam back. Back above water, on a blustery day, a bride in Brazil poses for the classic mermaid wedding photo. You can guess what happens next. It does seem to come as a surprise to the bride, though. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature let rip. We've seen how helpless we can be as she tears down, destroys, and laughs in our faces. And next time there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God! Look at that! Jesus! Everybody take cover now!
Coming up in this episode,
It's on the ground! It's on the ground!
a deadly tornado flattens an entire Illinois town.
There's power cables everywhere. Houses are down.
In South Wales, a fisherman is swept off a pier into icy winter waters.
We weren't actually sure whether he was dead or alive.
And we reveal the locations of the world's deadliest weather. 9th of April 2015 in northern Illinois, America. Meteorology students Luke Odell and Craig Oswald were tracking a supercell storm, hoping to see their very first tornado.
This thing's amazing. This is unbelievable.
I'm heading north on the 39, and as it crosses the road, the awesome power of that storm became apparent.
Yeah, it's on the ground! It's on the ground! I see it! It's on the ground! Get through! Get through! Get through! It's on the ground!
Oh my God!
Good.
The storm was now a tornado, growing before their eyes into a giant EF4, capable of flattening houses and destroying concrete buildings.
From our perspective, we've been studying these storms for a number of years, and to see that finally, you're in awe, then it's just like, wow.
2 miles ahead in the town of Fairdale, 86-year-old Clem Schultz was upstairs at home as the 200-mile-per-hour twister barreled towards him.
My wife called me to the kitchen. She said, "Look out the window." When I saw that tornado and I started to video it, and all this time while I'm videoing, I was totally convinced that it was going to miss me by several miles until things started getting a little bit nastier.
Heading towards Fairdale, Luke and Craig were still mesmerized by this spectacle, unaware of just how destructive it was becoming.
Oh! Oh my God! Oh!
really strong winds, anywhere between 250 to 300 mile an hour.
Oh!
Definitely scary. Your heart was racing, that's for sure.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
We were probably a couple football fields behind the tornado as it actually went across the road.
Oh my God!
Oh my!
Yes! Keep going!
Then kind of continued off to the northeast, unfortunately toward the town of Fairdale.
Oh God!
The deadly twister was now just 330 feet from Clem's house.
I saw my dog going through the backyard. And about that time, the floor started moving under my feet, and I said, no, that thing ain't gonna miss me now. I might get hurt, might get killed.
It was too late. Clem and his wife now had nowhere to run.
Clem, are you dead now, or are you alive? This is actually what I was thinking.
Minutes later, Luke and Craig arrived in Fairdale, where they met an apocalyptic scene.
Check if everyone's okay. Shit. This is EF4 damage.
Just destruction everywhere.
Let's go around this way. We don't know.
I don't know. We knocked on the door.
Is everyone okay in there? Oh my God. Dude. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's power cables everywhere. Houses are down. Are these guys okay?
Every single home in this tiny town of 150 people was damaged or destroyed.
The only way that I can parallel the feeling.
Oh my God.
I lived in New York at the time of September 11th, and that kind of panicked silence and the level of destruction is really difficult to comprehend. This is what a tornado of that magnitude can do to a town. In 20 to 30 seconds, they can take the town and make it dust. And that was terrifying.
Incredibly, amongst the destruction, a neighbor spots Clem.
They got fire rescue on the way, okay? Why don't you come this way?
Clem's head was hit, and his entire house was flattened, but he was struggling with a much deeper loss.
There was a first responder there. He brought me over to the edge, and he said, don't look down. And I said, why don't look down? And he said, because your wife is directly underneath you. And she's dead. Obviously, I did look down. I saw her head and one shoulder, an arm, laying out from underneath the beam. I took her by the wrist. There was no pulse. And I said, Clem, there's nothing that can be done for her. You've got to get yourself out of here because that noise you hear in the background now is propane tanks all over the town.
The whole town had to be evacuated immediately.
I think I smell gas.
There's lots of propane everywhere. People need to get out of here. It could ignite any second. You need to leave now. Is there people in here? No, get out. There's propane leaking. You guys have to leave. Yes. You have to get out now. Leave. Do not smoke. Don't smoke propane. Put it out.
The following day, another Fairdale resident was found dead, but emergency services had sealed the leaking gas, so the people of Fairdale could return home.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my goodness, gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Please, please. Mom's room. Mom's room.
Clem and his son picked through the remains of his house.
Just be careful, Dad.
Although nothing could replace the loss of his wife, there was to be an unexpected ray of light for Clem in the form of his dog, Missy, who was unbelievably found alive and well.
So they brought her back to me, and of course we had our reunion. Kisses and loves and hugs. We were both pretty happy.
A kind stranger also found this picture lying in a field, 35 miles from Clem's house.
The photo means a lot to me. She kind of meant a lot to me too. This flew out of my house through the window that I was looking out. This was one of the last things I saw before the tornado.
The photo is now with him in his new home, close to his children and grandchildren. Deadly weather can occur anywhere across the globe, but some places are in Mother Nature's crosshairs more often than anywhere else. Every year from April to July, the Midwest of America becomes known as Tornado Alley, as more deadly twisters form here than anywhere else in the world. This one in Washington, Illinois, is just one of 70 tornadoes hitting the Midwest in a single day in November 2013.
It's coming toward us. I'm going with my baby.
Go with the babies. Go. Leave that door so I can get in.
Some tornadoes travel at over 70 miles per hour, and this homeowner discovers just how quick they can be on top of you.
Oh my God!
As cold, dry air from the north meets warm, wet air from the south, the result is up to 1,000 devastating tornadoes every year. These travelers in St. Louis, Missouri, are inside a steel-built airport terminal, but it offers limited protection from their destructive force. The 150-mile-per-hour tornado blows out half of the main terminal's windows and causes structural damage, costing millions. But luckily, no one is hurt. India is the monsoon capital of the world. From July every year, scorching weather over land is pushed out by moisture-laden air from the sea. This triggers biblical rainstorms. In 2015, farmlands and cities were submerged across southern India, underwater. The worst-hit city was Chennai, where lakes overflowed, turning roads into rivers. This motorcyclist is dangerously close to losing his life. Without a human chain of bystanders, he could have become another statistic in the 2015 monsoon floods. They would claim 431 lives across the region. When it comes to deadly hurricanes, the place to avoid is Southeast Asia. They form over warm tropical oceans, so Asia's Pacific coastlines are battered every year by at least 20 of these monsters. And they reach 1,250 miles wide. The most devastating in recent history was Hurricane Haiyan, which hit the Philippines in 2013. It killed over 6,000 people and caused $2.9 billion worth of damage across the region.
Oh my God!
So, after witnessing the world's deadliest locations, you might want to stop and think before you next complain about the weather. Porthcawl in South Wales faces 3,000 miles of open Atlantic Ocean. The huge waves are notorious. In December 2015, a fisherman was swept off the harbour wall by a monster 40-foot wave. Volunteers Ross Purchase and Simon Ems from the Royal National Lifeboat Institution got the call.
When we launched, we didn't know whether he had hit himself on the pier. It must have been a 30-foot drop that day, and the pier angles outwards and covered in barnacles, so we didn't know whether he'd hit his head, injured any of the limbs on his body, so we were totally unsure of what we were going to find.
Life expectancy in the near-freezing sea is about 15 minutes, but by the time the rescue team hit the water, the fishermen had been there for 10 minutes.
For a person in the water with the sea temperatures that we have, made the chances of survival quickly diminish.
Hampered by poor visibility and rough currents, the crew spotted him a quarter-mile from the harbour wall. He'd been in the water for 15 minutes.
But on spotting the fisherman and the condition he seemed to be in, we weren't actually sure whether he was dead or alive.
Put my knee into his back just to sort of lift him up a bit, and he just let out this gasp. You kind of feel relieved, but at the same time, we've got a long way to go.
41-year-old Mike Dooley was only just breathing, and when the volunteers checked his responses, they discovered that he could barely talk. As the core body temperature drops, hypothermia leads to apathy and confusion. They have to warm him up, as the next stage is loss of consciousness and falling into a coma.
I could hear a lot of commotion behind me. I'm just maintaining that boat's position into the conditions to try and keep the guys safe to avoid a capsize.
With 3 crew on one side of the boat trying to pull Mike out, the notorious Porthcawl swell could send them all into the water.
He seemed to have a lot of layers on that day, and the crew said he was very heavy.
In all his wet clothes, Mike would have weighed 19 stone, as heavy as a baby elephant. As the minutes ticked by, he was becoming less and less responsive, and the crew were getting more and more tired. The exhausted crew braced themselves for a last-ditched heave.
Once we had the fisherman on board, Simon was brought back into the boat before we could actually start making headway back to the station.
Incredibly, the moment Mike was out of the cold water, he became a little more alert.
There's relief when you can actually see the casualty starting to make movement, signs that he's hopefully going to be okay.
But during the 5-minute ride back, he started losing consciousness again. The danger of his brain shutting down altogether was now very real.
Once we got back on shore into the boathouse, we got the casualty onto some oxygen. He was cut quite badly as well.
Mike's core temperature was so low that his vital organs were beginning to slow down.
I think he was quite fortunate that the ambulance crew arrived very quickly.
Paramedics were on the scene minutes after Mike came ashore, and thankfully, they were able to keep him stable.
I think if the RNLI wasn't here that day, it'd be a different story.
Mike went on to make a full recovery, but it's unknown whether he has been fishing again since.
4 boys went out, 5 boys came back, and that's always a good outcome.
If the elements catch you out, a rescue could be the difference between life and death.
No water! 1 meter! Behind!
Christmas Day in Wyoming, and it's time for the festive tradition of taking the sleds out to the frozen Jackson Lake.
Look at that big crack. Is that a big crack next to him right here? Yeah.
But this scene of holiday fun is about to turn into a death trap.
That's seriously not even funny.
No, it's not.
As the ice finally gives way, fellow sledders rush to help the stricken child.
It's too.
But 2 bungled rescue attempts mean 3 people are now in the freezing water.
Give me the rope from under the seat.
Under the
seat.
Now.
And as the ice continues to weaken, a 4th plunges in. Further desperate attempts fail miserably. It's now a race against time to stop Christmas becoming a multiple tragedy. The gravest concern is the child in the red hat. He's been in the water longest, and with less body mass than the adults, he could lose consciousness within minutes. An unlikely rescuer proves to be the man struggling alongside him, but time is running out.
It has to be cold to where you don't want to move.
Heroically keeping the boy afloat, he too is fading fast. It's now down to the bystanders on the shore to save 2 lives.
Hey! Yeah.
Sorry, they need to take his clothes off.
Yeah, they're putting blankets on them. Yeah.
People take off their own dry clothes to quickly warm up the 2 victims, and a Christmas Day disaster is narrowly averted. But every day an average of 10 Americans drown, even on Christmas Day. An innocuous drizzle of rain can lead to a life or death situation. This hiker on a 9,000-foot mountain in Peru is unaware that rain has loosened the stone path beneath him. Hidden just beyond the undergrowth is a sheer drop thousands of feet high. Mercifully, the undergrowth stops him falling to an almost certain death. But with just a few plants supporting him, the danger is far from over.
That's it. Well done. Well done.
Without every single one of his fellow hikers, this adventurer could have been a goner.
It's a good experience.
It's not just humans that need rescuing when dangerous weather hits. On the frozen Mississippi River, unorthodox methods are needed to help our furry friends. Using the wind from the helicopter's blades, a quick-thinking pilot pushes this Bambi to safety.
Wow, that was awesome.
But in truly desperate situations, there's nothing anyone can do. And during this devastating mudslide in Chañaral, Chile, it was down to the victim to rescue itself. Most avalanches are caused by off-piste skiers disturbing fresh snow. But there's just as much danger riding a 200-kilo-plus snowmobile. And on a steep slope like this, the odds are stacked against him getting away scot-free.
Oh no!
Risking their own safety, his mates race to the rescue. Stopped in their tracks, it's an anxious wait for the avalanche to stop.
Where is he?
They can only hope he isn't buried too deeply to find. Without his friends, he might not have lived to tell the tale of when he took on an avalanche and lost. He could probably do with a warm hat, though. Coming up, a freak storm in Belgium. Sending 60,000 music festival revelers fleeing for their lives. A sinkhole threatens to swallow an entire street in Baltimore.
Oh my God!
And we meet the bad weather junkies who risk life and limb for Mother Nature's kicks. Pukkelpop Festival 2011, near the town of Genk in Belgium. 60,000 music lovers flocked here to dance in the sun. The area had been enjoying a heat wave, but on the first evening the sky turned pitch black and unleashed an epic storm. "41-year-old Bert is a veteran raver and is well used to a bit of bad weather.
We were laughing like, oh, those kids don't know how to do festivals, and us grown-ups, we can take a bit of rain.
But as hundreds streamed into the tent for shelter, Bert found himself pushed to its edge and under an enormous TV screen swinging in the gales.
Literally, it's a really big thing. It's like half the side of a house that's hanging in front of you, that's hanging on top of you. You could feel the tension in the crowd, and that's when it became really, really scary.
Jeff was in a small trailer beside the huge chateau tent. He'd seen hundreds escaping the storm by fleeing inside it.
It was a huge tent, very heavy. The wind was playing it like balloons. We sure were very afraid at that point and panicking as well, because we didn't know what to expect next, what was going to happen.
Inside the dance tent, Louis was lost in the music of Wiz Khalifa.
You had a few drinks and you're partying, you sort of feel invincible. You have these people screaming outside, but you don't expect that something would happen to you. You just expect that you're safe at a place like that, and then eventually you're not.
But 70-mile-per-hour winds threatened to bring the whole thing down. All over the festival, this tent city was pushed to breaking point. And this was no longer just a wet festival story. The wind and rain intensified, and the giant TV screen above Bert began groaning under the strain. After almost being crushed, Bert dashed to the middle of the field, away from falling structures.
We went through the cables, we went through the metal girders. As soon as one of those large cables come loose, that's just a death trap.
In the dance tent, MC Khalifa ran from the stage and the DJ told everyone they must leave.
Please exit the tent.
It was just a big panic mass situation, you know. Everyone was screaming and because they were afraid of the tent collapsing on them. I started panicking as well. It was definitely chaos.
As the crowds rushed outside, they were stopped in their tracks by cherry-sized hail. But for the 4,000 plus people inside, it was increasingly dangerous to stay under the creaking tent.
The thing I was the most afraid of was, of course, just the whole tent that it would collapse on me or on all my friends and everyone in there.
In the chateau tent, thousands of revelers were sheltering in a death trap.
At that point I thought this is the end of the world, because you see it's a big monster. It's like a big giant coming loose.
Jesus Christ.
People are gonna die, people are gonna be injured. So at that point I was completely in chaos and panicking.
Terrified people scrambled out of the collapsing tent.
You realize there's a lot of people in the tent, you realize the tent is very heavy, you realize there's a lot of metal in the tent, very heavy. We couldn't believe that it just happened.
In the carnage, Jeff was unaware that there were people trapped under tons of mangled rigging. Everything across the site was being torn apart. Those who managed to escape fled to their campsites through flying debris. The dance tent barely held out. Louis and the crowds trapped inside could have met the same fate as those in the chateau tent. Hundreds rode out the storm, huddled in open spaces.
You could feel stuff getting blown into you, like papers and cups and little twigs and cardboard boxes and everything. You're just hoping like nothing really big or nothing heavy hits you.
40 minutes after it started, the storm passed.
A few moments before there was a joy, there was sun, there was music, and then a few moments later it's like you go to a funeral or something.
You get back to, you know, reality, where everything is just gone.
A cold weather front, 3 miles up in the atmosphere above Belgium, created this thunderstorm, which killed 5 people, 2 of which were inside the chateau tent.
We heard afterwards that there was a young guy. He went back in, he forgot his backpack, and he went back inside for his backpack, and then at that point a truss came down and fell on his head and he died there.
"140 people were injured across the site, 10 seriously. After 25 years without incident, Pukkelpop now resembled a war zone, and the festival was over after the first night. But Pukkelpop returned the following year, and every year since.
For an event like this, unless you build concrete shelters, you can't protect yourself from this. You just can't mitigate against something like this. No, just don't have the festival then, which is a lot worse.
Sinkholes can strike anywhere and at any time. But why do they occur? Sinkholes happen when decades or even centuries of underground water erosion produce cavities, making everything above them dangerously unstable. Then one heavy storm is all it takes for the earth to disappear before your eyes. This building in India had been a family's home, but luckily they felt the earth move below them before it was too late. In Bayou Corn, Louisiana, this enormous sinkhole appeared 4 years ago when an ancient natural cavern collapsed. Since then, it periodically engulfs everything above it. It now covers a staggering 90 acres and is 750 feet deep, but it's still growing. And 300 residents nearby have abandoned their homes as this monster sinkhole threatens to swallow entire settlements. Sinkholes often occur in colder climes, like Ontario, Canada.
Hey!
Rainwater seeps into underground cracks and freezes. After melting, the water can wash away the earth and collapse the ground above it. With the train line completely destroyed and a gaping hole in the earth, this person has a lucky escape. This driver is rushing to help campers in Inskip Point, Australia. A sinkhole has devoured tents, cars, and even mobile homes. Now the earth all around it is dangerously unstable. The driver parks up with a gaping chasm just inches to his left. The ground continues to crumble away under his car, leaving it overhanging the sinkhole.
You drive, mate.
But with help from the campers, he makes a lucky escape. It's only when day breaks that we see how enormous the sinkhole is. Swallowing over 650 feet of beachfront, it is a miracle that no one is killed or injured.
Look at this. That's crazy.
We've witnessed the awesome power of sinkholes, and if one gobbles you up, it will take more than revving your engine to get you out. Baltimore, Maryland, on America's East Coast, was deluged by one of the wettest springs in 75 years.
Wow!
On the 30th of April 2014, 4 inches of rain fell, overwhelming the rivers and storm drains and drowning the city. But the rains were about to trigger a weird and potentially deadly weather phenomenon. In the low-lying neighborhood of Charles Village, Nick Reyes is among shocked residents watching their street literally crack under the pressure of the flood.
And I noticed the cars were starting to lean in towards the side of the street where the opening was, and the first thing I could do was take a picture of it and texted my girlfriend at the time and told her that my street was going to fall off.
Rain had seeped through cracks in the road and eroded the foundations of the entire street. Nick's car was one of 12 teetering on the edge, 20 feet above a busy train line.
I actually asked one of the police officers if I could go move my car because it was still up there. and he just told me that I couldn't. I had to stand there and pretty much just watch it go.
My car's about to go.
Your car's... Oh my God!
Nick's car was gone, but it was not over yet. The earth was severely weakened, and Nick himself was now in danger.
Oh my God!
It's one of the loudest things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Oh my God!
The moment that I felt the most worry was after it all happened, and I didn't know how far it was going to go. You know, it could have taken the whole street, could have taken everything.
The floodwaters had washed away the earth beneath the street, burrowing out an enormous cavity, until the road came crashing down on the train lines below. All 12 cars, including Nick's, were destroyed. Half the street was literally gone, but amazingly nobody was hurt. Nick and his neighbors were evacuated for a month, while their houses were shored up and the street rebuilt. Finally back home, Nick reflects on seeing the first tiny signs of disaster just days earlier.
There was a crack in the street that I actually was always making jokes about, telling everyone that one day the street was gonna fall off, and nobody ever thought I'd be right.
When the weather takes a turn for the worse, most people head indoors and hunker down. But bad weather junkies like this guy dive in head first. Heading the list are these youngsters, who only need a few inches of rain to break out the bodyboards. And it's not just the streets, even the storm drains will do. But maybe stick to the beach next time. If the traffic doesn't get you, the sewage and the floodwater probably will. At number 6, this cool customer from Norway shows us how to get around when ice makes walking downhill impossible. Very smooth. In at 5, these thrill-seekers embrace the full force of this storm on Chile's wave-battered Black Island.
Whoa! Oh!
With the 2 men out of sight, a panicked search ensues. Thankfully, they are found with only cuts and bruises, and no doubt with a healthier respect for the power of the sea. Number 4, and after feet of snow in St. Petersburg, Russia, these residents don't see streets, but a ready-made urban ski resort. And even when the fuel runs out, an old-fashioned mode of transport is found to keep them slaloming. But with Russia's roads rated among the world's deadliest, street skiing here isn't the best idea for fun. 3rd place goes to these daredevils, who spot a cluster of water spouts off the Florida coast and decide to hit the water and head straight for them.
How many people see water spouts and tornadoes from this perspective?
Effectively tornadoes on water, these water spouts are capable of destroying anything in their path. Despite being in a tiny boat, they weave between the waterborne twisters to get their kicks. And manage to stay in one piece. For sheer determination to get his chores done, this hardy Oklahoma resident gets second spot. Even a wild storm in Tornado Alley won't stop him getting his lawn mowed.
Only in Oklahoma.
But top spot in the Bad Weather Junkies countdown goes to these surfers who take on Hurricane Sandy and win. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature in all her fury. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather, it gives us life and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
We can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God! Look at that! Everybody take cover now!
Coming up in this episode, the strongest hurricane to ever hit the Western Hemisphere crashes into Mexico.
Watch out,
A tornado tosses trucks in Texas.
It just took those 18-wheelers and tossed them around like it was dominoes.
A biblical plague visits Madagascar. We witness how the weather can cause the world's most painful animal attacks. And in catastrophic floods in Louisiana, a woman is rescued from her sinking tomb. October 23, 2015. On the Pacific coast of Mexico, the tourist town of Manzanillo was on full alert for Hurricane Patricia, a Category 5, the highest rating there is. And this water spout caused by a mini tornado was a sign that the storm was just a few hours away. A 100 miles off the coast, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration monitored this extremely worrying hurricane by flying a plane straight into it.
I grew up as a pilot, and one of the things you learn early on is that you try to avoid the weather. So this occupation goes against every fiber of a pilot's being.
The storm had already flooded large areas of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua.
So the same storm we had flown in the 2 days prior had sort of grown up on us.
The hurricane had been a rapidly intensifying Category 5, but to see how bad it was now, they had to fly into the worst part, through the eye wall.
The amount of rain, the amount of wind, noise was greater than I had experienced on a storm flight before. Actually reached the threshold of the aircraft limits.
Your adrenaline is rushing.
The winds were 215 miles per hour, the fastest hurricane winds ever recorded in the Western Hemisphere, and would be catastrophic if it hit a city. Hurricane Patricia was heading straight for Manzanillo, where teenager Roberto and his brother Ramon were excitedly getting ready for impact.
Mi hermano y yo para ver qué, o sea, lo que ocurría o cómo iba ahora sí que transcurriendo el tiempo de lo que caía el huracán. Pues no creo que sea tan feo como en las noticias lo decían.
The government planned to evacuate 50,000 people from the region, but Roberto and his brother decided to stay. 60 miles north, American freelance reporter Josh Morgan is here to cover the hurricane.
Not only is this storm incredibly dangerous, the strongest ever on this side of the Earth, maybe the strongest hurricane ever on Earth, it's also very small core, very, very wobbly.
By 5 p.m., he's checked into a hotel in the small town of Emiliano Zapata.
People are just looking and waiting.
At this stage, the calm before the storm is a novelty for the young family and 2 staff staying here. But Josh made sure he was staying in the safest part of the hotel.
And here's the hotel where we're riding out this storm. We're actually staying in this room here. This is an interior room. As you can see, there are rooms on either side of it, which makes us feel a little safer.
And at 5:30 p.m., the storm was intensifying.
Pressure's dropping like a rock. We're down to 969 millibars, and we're getting waves of destructive gusts. But a side of me was just scared. I didn't want to die in this thing.
On the NOAA flight, they discovered the storm had swung north, straight towards Josh in Emiliano Zapata. At 6:27 p.m., it hit.
Everything just went nuts. Watch out, Josh! Okay, we think the hotel's starting to blow apart here. We heard a tremendous crashing sound, and that was a lot of the roof of the hotel had gotten torn off, and we saw the debris flying everywhere. And then we realized we were in trouble. Come here.
As the hotel fell apart, 2 terrified staff and a guest fled to Josh's room.
What did he say? He needs to help. Oh, okay. Oh.
But the guest had left his wife and baby next door.
Get in here, come on! Don't worry, we're gonna be okay. Okay, this family, terrified people are with us, and we're riding out this storm. In a dark room, you can hardly see anything, I know, but we're standing in here, the family in the bathroom, waiting for this storm to pass, and it's scary stuff. It is scary stuff. Okay. Everyone in here. Everyone get in here. here. Get down, get down. Okay. Everyone get in. Everyone get in. And shut the door, shut the door. You know, we were really concerned because the roof on our part of the building had stayed on, but if it blew off, we were all gonna be dead.
60 miles south, teenagers Roberto and Ramon had ventured outside to do some amateur reporting of their own.
Impresionante lo que está pasando aquí en la caseta de Coyotlán, donde estamos refugiados, cuando está en uno de sus momentos más fuertes el huracán.
Then the winds ramped up to around 100 miles per hour.
Ahí fue cuando te digo que ahora sí sentí pues miedo, porque pues dije, no manches, nunca había vivido algo así y no quiero volverlo a vivir.
What they didn't realize was that an ocean surge of water could sweep in at any moment and wash them away. At 7 p.m., Josh and the hotel guests had to improvise a new roof.
Okay, we're gonna get the mattress, we're gonna bring it in the bedroom. In the bathroom, we're gonna barricade the door. So we have the now we're bringing a mattress into the bathroom. Yes, let's put it up. Okay, put it up. Okay. Yeah. And you can see we made a ceiling of the shower stall with a mattress because we weren't sure if the roof was gonna come off. It did. I think a lot of the roof of the hotel did come off, but not off this room.
Back in Manzanillo, Roberto and Ramon were watching the storm surge rush in over where they'd been standing minutes earlier.
Pues te digo, es que era un departamento, no estaba muy grande, porque pues ese lugar pues, como era muy alto, y luego imagínate, pegando todo el viento y se llevaba cosas, no queríamos arriesgarnos.
They'd retreated up to their apartment, but 4 floors up, the wind was even faster. It was now too late to evacuate, so they just had to hope their windows held out. By 8 p.m., the storm had passed over, but this was the second most powerful hurricane in the world, and it moved north, causing chaos as far away as Texas before blowing out.
In Barry County, they're pulling the basin out at this time.
The next morning, Josh discovered just what a lucky escape they all had.
This is the room of the family of 4 that joined us during the storm. The roof and ceiling totally blew away. The ceiling fan came smashing down on the bed. Thank God no one was hurt. The roof had stayed over a couple of rooms, and one of those rooms was ours. So we were just lucky that our room didn't totally blow open like the other ones, because people would have been injured or killed.
Down in Manzanillo, Roberto and Ramon had to face Mom and Dad.
Y pues sí, a mí me regañaron horrible y a mi hermano porque no manches, dijeron, ¿cómo chingados graban si no están viendo lo que está pasando?
His whole family had been in an emergency shelter, but his auntie returned to find her house ruined.
Y todos se pusieron muy tristes porque pues ahora sí que perdieron su único lugar donde vivían.
Hurricane Patricia destroyed 10,000 homes and farms, but missed all the major cities nearby. If it hadn't, the casualty count of 8 people would have been a lot higher. But Roberto learned an important lesson.
Que últimamente han pegado más huracanes, pero pues categorías así bajitas. Ahora sí que mejor prefiero estar en mi casa resguardado viendo la tele.
As well as punishing us directly, the weather can inflict plagues of animals upon us, some more harmful than others. In Wuhan, central China, the heaviest rainfall in 60 years floods large areas, affecting 32 million people. Fish from the Yangtze and Han rivers fill the streets. But the water creatures aren't all harmless. Elsewhere, 100 crocodiles escaped from a farm. In the city center of Acapulco in Mexico, the region's crocodiles are also on the loose. The storm surge from Hurricane Manuel sweeps this one into the streets from an overflowing lagoon. It's not clear who is most scared of who. But residents do eventually capture it. What they do with it after, no one is sure. This swimming pool owner filming in Florida has a shock when he goes into his backyard. The alligator was escaping the worst drought in 56 years during the American heat wave of 2016. The pool owner calls in a professional trapper to catch the 8-foot beast. The trapper still has 10 toes, even though he appears to work with no shoes.
Oh my gosh. So yesterday we were down here and maybe like a third of the beach was covered with these guys. Now, look at this. The whole beach is covered with them. It's a sea of dead little tuna crabs. Oh my gosh.
The tuna crabs in Newport, Southern California, usually live 600 miles south, off the Baja Peninsula in Mexico.
Look at this. These ones happen to be all dead. There's little survivors out there.
However, California's waters are getting warmer and warmer, and their appearance in 2016 is thought to be linked to the El Nino effect. Unfortunately, despite looking like tiny crawfish, they are inedible because they may have fed on toxin-producing plankton. In Oklahoma, a flood has left a bull snake concealed on the pavement. The snake clings to the man's leg, biting him before retreating. The flooding has driven the snake from its natural home. But bull snakes aren't poisonous, and the bitten man later returns the snake to dry grassland, where it normally lives. But perhaps the ultimate weather-induced snake nightmare took place in Thailand in 2016. A 38-year-old Thai man was minding his business on the family throne when a 13-foot python sunk its fangs into his family jewels. He screamed for his wife, and for half an hour the pair thrashed around the tiny toilet, fighting the snake. Seconds before passing out from blood loss, the man had the ingenious idea of strangling the snake with a rope and prizing its fangs apart. Incredibly, no living thing was permanently hurt, and the snake, which had crawled up the sewage system in search of water, was returned to the wild. November 2012, Madagascar. It was the beginning of the wet season, but a biblical plague was descending. Exodus verse 10, "They shall cover the face of the earth, and shall eat every tree which groweth for you out of the field." For school children in the capital city, it was a welcome diversion. But ordinary people like Olivier Gallet were worried. For 80% of families in Madagascar who are farmers, locusts are a disaster. Florentine is a farmer from Sakaraha in the south, and overnight her rice harvest is gone.
Sometimes we manage to eat, but there are times when we go to bed on an empty stomach. My children had to stop going to school because we couldn't afford to pay their fees.
Just one medium swarm eats 100,000 tons or 4 cargo ships of food a day. But 2 months later, Hurricane Haruna flooded half the country, as well as being a disaster in its own right, leaving 14,000 people homeless and 26 dead. It also created the perfect breeding conditions for swarming locusts. Each locust multiplied at a rate of 75 eggs per month over the 6-month rainy season. By March 2013, thousands of swarms literally covered 50% of Madagascar, threatening millions of lives.
The challenge is that at the beginning of the recent plague in Madagascar, we estimated that the food security of 13 million people was at risk. It's just a disaster.
Annie Monar from the UN Food and Agriculture Organization had the job of trying to eradicate 77,000 square miles of locusts. Conventional pesticides would ruin the ecosystem, so they developed a special biopesticide made out of mushrooms that only kills locusts.
We had 3 helicopters, 1 aircraft, and more than 150 people in the field in very remote areas.
Despite a 3-year effort by land and air, the locusts are still not under control, and people like Florentine now depend on food aid to help them survive. All this because of too much rain. We spend most of our lives at the mercy of our weather, but at big outdoor events, fate can be particularly cruel. It's not a nice day for a white wedding in Tennessee, but Ashley and Zach managed to keep smiling until it's time to run. Thanks to fast reactions, Ashley gets floored, but a giant branch misses everyone, and the happy couple are married. This Glastonbury festival begins as a scorcher, but a few hours in on day 2, the rain comes. Lee Parkinson shelters for hours. Rain can sound much worse in a tent, but this is not one of those times.
This is actually getting deeper. That tent there is now almost submerged. They've lost the tent.
The ground has been baked hard by the previous heat wave, giving the water nowhere to drain away. Within hours, the water is over 3 foot in places.
My tent, everything I own is in that tent. Everything you own in that tent. I managed to save some pants.
The notorious Glastonbury toilets overflow.
It's actually sewage now.
But organisers put a brave face on it from the warmth of their Winnebagos, pointing out that under 100 tents have been washed away. It's all right for some. But this is minor compared to what happened at the 2011 Indiana State Fair. "60-mile-per-hour winds have been forecast, and organisers are about to announce an evacuation order, but it is too late. The stage's 2-ton ballast anchors are simply torn off the footing, with tragic results. "58 people were injured and 7 killed in this disaster. At this youth football match in Central America, the spectators haven't spotted the dust devil forming behind them. To the players' credit, the game continues, and the Reds even try to sneak in a cheeky goal. These French tourists have come to the Alps for the rock climbing, but what they've got is a lot of rock moving. A spring melt avalanche becomes a huge landslide. It happens at the most dangerous time of year, April, when the snow over 10,000 foot thaws. In some areas, they take place every 10 minutes. Strangely, none of the climbers realize it could happen on their side of the valley too. These divers are on a luxury holiday in the Maldives. But a strong current meets the sea wall and sends the divers shooting down. The videographer's depth alarm goes off at 130 feet. They don't have the air to go any deeper. Soon, even the air bubbles are sent downwards, so the divers have no chance. Their only hope is to cling on to the sea wall, if they can reach it. Even then, there's not a lot to hold on to, and no obvious way up. One of the divers is swept away from the group. The others swim along the wall until they come out of the current and surface. The lost diver is later found bobbing in the sea, over 330 feet away, but alive. Proving that even in paradise, the weather can have us begging for mercy. Coming up, as Louisiana drowns, catastrophic floods raise corpses from the dead. We use time-lapse and slow motion to see the forces causing our weather. Trucks are tossed around like toys in Texas.
I remember thinking to myself, man, this place could come apart.
And we watch the weather make mincemeat of our homes and buildings.
This thing is not letting up.
Louisiana, USA. On the 8th of August 2016, it began raining, up to 3 inches per hour, and it didn't stop. The storm was not thought major enough to be given a name, but a week later it dumped more rain than Hurricane Katrina. 22 counties across the state were now flooded. In the state capital, Baton Rouge, residents with boats organized themselves into the Cajun Navy, a group of citizen rescue volunteers. 27-year-old David Fung and his brother-in-law Jay Dixon had been alerted to a woman in a red convertible who had been washed away and was sinking in deep waters.
The car was floating. He knew that she was headed for a ditch.
Every second, I was watching it. The car was sinking pretty steady.
They were alerted 5 minutes ago, and they had no idea if it was too late. Up near Greensburg, roads were being washed away, often while trucks were driving on them.
Oh, I hope whoever was in that wreck ain't get hurt. I'm not gonna get too close because the road's still cracking up.
But as a local news anchor was preparing his report, he witnessed the power of the flood firsthand.
You think this water isn't strong here? We're only talking about inches across this. We're only talking about inches across this road here on Highway 10. Take a look right down there.
Nobody could reach the truck driver. He was left stranded on his roof for 10 hours.
How that driver's doing.
Back in Baton Rouge, David and Jay reached the convertible and could hear noises coming from inside.
Do you have something? Yeah. Get out! Give me a knife. Give me a knife.
53-year-old Haley Brule couldn't open the door because of the water pressure, but her car was filling up.
Watch your eyes. Go. Breaking the window.
It was only a matter of minutes before she was gonna die or drown in the vehicle.
Go.
Oh my God, I'm drowning.
We're coming. We're coming. I'm gonna break this window. We're breaking the window. Do you have a knife? You do that. Tell me if you have a knife. I'll find it.
My instincts were something had to be done now. I was just hoping that she wasn't buckled in. Seconds seemed like minutes as the rescue was happening.
Give a dog. Give a dog.
Haley's dog was still in the sunken car.
I'll go down. Hang on.
I can't get the dog.
Stop.
Here. Oh. I can't get the dog.
Sass. Here's it.
Maybe she's gone.
No, she better not be. I've been having.
I got you, dog. Oh! Swim to the boat. Swim to the boat.
Earlier, the flood had taken her trailer home, and she'd lost all her worldly possessions, apart from her pooch.
Y'all the best thing I ever seen. I didn't know what the fuck I went through.
Glad you made it.
Over 100,000 homes were now damaged or underwater, and the state governor declared a state of emergency. The National Guard was called in to help people stranded in their homes. Some houses were under 6 feet of water, too deep even for the trucks.
About 30 people in the aircraft.
30,000 people had to evacuate. Schools and gymnasiums became makeshift homes, but most shelters did not allow pets and animals, so owners were left with nowhere to take them. Darrell Watson and Mike Anderson run a rescue home for dogs and were patrolling the waters for the thousands of animals left behind.
Everything was kind of winding down, and I told Darrell, let's just go make one more round through everything.
Alerted by the barking, they found a survivor, stranded for up to 3 days. It was a pit bull puppy balancing on a fence.
I guess that's probably more distressing, I guess, to me than seeing humans sometimes, because an animal basically needs a human.
Oh, he's up on that fence, huh?
The puppy was just 3 months old.
Come on, Bob. What about it, man? Huh? What about it, buddy? Huh? You happy to be in there?
But there was still more barking down the street. Up in Greensburg, there had been grisly reports of washed-up coffins floating down the street. And as the water subsides, Lachelle Barker heads down to the cemetery.
Oh, I just don't want to see nobody bad. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Somebody's grave is sitting up, head up. They got graves all the way over there in the bushes, y'all. Oh, my God.
Coffins are filled with air, so in waterlogged soil or a flood, they float. Most of these came from shallow graves of 3 feet or less. Coroner Zeb Johnson has the job of identifying corpses and returning them to their rightful grave.
You know, people find them in their backyards. They find them in the middle of the fields. They find them floating on the riverbanks or in the rivers.
Oh, Lord. It's bubbling. What that mean when it bubbles?
When you see bubbles around the edge of the grave, water is actually getting into the vault itself. It will cause the casket to actually become a boat and it will float. We have found those as many as 30 or 40 miles away from their grave spaces. Some of these vaults are so full of water, they weigh almost 5,000 pounds. If you're in a boat trying to recover a 5,000-pound floating concrete block, it is pretty difficult. You have to go through each and every one of them, you know, by hand, very, very slowly and methodically, making sure that you find all of the pieces of bones or whatever remains there are.
Across the state, the flood disinterred 700 coffins. Zeb and other coroners had to sift through them all. Darrell and Mike located the second barking dog.
I think so.
It was another pit bull puppy.
Where you at, boy? Huh? You ready to get out? Yeah, man's done eat him up and everything, son. Come on, man. Good. There you go. There you go. Huh?
I know the puppy walked around a little bit when we got him in the boat, but once the second one, the larger dog, when we got him in, he basically just laid right there.
Yeah.
He didn't, they were both definitely worn out.
Oh, got the whole damn family in here now.
To say they would have died, I mean, it wouldn't have been a healthy situation for either one of them.
It took 2 weeks for the rain to finally stop. The emotional toll on the coroners and many families was devastating.
None of us were right, afterwards. It affected us psychologically, and it changed our lives dramatically. There were divorces and people that left their jobs and they moved on to different things because mentally and psychologically, it just wore you down.
146,000 houses were left in ruins. The flood hit areas that had never flooded before. And with insurance rates at under 1% in places, some families lost everything.
I know that you cannot take Mother Nature lightly. I mean, she will do what she wants to do.
13 people lost their lives, making this unnamed storm the most deadly to hit the USA since Hurricane Sandy. Giant and relentless atmospheric forces generate our weather. But to really see them in action, you have to watch at the right speed. This is a supercell storm in Kansas, USA, filmed over 1 hour and sped up. They are giant rotating thunderstorms that can be 6 miles high. If the horizontal rolling sides drop down and touch the ground, they will become tornadoes, which happens in about 30% of supercell storms. This storm did produce a tornado, but like most it was small, remote, and caused no human damage. Air gets cooler the higher up you go, right? Not always. Sometimes cool air can be trapped by a layer of warm air, creating an incredible carpet of cloud, like this one on the Isle of Skye in Scotland. It's called a temperature inversion. The ground level air is kept cool by the cold rock below, and an insulating layer of cloud which holds it in. The air above is warmed by the sun, but as it comes into contact with the cooler air below, it condenses to create more cloud, flowing in this remarkable waterfall effect. The underside of a cloud layer can tell you a lot when sped up. Our winds are not flat and featureless, but roll across our landscapes like waves of water, shaping the clouds above and below them. Clouds shaped like this are called asperities and are our newest category of cloud, created in 2015 by enthusiasts from the lovably named Cloud Appreciation Society. These are anvil crawler lightning strikes, filmed at 1/4 speed in Wisconsin, USA. It's sometimes called spider lightning because of the way it scampers across the sky. The crawler starts from the ground and shoots up into the underside of a giant flat cloud system called an anvil. The crawler spreads along the underside of the thunderstorm, discharging as it goes. One of the rarest forms of lightning is the superbolt. It's 100 times brighter than usual and is estimated to happen in only 1 in a million strikes. This was filmed at 1/4 speed, and 1 billion joules of energy is released in a fraction of a second, enough to power 60 homes for a day. It gets so hot that the channel of air is turned to steam afterwards. The biggest waves in our oceans are actually tidal, and the biggest tide in the world is the Bay of Fundy in Canada. The estuary funnels in and out up to 55 feet of water twice a day. This video shows just one rise and fall from sunrise to sunset. Boats here spend half their time on the seabed, and the estuary is full of rip currents and whirlpools, proving that when it comes to sheer power, our weather is unrivaled. Dallas, Texas, 2012. Trucker Rich Sandman was on his first day of a new job when something caught his eye out of the window.
Dang, I've never seen one in real life before, man. At first I felt, wow, that is awesome. I've seen a tornado. It's on my bucket list. Not to begin one, but to see one.
Oh, here's my first picture of a tornado. Look at that. You can see the stuff flying from here.
Yeah, you can, man. I remember making a statement. I go, there is no way that thing is gonna make a beeline straight for us.
22 tornadoes were spotted tearing through Dallas in a multi-headed outbreak, generating 150-mile-per-hour winds. This commuter was driving into town when he was stopped in his tracks.
Look at all that stuff that just came up off the ground. Oh, it just destroyed something on the ground. Just absolutely destroying stuff on the ground. Look at that. That is unbelievable.
Pretty close. About a half a mile away, it looks like. All kinds of debris up in there.
The debris was bits of homes and buildings. Another driver stepped out of his car to monitor the path of this EF3 twister.
Hopefully it's going to miss the high school.
Southern Dallas was evacuated as tornado after tornado battered the district. Terrified residents, like this mother and daughter, found themselves with no time left to escape.
Get in the house! Come on, it's coming over!
In the nearby Schneider truck terminal, Rich was also caught out, with no storm shelter to hide in.
Somebody from Schneider came in, opened the door, and said, we have to go downstairs, and we have to go downstairs now. The tornado is here. That tornado is about to hit us direct.
Back away. There it is. Wow. Here you go. Right there. Right there. Are you good as right here? It's here.
I remember thinking to myself, man, this place could come apart. What am I gonna do? The feeling was pretty strange. I really can't explain it except to somewhere between disbelief and fear.
A third of a mile away, spectators witnessed the moment one of the tornadoes hit the truck yard.
Oh my gosh. Holy.
Drivers from the truck yard filmed 6-ton trucks flying next to the building where Rich was hiding.
It just took those 18-wheelers and tossed them around like it was dominoes. If an 18-wheeler was picked up and tossed around like nothing, if it would have landed on top of the building, I don't know what would stop it before it hit the ground.
All the trucks missed Rich and his new colleagues, and afterwards they saw how lucky they'd been.
The amount of damage, I mean, we're talking an area of 5 football fields, maybe, that was full of 18-wheelers, and it just looked like somebody picked them up like dice and tossed them. A lot of 18-wheelers landed in the road. I probably spent the next 45 seconds trying to pick my jaw up.
The tornado outbreak cost almost $1 billion in damages. Miraculously, there were no fatalities, but Rich had a hell of a first day at work.
And I figured after that, if I can get through day one, the rest has got to be cake.
When the weather turns nasty, we turn to our buildings for shelter, but sometimes they're not a lot of help. This This modern hospital in Nebraska is no match for a flash flood. Hundreds of staff and patients have to be evacuated to upper floors, while below them this dining area is washed away completely. And our homes are even more vulnerable. Record rainfall in Boulder, Colorado triggers a landslide and flash flooding. Locals can do nothing to stop torrents of mud and water filling their homes. 9 inches of rain in one day triggers one of the worst floods to ever hit the region, and it destroys hundreds of houses. But this resident is left with his precious piano to play away the pain. Tacoma, Indiana. Brandon Mobley is sheltering in a restaurant from a tornado heading into town. Staff and customers have evacuated, but minutes ago he was working on a roof across the street. The building opposite is made of bricks.
Oh my God, Starbucks just got blown over. There's people in there.
The customers are sheltering at the back, and incredibly no one is hurt. Tornado winds are so concentrated that Brandon's building is unharmed. The tornado then enters a suburban street, where Mark Sager is filming from his home. As the twister bores down, leaves and branches begin to fly, but he is braced for the worst. Despite his neighbor's chimney coming a cropper, his basketball stand valiantly holds out. But the same cannot be said for the side of his house. All in all, though, not a terrible result. This Iowa resident gets excited when an impressive hailstorm begins to lash down on Lake Carter.
Holy, we got some hail!
But he's about to find out even locking yourself inside is no guarantee of safety.
Oh my God, where do I go?
This monsoon begins to unleash golf ball-sized ice bombs at up to 100 miles per hour, and the cracks are already beginning to show.
Oh, I'm shaking. Oh my God, have mercy on us.
It's only a matter of time before this monster hail makes an entrance.
We got rock windows. Shit's broken in the kitchen. Oh, another window broke. Kitchen is done. Oh, another window. This thing is not letting up.
The only thing he can do is call Dad.
Oh, Dad, you better call the insurance. Oh my God, it is coming in huge.
And dispense some solid advice.
Oh, you better hide. Go find an underpass. Yeah.
And when the weather dies down enough to venture outside, just remember that Mother Nature can still catch you out. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature let rip. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God, look at that! Everybody take cover, now!
Coming up in this episode, the biggest tornado ever recorded twists towards El Reno.
I just felt like nobody was going to know what happened to us. This is where we were going to die.
Big wave surfer Andrew Cotton is almost killed by a 60-foot wave.
I describe it like being hit by like a truck or something like that, you know.
And a 50-mile dust storm swallows Phoenix, Arizona, causing wedding chaos.
Just imagine picking up some dirt and just someone throwing it in your mouth as hard as they could.
Oklahoma, 31st of May, 2013. 10 days ago, a tornado had destroyed the town of Moore, killing 24 people. Now the same 1,000-mile supercell storm still hung over the area, threatening another massive tornado just outside the town of El Reno.
This is what's incredible. I don't want a chance. Look at that. Look at that. Look at those clouds. Look at that. It's just wrapping right into the... Look at that.
Volunteer storm reporters were out in force. Locals, James Birch and his dad, were on the line to El Reno Emergency Services.
I'm pretty sure we got a tornado on the ground a few miles.
Yep. That's the monster. Yeah, Dad, tell her we have a wedge tornado right in front of us.
Yeah, we're looking right at it.
Break, station BK2FSRV, confirming multi-vortex wedge, extremely dangerous. Tracking path will be towards El Reno.
I've never in my life seen anything like this, ever.
3 miles away on the interstate, Semba and her trucker husband John were in their 18-wheeler on a job driving to Kansas.
We had no warning. I mean, he was actually a new driver, fresh out of class. It was his first load.
The tornado had grown to being 2.6 miles wide, the biggest ever recorded, and they were heading straight for it.
Here comes the hail.
Oh! Huge baseball-sized hail started pounding right above the windshield on the passenger side where I was.
I think it's cool.
Oh my God! I'm like, why isn't it not pelting his side since he thinks it's so cool?
Babe, get over. We need to get over.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know how to get over. How do I turn around?
Turning around an 18-wheeler was impossible, so they just kept going, closer and closer.
Well, I don't know what to do, babe.
Oh my God.
This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation.
At the base of the tornado, storm reporters Mikey Gribble and his friend Matt were already in serious trouble.
tornado was angling up over our heads. So it was literally, you're looking up and it's right there over the top of us. I just felt like nobody was gonna know what happened to us. This is where we were gonna die.
The twister had swung round and was chasing them at 55 miles per hour. The winds blew out 3 windows.
Usually when the windows go, the car gets picked up not shortly after. I mean, it's usually a matter of seconds. And so I was just kind of biting down, just waiting, trying to brace myself for impact as the car started to fly through the field.
Back on the interstate, Sember and John had to pull over, but there was nowhere to stop. Then a relative called at just the wrong moment.
Yeah.
Babe.
Hey. Well, we're driving through the tornado pretty much right now, like golf ball size hail coming
Oh my
down.
God.
I'm trying to pull over, but there's like no place to pull over. Oh, I should have pulled over right there.
Those trucks.
Okay.
We need to get over.
Oh, I see the tornado. I'm
It's
looking
right
right
there.
at it. Yeah, I gotta go, dude. I'll call you back.
A couple of miles ahead on the interstate, the tornado was forcing these drivers into an emergency stop. But 40 tons of truck approached from behind. With one 18-wheeler already flipped, Sember and John were still trucking forward.
No. We gotta go somewhere.
I can't. I cannot turn around.
I was having a meltdown. I've never had one in my life. That was the first time to ever have a nervous breakdown.
Simmer.
It's right there. That's massive.
I gotta turn around, but I don't know how.
Oh no, but.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
The fact that I was with my husband, John, if I was going to die, I was going to be dying by his side. And that was reassuring.
Oh my God.
Just south of the interstate, storm meteorologist Tim Samaras, his son, and another colleague had just been killed. 2 of the bodies were later discovered, one half a mile east and the other west of their car.
It's right there. Go, go, go.
Less than a mile away, locals James Birch and his dad, who had reported the storm in the first place, were caught right next to it.
Go, Dad, go. Go. Just go really fast. I know you can't, but you gotta go. It's right there. It's right there. Go, go, go. It's right there. You see it? Dad, go!
I swear I can't see a thing.
Just look at the fence and then go.
Sliding all over the place.
I know. Oh my God. Go, 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 go. Just keep going. Just keep going.
I can't.
You got to, you got to. You gotta go, Dad. You gotta push through this. Yeah, dude. Hit the gas, hit the gas. Just keep going, Dad. Just keep going.
I can't go in the ditch.
I know, you're good, Dad. You're good. We're out of the clear. We made it. We made it.
Just ahead of them, storm reporters Mikey and Matt had just had the closest shave of their lives.
If we would have stopped, if we would have been 30 seconds slower, that would have started rolling our car. I've seen what it does to cars. It just puts them in a ball. It always kills you if you're in a car. Well, you can literally say you were hit by a tornado, Matt. Yeah. It's not something we should be proud of, but a lot of people say they get hit by one that just get, close. We got hit by a tornado.
Sember and John eventually found a spot to pull over.
I didn't want to die in that truck. Even if it's in a drainage ditch, not in that 18-wheeler. I'm terrified of 18-wheelers.
The storm blew out just ahead of them and 2 miles from downtown El Reno.
Hello?
3 miles south of El Reno, a passerby happened on this house and was looking for survivors.
Someone help! Oh my God. Easy, EF4. Can't tell if anybody was home. Oh my gosh.
The people in the house had fled, but Larry Fisher was hiding in the basement of a technical college when the tornado struck.
Went back down to the classroom. I turned the corner, and the outside wall was gone.
Major damage. You can see all the concrete is tore, and this is heavy equipment. They got blown around like Legos. And this is something sort of out of the movies.
It was just really shocking. I knew we'd been through a lot of damage, but I just couldn't comprehend that it was that much. It was just unbelievable.
At 2.6 miles wide and with 295 mile-per-hour winds, the El Reno tornado of 2013 was the biggest ever recorded. It killed 8 people, but avoided the 18,000 inhabitants of El Reno town by just a few miles, making this perhaps the greatest tornado near miss in recent history. Very few sports welcome bad weather, but big wave surfers pore over weather charts looking for it. This wall of water in Tahiti is called Chopo, which translates as the severer of heads. It is created by ocean swell rearing up against an underwater cliff. On top of the cliff is a razor-sharp reef that sits just 7 feet under the surface, and it has killed at least 5 surfers, unlucky enough to wipe out. The wave sweeps up the fallen surfer and buries them head first towards the reef. But this surfer is lucky enough to emerge with his life and his head. Big wave surfers generally need a jet ski to catch a wave, and here's why. Without the power to stay in front of the wave, Marco Frieri is tumbling down a 30-foot cliff of water that will not let him go. Despite being truly chewed up in a wave called Jaws, Marco did eventually become the first person to catch this wave with paddle power alone. One of the hardest things about surfing is getting out beyond breaking waves. Big wave world record holder Garrett McNamara is attempting to swim through the biggest surf wave in the world, Nazaré in Portugal. As the 4-story water wall rises before him, he tries duck diving under it. But it was never going to work. He's picked up and thrown right back where he came from. Thanks to the buoyancy aid under his wetsuit and breath hold training, he survives. But not all pros come out unscathed. Kai Lenny on the paddleboard takes on the monster that is Jaws. But he's not quick enough and tumbles down the wall of water. He makes a valiant effort to stay upright, but is ultimately crushed. In the carnage, he jams his foot into his surfboard fin, which chops deep between his toes. A jet ski and helicopter eventually save his life, but not all surfers are so lucky. An average of one professional big wave surfer dies every year. On 2nd of December 2014, British big wave surfer Andrew Cotton, known as Cotty, set out to ride the biggest wave ever surfed.
All surfers are weather geeks. You know, we've all got the apps on our phones, we all look at the Atlantic. Well, for us, it's the North Atlantic weather systems. The ideal, the dream scenario is like a huge low in the middle of the Atlantic and then a nice high over where you want to go surfing. So you're having light winds, like calm over land, and like stormy seas.
As Storm Alexandra brewed hurricane winds in the mid-Atlantic, for Cotty, on the coast of Portugal, this was the perfect time to surf. Nazaré gets the biggest waves in the world because a 3-mile deep offshore canyon funnels the Atlantic storm swells up to a single point just off the beach. Here, the waves can rise 100 feet, the height of a 10-story building.
This is something that I've dedicated my whole life to, so, you know, it's like years and years of experience, you know, to come to this moment.
In his day job, Cotty is a plumber, but if he could surf a wave 78 foot or higher, then he would be the world record holder.
I helped Garrett achieve his world record, biggest wave ever surfed, which is in the Guinness Book of Records now. And ever since that day that I helped him get that record, it became apparent to me that, you know, I'm capable of this. You know, I can do this too.
This time it was Garrett McNamara on the jet ski, helping Cotty. And he pulled him onto his first big wave, a 50-footer.
You know, like some of those big waves, they happen in slow motion. You know, the ride might be like 5 seconds, but for me, like those things, those waves, those moments are like an hour.
But he needed a bigger wave, and the next one was 60 foot. But he wiped out.
You know, the scary thing can be when you're down underwater a long time and you can't control those sort of things, thinking, oh, when will I come up?
The wave held him down while rescuers circled round searching. He was under for 20 seconds. But he only had 5 seconds to recover before the next one.
But it broke so violently on my head, like it almost felt like it ripped my arm off. I thought it actually like broke at the elbow.
Cotty had had 2 massive dunkings. Surfers often only survive 3 before running out of oxygen. After the 3rd wave, Garrett on the jet ski finally reached him.
And I can't describe the force that went through your body, you know, like, it felt like almost your body, like if I didn't have my wetsuit on, that my body would be in pieces, you know, like I describe it like being hit by like a full truck or something like that, you know, like.
It took 3 weeks before Cotty was fit again, and his friend Garrett still had the record.
It's been a long road, so I kind of feel real fortunate to be able to put myself in some horrible situations.
The The weather shows no mercy, so anyone going head-to-head with Mother Nature is either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. A New Yorker films this 200 foot up during a hurricane.
If you see this man all the way up high in the middle of Hurricane Sandy on scaffolding on a high-rise building, you see him there? This is not the goal that any parent has for their children. What in the world is this guy thinking?
The hurricane has flattened fully grown trees, so can easily bring the entire scaffolding down.
These are the things that go on in New York City. There he is.
Having his very first go on a power kite, and we can safely say this high flyer has all the gear, but no idea.
How was that?
Brilliant. In Kazan, Russia, this car park man is attempting to complete his car park clearing duties. Confusingly, that same sport is taking him a while, but he can't figure out why. The same process that causes avalanches can happen on a much smaller scale. The weight of the snow plus ground disturbances is a dangerous combination. This man has clearly never played Jenga. This driver in the UK forgot to move his car before the ice came. After 20 minutes of trying, his girlfriend begins filming, perhaps in revenge for those comments about her driving. He eventually makes the sensible decision to quit while ahead.
Are you all right?
Not content with walking on thin ice, this person wants to walk on water. Near freezing, ice-cold water, proving when it comes to deadly weather, fools rush in where more sensible people fear to tread. Coming up,
we are driving into this.
an Arizona dust storm turns day into night in Phoenix.
The kids started to cry. That was kind of a turn of, hey, we're actually kind of in a bad situation here.
Holy!
An elderly couple are washed away in a Vegas flash flood, but survived to tell the tale. And in the face of deadly weather, we witness the most daring of rescues. Phoenix, Arizona, July 2011.
The first ones of the year are usually the worst because there hasn't been any rain. The desert's really dry. The dust is really ready to be blown up.
Hiker Lauren Shelton watched his hometown get swallowed by a 50-mile wide, 3-mile high wall of dust.
It just started to thicken and grow and then spread out. I've been in a lot of dust storms. I grew up here in Arizona, and we have these dust storms every summer, but this one was different.
On the ground in Phoenix, the storm was blowing thousands of tons of sand towards Jennifer and Gustavo Luna's outdoor wedding.
It's never being too old to hold hands. Are you listening?
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of concern about the weather.
The general weather around here in Arizona is pretty much hot. You really don't have to glue yourself to the weather station to see if it's going to change or not.
I turned around and just saw this big wall of dirt headed our direction.
You have today joined yourself, excuse me.
They were just 5 minutes into their 15-minute ceremony.
I felt like we had time to get it done, but then I didn't because I realized it got there pretty quick.
We'll do the sand ceremony now.
Okay.
Dust storms aren't just inconvenient. They carry valley fever, with symptoms including open sores, pneumonia, and deadly meningitis. But many thousands of residents are unaware of the dangers.
So then the storm isn't actually coming right now.
Oh yeah, there's a huge storm behind us. That's what's pushing
But
it.
you don't even hear any thunders.
Yeah, I know, it'll be here.
So, but I mean, I think it's not going to.
Seriously, Wendy, get out of the pool. Anything that kicks
You
up,
don't see anything or hear anything.
and that's what's kind of scary.
Inside the haboob, as they are also known locally, 70-mile-per-hour sandblasting winds were heading their way.
Birds are taking off. Like, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Would you please get out of the pool?
Oh my God, it's coming!
That's what I told you.
You do not want to be driving on any major street when this thing hits. It's gonna suck.
This is a haboob.
Haboob that is about to envelop us.
Christian Briscoe, his wife and 2 kids, were returning from a 4th of July holiday and were just 5 miles from home.
We are driving into this.
You have so many monsoon storms that hit in the summertime that you just, have to go on about your daily life if you can. Unless it's really bad, then you stop.
You see it, Jackson?
Yeah.
I'll be really careful because I can't see very well. At all.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really thick. There's a car over there.
Once we did drive into it and day turned to night and the kids started to cry, that was kind of a turn of thought for us that, hey, we're actually kind of in a bad situation here and the kids are even recognizing it. So we need to do our best here to make sure we're safe.
On the outskirts of town, Jennifer and Gustavo were celebrating their wedding with what else? A sand ceremony.
Jennifer and Gustavo today will join separate lives together. The 2 separate bottles of sand.
The sand ceremony was very important for me. However, as we were doing it, we were trying to rush everything to get it in because everybody was just getting dirt blown on them.
Separate families and separate sets of friends. Just as these grains of sand can never be separated.
The visibility got so bad I couldn't even see our guests and stuff, so it got pretty bad. Real intense, too.
It feels like you're getting pricked with things, like little tiny needles hitting your skin over and over and over again.
Just imagine picking up some dirt and just someone throwing it in your mouth as hard as they could.
The authority vested in me in the state of Arizona. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Congratulations, you may kiss the bride.
We got married is the important thing, right?
Yes, it is. Definitely.
Come hell or high water, it was happening that
Hell
day.
or haboob, right?
It was in the nick of time as the dust entered downtown Phoenix.
Everything just got hell dark, dude.
In this dust, headlights were useless, forcing this family to stop.
We can't see nothing in front of us. We got caught right in the middle of it.
The wind's blowing like crazy.
We can't see nothing, Amanda. Can't even see the front of the car.
No, like you can't see it through your windshield.
But Christian Briscoe, with his family, struggled on.
So the speed at which the dust storm changed the environment we're in was shocking. You just don't know what's going to come out of the dust from any angle when you can't see more than half a block away.
There's cars over here. We can't see anything in front of us.
Wow. I like to be in control too, so if I just pull over the side of the road and hope for the best, then I'm taking my chances. Where if I'm behind the wheel, I can actually, have some input to what happens if another vehicle's coming near me. So.
Stopped at a stoplight.
I think we are.
You can hardly see. It is right now, the street lights came on. It is now 6 o'clock at night.
Phoenix was plunged into premature darkness, just as 10,000 people also lost power. Up on the mountain, Lauren realized it was too late for him to get home.
When I saw the dust storm forming, I could tell by the direction that the thunderstorms that were pushing it were coming my way, so I knew it was going to come towards me, and then just it continued to grow and come right at me.
Alrighty. It's time to bail.
It got hard to see, and the footing is terrible. There's no trails on that mountain. I just kind of hike up on my own, make my own pathways. Stumbling around there with loose rocks on a steep mountainside in the dark is not advisable thing to do.
I don't need my sunglasses anymore. In fact, I might need a flashlight.
You feel a tightness in your chest. I know when I first started experiencing them, it was very hard to breathe. These dust storms kick up a lot of spores and things that you don't want to really be breathing. People get valley fever, so if you're outside exercising and breathing heavy in this kind of conditions, you're just sucking in a bunch of stuff into your lungs you really don't want to.
Very windy. You can hear the wind.
Is there a bull?
You know, looking back on driving through the dust storm, it wasn't the smartest thing to do. We should have probably pulled over and got into a restaurant and had dinner and just let it blow over without having to worry about it.
Christian and his family made it home, but the dust storm hung over them for several more hours. That year, there was a 38% rise in valley fever cases, and the haboob covered some 7,500 square miles, making this a once in every 100-year event. And Jennifer and Gustavo's wedding became the stuff of legend.
As far as the sand ceremony goes, I thought it was kind of funny, to be honest. I mean, how can you not?
Dust storms are essential to life on Earth. Without them, we could suffocate. Each year, the wind blows 27 million tons of Saharan dust onto the Amazon rainforest. Full of essential nutrients, the forest in turn gives us 20% of the world's oxygen. So, dust storms feed the lungs of the world, but that doesn't make them any less lethal. The port city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia has been hit with the worst dust storm in living memory. This massive haboob, as they are known in Arabic, stretches 1,800 miles, as far north as Syria and as far west as Cyprus. They are like tornadoes in reverse. Instead of hot air being sucked up, cooled air is propelled down, creating waves of sand and debris, blown by winds reaching 100 miles per hour. Thousands are hospitalized with breathing problems, and at least 2 people die on the first day. Driving is hard, but flying is virtually impossible. The downdraft inside the storm forces all the airlines in the area to make emergency landings. This one touches down alongside a public highway. Incredibly, no one is hurt, and all the planes around Jeddah land safely. Sydney, Australia, and the city is cloaked in outback dust, blown over thousands of miles.
I mean, dust storm, and that's what a dust storm looks like.
When residents wake up to this storm, they joke they have woken up on Mars. But storms like this cost asthma sufferers their health and $20 million a year in medical bills. In Kuwait, the city is threatened by an apocalyptic barrage of dust. The storm has not been forecast, so at first the locals think it is smoke from a burning building. It blows in with 50-mile-per-hour winds, blocking out the sun and causing utter panic.
Look at this man! Hey! Coming down! Where is it? What has happened? Careful, man!
On a nearby American Army base, the same storm is a novelty for the soldiers.
If we time it right, we can just like duck underneath and just have it pass us. That's just insane.
But actually, the danger is very real. Invading under the cover of a sandstorm is a local military tactic used to this day by terror groups. Now that's some seriously deadly weather. Though in Kuwait, this soldier is safe, and he seems pleased with his video.
Insane. Why can't you see the video for this? Do you see the video?
Interstate 15, 30 miles north of Las Vegas, Nevada, crosses America's driest desert. On 9th of September 2014, water conservation expert Doug Bennett was traveling to Las Vegas.
We only get about 10 centimeters of rain per year, and we like to joke that we're never sure which day it's all coming.
Turned out that today was the day.
Some of the people decided they could drive through the ditch that divided the highway.
So I wanted to turn around to get back to base. That's when I tried to turn around and my car got stuck. That's when I personally started freaking out.
Airman Tyler Webb escaped his car before it was too late, but not everyone was so lucky. A mile downstream, truck driver Shane Dukeman filmed the water filling a ravine and flowing under the road.
Yellow barrels are taking off down the road.
After the construction barrels came a terrifying sight. This minivan had an elderly couple inside. A construction worker came to their aid, and the passenger opened the door to escape.
Coming down, ain't there?
Yeah, there's a car coming. That guy just got swept up in the water. Holy!
The vehicle jammed under the bridge. The driver and the construction worker escaped on the car roof. But 75-year-old Margie Miller, seen floating past, was swept away. Back upstream with Doug, another emergency was unfolding.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Airman Tyler Webb's car was about to ram another car ahead.
Not only is the water coming to these people, but here comes a 4,000-pound car.
And the female passenger was trapped inside.
Basically, the center console was too big for her to climb over.
Tyler had helped pull the woman to safety, but then headed back into the torrent.
For whatever reason, I wanted to get back to the side of the road that I started on.
Every gallon of water weighs 8 pounds. Every gallon. So it's an incredibly heavy object that can create a tremendous amount of force, and it's moving extremely swiftly.
I'm a 6'4", 200-pound man. You know, I'm pretty big, and it just took me away like I was a rag doll.
Luckily, Tyler was saved by a quicker-thinking colleague.
Where's my car?
He was seconds from being run over by his own car.
It's got good electrics, though. Check that out. The headlights still work. Unreal.
I miss it already.
But he had to watch his wheels disappear into the same ravine as Margie Miller's minivan. Her husband, Lauren, and the construction worker were rescued safely from the roof of the van. Incredibly, Margie was pulled from the water 300 yards downstream by a Vegas cop. So no one was seriously hurt, but Tyler's driving habits were changed forever.
If I'm already driving and I get caught in the rain, I'll pull over. You know, if there's a restaurant nearby, I'll just go grab something to eat or something. Like anything, so I'm not driving in the rain anymore. I don't like it anymore.
When deadly weather hits, our lives can depend on death-defying rescues. In California, firefighters are beating all odds with this one.
Come on back! We got him! We got him! Keep everybody. Come on now, come on now, come on!
But under 2 feet from safety,
He's in the water! He's in the water!
the fire team are fast to react.
There you go, hold on! Hold on, hold on! Brace it!
But there is no way of getting him onto the bridge this time.
Hold on. John, put that other vest behind him, float it behind him. Go, pull it. Got it, got it. Get off the road! Watch your feet. Go, go, go. That other vest behind him, because it needs... Hold on to him, Sam. Yeah. Yeah! Yeah!
Against all odds, he makes it out with his life. Hawaii is an ocean paradise, famous for its waves. But this couple see no danger in scaling this rocky outcrop for a photo.
Oh,
Jesus. Yep, call.
We're calling.
The volcanic rocks here are razor sharp. A pair of snorkelers immediately help the stricken couple, and lifeguards and emergency services are on the scene in minutes. The woman escaped serious injury, but her partner is badly lacerated. In northern India, a minivan full of passengers has taken on a flash flood. An onlooker chants, "God have mercy," as one by one adults and children are dragged out. The final person just escapes being crushed by the toppling van. But there's one passenger left behind. The minivan could dislodge at any moment. He beckons rescuers away as he attempts to climb up the van. They sling him a rope and edge out, and get to him just in time.
Hang in there, buddy.
Come on now.
In upstate New York, a resident heard yelping coming from the frozen river 15 minutes ago and called the local fire department.
Come on. Yeah, go out there and go right in the water and get to him.
It's not over your head.
You're almost going to be able to stand up.
Most humans would be hypothermic by this point, with their vital organs shutting down. A Labrador is smaller, so they don't have long.
Get a hold of him there. All right. There you go. There you go.
They retrieve him from the water, but that is only half the battle. In the ambulance, the dog loses consciousness, so they must warm him up.
Huh? Okay, yeah, Doug, take me to the top.
His heart is still beating, but it's slow.
There is no good heartbeat yet. Good, good. This is cold, this is really cold. Okay, let's try to roll him.
Eventually, their persistence pays off as he wakes up.
Hey, there you go, yeah.
And he is returned alive to his grateful owner.
Heard him from up on the hill here.
But we don't have to be heroic to rescue someone or something in need. As Estonia is drenched in rain, this poor creature has nowhere to go. The macho man in the car thinks nothing of his own safety or shoes. In the nick of time, before this critter is drowned, he scoops it up. And they give the 5-week-old kitten a new home and name it Tilk, which goes to show shocking weather can be our finest hour. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature chew us up, spit us out, and come back for more. When the chips are down, we've seen how helpless we really are. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God, look at that! Oh! Jesus. Everybody take cover, now!
Coming up in this episode, the Philippines is hit by its strongest ever typhoon.
This was literally the apocalypse.
Glacial calving in Greenland unleashes tsunami-like waves. And we witness the brutal power of storm surges. November 8th, 2013, and Tacloban City on the Philippines' east coast was in the crosshairs of Typhoon Haiyan, the most powerful typhoon ever recorded. At 6 a.m., winds were reaching 120 miles per hour. Haiyan's eye wall, the most intense part of the storm, was less than an hour away from landfall.
I think the eye wall of Typhoon Haiyan is very close to us now.
Veteran storm tracker Josh Morgaman was in a Tacloban hotel. In an area hit by an average of 9 cyclones per year, Josh feared not enough locals were evacuating.
I think that the people in these regions get a little numb to them and they start to see them as all the same. And the problem was that Haiyan was not like other typhoons. I was getting really nervous.
60 miles north of Josh, Catherine Gearing from the Red Cross had been preparing locals in Catbalogan City, but was now taking shelter.
In the house where we were staying, one of the windows smashed. There was rain pouring in, so you could definitely feel the power of the typhoon.
As the typhoon intensified, Catherine feared she and her colleagues would not make it through.
You think, is this the right decision that we've made to stay here, and is this structure strong enough?
7 a.m. in Tacloban, and the eye wall was beginning to make landfall. Josh took cover in his hotel as ferocious winds ramped up to 200 miles per hour.
We were in a big, sturdy hotel, and you could just feel it starting to like wobble. One of the scary things about being in a typhoon in an urban area is you have a lot of flying debris. I'm talking pieces of metal, large pieces of wood, stuff that if it hit you, it would kill you instantly.
The full force of Typhoon Haiyan was now ripping Tacloban city apart. The smashed windows at the front of the hotel created a vortex, sending Josh to the rear of the building, where he saw a distressing sight.
I realized that something very serious was happening, which is the water was coming up. The bay was actually flooding into the city.
On top of the typhoon's devastating winds, the storm surge swept in from the sea, delivering a second deadly blow.
That storm surge came in so quickly. It came in with sort of like a tsunami-like speed. And what that meant was a lot of people, by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late.
With each cubic foot of water weighing 62 pounds, there was little hope of anything slowing the brutal onslaught. Water levels were now 3 foot high and rising. Josh was on a third-floor balcony as locals on the ground were pushed out of their flooded homes, only to be met by a road that had become a torrential river.
I felt like I was just gonna see people die right in front of me, and I never felt so freaked out. I realized I couldn't be an observer anymore. I had to help. And then we just started trying to rescue people.
But as the floodwaters continued to rise in the hotel, Josh and his team's own lives were in danger.
The guests who were in first floor rooms were trapped. The water came up and they couldn't open their doors, so they were literally in these death traps.
The race was now on to rescue the elderly and infirm, who were unable to escape to safety. One man was the wheelchair-bound ex-mayor of Tacloban. Across the city, those that found shelter like Josh could now only wait and hope for Typhoon Haiyan to weaken. Two hours after it began, the typhoon finally passed. In the lesser affected Catbalogan city, Catherine had ridden out the storm.
There was a huge amount of relief, but there was also a lot of fear because some of our colleagues were in another structure in Tacloban.
She now had to get to worse hit Tacloban to find her colleagues and begin the relief effort. Meanwhile, Josh was able to venture out to the streets to survey the damage.
We went outside into the streets. This was literally the apocalypse. There were dead bodies in the streets. Whole blocks had been reduced to rubble. The city had been destroyed.
Catherine arrived on the other side of town, where the extent of the devastation was even more apparent.
when we travelled to Tacloban city. It really took my breath away. I knew this city, I'd been there before, and it was totally unfamiliar. We were climbing like over cars, you know, houses that had been blown and collapsed onto there was no road. We were walking over this debris, and the whole time you're thinking there were casualties in the area that were under the debris.
Catherine finally arrived at the city's flood-hit Red Cross branch, where her colleagues had been sheltering just hours before.
All of us were really anxious. You can feel it in your stomach, like it's like your stomach's in a knot.
Thankfully, they had escaped before the deadly storm surge engulfed their ground floor.
It was a huge relief to know that people that were friends and colleagues for 3 years, you know, were safe.
But with local hospitals in ruins and supplies washed away, their priority now was to provide urgent aid and stem the rising death toll. In the coming days, more supplies arrived as the aid agency set up emergency response units to treat the thousands of survivors pouring in. Josh stayed on to help with the cleanup effort and reflected on living through the worst typhoon in his 10-year storm tracking career.
The night before the typhoon hit, people were just kind of hanging out, drinking beer, playing pool, just like it was any normal night. And I said, "You're not going to ride out the typhoon here, are you? You're gonna go inland, right?" And they just kind of smiled. They didn't seem very concerned about it. After the typhoon, it was just blocks and blocks of rubble, and it was an area where a lot of people died. And I wonder if those people that I spoke to even made it.
Tacloban City bore the brunt of the deadliest typhoon to hit the Philippines since 1881. Haiyan was a humanitarian disaster. It killed 6,300 people, 22,000 were injured, and 11 million were directly affected. Over many months, aid agency workers such as Catherine would continue to treat the injured and provide vital food, water, and shelter to the local population.
We were able to set up health clinics and help with delivering babies. We were able to provide vital health services. If the Red Cross weren't able to respond to this emergency, I think there would have been significant more lives, you know, lost if we weren't there to respond.
When a serious storm hits, the greatest threat to life and property are not the winds, but the ocean storm surges, as these residents of Ocean City, New Jersey find out during Hurricane Sandy. 100-mile-per-hour winds swell the sea, pushing it onto land. Luckily for these storm-chasing locals and this bunny rabbit, the storm surge is only just beginning. As Sandy's winds intensify, so does the surge. The sea walls beside this Staten Island diner provide little protection from the increased ocean swell. As the storm surge vaults tons of seawater onto the restaurant, the owner has no choice but to abandon his business and leave it to the CCTV to capture the devastating effects. But for those that don't see it coming, there is no such escape. This hotel in Rockaway Beach, New York, is hit by a 5-foot tidal surge. The owners desperately try to stem the torrents, but the force of the waves eventually breaks through the glass doors, flooding the ground floor and forcing stranded guests upstairs.
Except we're not going to sing.
And businesses like this are shut down for weeks. Even lesser storms can create a powerful surge, if the tide is high. This person in Penzance, United Kingdom, finds himself cornered by waves, crashing over the sea wall. And for nearby residents, this Valentine's Day is a washout. Even when the worst of a storm seems to have passed, it doesn't mean the surge has. As the weather eases off, this group in Brittany, France, venture out to admire the surf, unaware that the storm surge could still pack a punch. In near freezing waters, a deadly rip current is then added to the mix. With an elderly couple in the water, this is now a life or death situation. This onlooker must wait for a lull in the swell to make a daring rescue. And luckily, this surge doesn't prove deadly. But when it comes to storm surges, the ones whipped up by hurricanes resemble tsunamis. Four-lane highways become part of the sea as 30-foot waves are whipped up by Hurricane Chaba in South Korea. And with hurricane-induced surges comes the devastating addition of huge rainfall. The Caribbean bears the brunt of Hurricane Matthew. Kingston, Jamaica is deluged by torrential floodwaters, causing chaos on the roads, damaging hundreds of properties, and sending thousands fleeing to disaster shelters. Greenland is the largest island on Earth. Glacial ice covers 80% of this Arctic wonderland. But due to rising global temperatures, it's currently melting faster than at any other time in history. So tourists who come to see the spectacular but dangerous ice calving are advised to keep their distance. In Ilulissat on the west coast, Jens Moller and his uncle were taking a tourist out to see this spectacular phenomenon.
It's magnificent. We got very close to it at some point and got so close to it that I could almost touch it.
But just as the boat edged away from the 650-foot ice cliff, something unusual caught his attention.
At some point, I just kept on hearing cracks from a certain direction. It just kept on cracking. And I thought, maybe something big is coming up. I wouldn't say I knew something was coming, but I had a feeling.
Mesmerized by the icefall, the boat party were now in the direct path of this roaring wave of water and ice.
Wow!
The tiny boat was battered and took on water, but just managed to stay afloat.
If we had capsized, I don't think any of us would have survived. The water temperature definitely below zero, so there's this risk of getting cramps, and when you get cramps, there's no way you can swim properly.
Miles from land, the priority now was to escape this unstable glacial corridor.
The moment I was most scared is after the incident. So much adrenaline. I just couldn't control my legs. They started shaking.
Wow. Luckily, the group made it out unscathed.
This is the wildest thing I've ever tried in my life. Woo! I've never been this close to dying. I've never been this close to dying before.
Having been at the foot of the glacier just moments before, only lucky timing prevented a multiple tragedy.
We were very, very close to the glacier. I don't think other boats would have done that, and we nearly paid for it with worst case scenario life.
Jens came away from the experience with a valuable lesson.
It's magnificent to look at it from a distance, but it can be very dangerous to get too close like we did. Next time I go and sail and go to a glacier with a tourist, I'm not going to be 200 meters away. I'm going to be 500 meters away at least.
As we've seen, getting close to melting ice is not always sensible on a warm day. But these tourists, at the end of the Miage Glacier in Italy, have nowhere to flee. As giant blocks of ice start to fall, they have little chance of escape. 15,000 tons of falling ice sends a powerful wave of freezing cold water straight at them. Many suffer serious injuries, but all live to tell the tale. This is Jakobshavn Glacier in Greenland, where it meets the Arctic Ocean. It's a warm spring day, and these tourists are about to see a giant iceberg form before their eyes. An ancient crevasse starts to split the ice from top to bottom, creating an iceberg as big as a football stadium. The sheer weight of ice below the surface flips it over. Turns out it's true what they say about an iceberg. 90% of it is out of sight.
Oh my god, for det er en bølge derovre, mand!
In the United Kingdom, retreating glaciers have carved this most intimidating peak, Mount Snowdon. Ancient English for snow hill. But when rising temperatures melt ice, damage can still be done and can cramp a climber's style. He comes to rest 100 foot further down the mountain, but escapes with just minor injuries to his ankles. Falling ice can also be spectacular. This crumbling ice bridge is at the end of a 20-mile-long glacier in Argentina. It's as tall as a 20-story building. It was formed when moving ice made a dam across the lake. As the ice below the surface is so badly eroded, it can no longer hold the weight of the ice above. Thousands of years of Mother Nature's work destroyed in seconds. But some people aren't satisfied just watching glaciers collapse. They want to get involved. On the Copper River in south-central Alaska, Keali Mamala decided surfing the ice wave was the way to go. Eyewitnesses can't be sure if he is above the surface. It takes another angle to see Keali conquering the coldest wave he'll ever surf. Coming up, the city of Houston is devastated by a flash flood.
My adrenaline was kicking in. I'm like, am I gonna make it through this?
A freak winter tornado rips apart an Illinois town. And we discover how the El Nino effect turns our weather on its head. Houston, Texas. Surrounded by 2,500 miles of waterways, its 2 million urban residents are at constant risk of flooding. And on April 18, 2016, this low-lying city was hammered by the second largest rainfall in its history.
What in the world? That's what you call somebody who ain't got a family.
2 inches every hour had fallen since midnight. By 8 a.m., this had increased to 4 inches every hour, pushing the city's drainage system to breaking point.
The National Weather Service in League City has issued a flash flood warning for central Harris County in southeastern Texas.
I grew up in Houston. I've seen a lot of rain, a lot of flooding. I haven't seen flooding to this level, this quickly.
Bill Pennington's home in Maryland, in the southwest of the city, was just 400 yards from the banks of a swollen river as the waters began to rise on his street.
A lot of the flood water actually goes through the sewer system. You know, obviously it's a sewer system. It has some very nasty stuff in there.
Bill's home was flooded just a year earlier, and this time he was taking no chances.
When it starts happening again, you kind of go into a massive adrenaline rush. You need to get things off the ground and move. You can have all the money in the world, you can have whatever you want, and it's not stopping that water from coming into your house. It's complete and total powerlessness at that point.
Bill headed for a neighbor's house on higher ground and could only hope his house would be in one piece when he returned. He wasn't the only one scrambling to escape the fast-rising waters. The overloaded drains breached all over the city. And by midday, 7 of Houston's waterways had burst their banks. City officials were now warning against all forms of travel.
Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order. Turn around, don't drown.
8 miles away in southwest Houston, Ted Nugent was on the way to his mother's in his souped-up Hummer.
They're probably the most amazing, all-capable vehicle. When I heard the news warnings about the torrential rain coming up, I really wasn't that worried. It's not my first rodeo. It wasn't until I hit the freeway that I realized something was wrong. And I'm like, oh my God, like most of Houston is underwater, but I was kind of, you know, on my way to rescue my mom.
As Ted came off the freeway to his mother's neighborhood, he found himself in one of the worst hit areas.
As I got closer to her neighborhood, it got worse. You know, it started getting really bad there. Okay, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet. Oh, this is getting high. The water starts going over the hood of the Hummer.
Oh my God.
I was getting tingling sensations through my feet, my toes, my whole body. My adrenaline was kicking in. I'm like, am I gonna make it through this?
Emergency services were now responding to over 1,000 rescue calls.
Those guys gotta be busy today.
It wasn't just the people that were in danger. In North Houston, 70 horses had been swept away from Cypress Trails Ranch.
water has completely submerged this horse barn that you see people standing on the roadway watching in an extremely sad situation.
The owner put out a desperate plea for rescuers to help save her horses and livelihood. Trained diver and endurance horse racer Justin Netson heard the call and made his way to the flooded ranch.
I couldn't stand seeing these horses out there, knowing that I'm a good swimmer and I know horses. So my only thought was, I'll just see if I can help. The first couple horses were easy because they were close or semi-close. But at that point, I knew horses were getting tired, and there was a main body of water that was going through them.
As you can see, horses are submerged in the floodwater. They're tied up, trying to swim for their lives, as you see that horse struggling to stay above the water.
Justin and other rescuers were finding tired and temperamental horses in desperate situations. One in particular was in a perilous spot.
It was definitely the hardest and most dangerous spot. The water moves so fast, and these horses are so big, it was pressing them up against logs or anything that was underwater.
In 5 feet of rising water, surrounded by trees and debris, there was not just the animal that was in danger.
A horse in the water, when they're swimming, I mean, the legs are going, and you're an afterthought. So you have to know a horse and the fact that you need to get out of its way.
Meanwhile, Ted had slowed to a virtual standstill in 6 feet of torrential water.
I got really nervous. My foot was on the throttle at 100%, and the vehicle is moving slowly. And, you know, from all that water, just too much pressure. After getting through the most dangerous part of the flood, I had a sense of relief.
Fortunately for Ted and his mother, he was able to make it to his destination.
USA! USA! USA!
Over in the woods, the rescue team was struggling to free the horse.
His eyes were starting to roll back. I knew this horse did not have very much time at all. At that moment, this horse kind of looked at me, and I felt like, okay, he understands. I just thought, here we go, quick prayer, push him. And eventually he went with the rest of the horses.
Justin spent a total of 7 hours in the water and directly helped save 15 of the 65 horses that survived.
A lot of people ask, well, you know, weren't you exhausted afterwards? And honestly, I had such an adrenaline rush that I think time stood still. I was just so focused on the horses.
By 3 p.m., the flood began to recede, and Bill was finally able to wade back to his home.
At that point, we had about 16 inches of water in the house. It kind of hit you that my house is completely ruined.
Bill's house suffered $400,000 worth of damage and was one of almost 2,000 homes flooded throughout the city. By late afternoon, the city's governor declared Houston a disaster zone. 240 billion gallons of water fell on Houston in less than a day. It left 147,000 homes without power. 1,200 people had to be rescued, and 5 died in submerged vehicles.
It is a scary situation that I got myself into, and luckily I'm here to talk about it.
With urban development on the rise in Houston, Bill fears devastating floods will only increase.
Used to be farmland. It would absorb a lot of water. Now it's all houses for many, many, many miles. So now you have all this hard surface, all this concrete, and it has nowhere to go. So it comes up and out of the bayou. So you live in the city of Houston. It can happen at any moment, at any time.
For Justin, he was glad he could do something to help the animals he loves.
I was definitely fortunate enough to be at the right place at the right time. What's up, party boy? I feel a slight connection with these guys. I don't look at these horses as horses, I look at them as family. I mean, they bring a calmness to my life.
Every 3 to 4 years, the El Niño effect makes our planet's weather even more extreme. A buildup of warm water in the tropical Pacific leads to more wet weather in some areas and drier, hotter weather in others. In February 2016, Fiji bore the brunt of El Niño's wet weather effects. Cyclone Winston's 145-mile-per-hour winds ripped into the tiny island nation. And even when people did find shelter, the resulting storm surge, combined with the rainfall, flooded hundreds of properties across the country. 80% of its people lost power, 40,000 homes were destroyed, and 44 people were killed in its wake. But in eastern Australia, El Niño had the opposite effect. In November 2015, above-average temperatures and 60-mile-per-hour winds turned New South Wales bushland into a tinderbox. 83,000 hectares of land were turned to ash, and 470 buildings and farms were destroyed, like this one in Pinery. The fires burned for 2 weeks before they could be controlled. And despite widespread evacuation, 80,000 livestock and 2 people perished. In October 2015, increased moisture from El Niño's warm waters fed storms in Southern California. The result was a catastrophic flash flood that tore through a jam-packed Route 58. Many people were trapped for up to 12 hours.
My dad's truck, we were just in there, we had to kick out the window. We made ourselves to high ground, we're still in danger. There's some poor people down there. I hope everybody's okay.
Over 200 vehicles had to be recovered, but incredibly, there were no fatalities. November 17th, 2013, in Washington, Illinois. With tornadoes usually fueled by warm air, residents awoke to the unusual sound of twister warnings in winter.
A confirmed tornado was located near Washington and moving northeast at 60 miles per hour.
Chris Lancaster was at home with his family as a giant twister approached town.
My wife woke me up in the morning and was like, you need to get up. Sirens are going off. It's looking funky outside.
Come on. Get in the house. Come on.
Get her in the basement and kennel them.
Chris, it's coming toward us. I'm going with my baby.
Go with the babies. Leave that door so I can get in.
The tornado was under 2 miles away, with winds that could flatten his home.
As it got to me or coming closer to me, it got bigger and bigger and bigger. It sounded like a freight train. You ready to run with me, okay? Yeah. You ready to run with me, buddy?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Chris's wife and children dived for cover in the basement, but he stayed outside.
I could see the houses being like sucked away by it. And then I was still, I'm infatuated with what I was seeing and like memorized by it. And just kind of got lost in it.
But I hope no one's hurt.
Most of Chris's neighbors had fled indoors.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
But Chris was still mesmerized.
Oh my God! When I flew across the room, I thought I was gone.
Chris was smashed on his head by his fridge, so his son had to drag him down to the basement. But he was in a bad way.
Oh. What happened, Chris? Oh. You get hit with?
Oh no.
In a matter of seconds, this EF4 twister passed. Just yards away, Chris's neighbor was one of the first to surface.
Wow. Holy moly. Oh my God. Our house is freaking destroyed, Josie. Josie, come on now. I know it's scary. Come on now. And watch the nails. That's fine.
2,500 vehicles and 633 homes, including Chris's, were destroyed.
It really looked like a napalm bomb went off around here. I mean, it was just, everything was everywhere.
It was the strongest November tornado in Illinois' history. But despite 5,000 people being in its path, only one person died.
We had one death day of the tornado here in town, which was a friend of a lot of ours around the community, and that very well could have been me.
Chris suffered permanent eye damage and fractured his skull in 7 places. It took him over a year to recover from his injuries and to have his house rebuilt. But were it not for the actions of his quick-thinking son, it could have been far worse.
I thought my wife and kids would never see me again. That probably saved my life. I'm not 100% sure if it did or not, but I'm pretty thankful that he was there to pull me around that side of the corner into that safety room, and with the wife and kids and all them guys. And just to be alive today is a whole new meaning to me.
Our vehicles keep us warm when it's cold and cool when it's hot. But when it gets seriously wet, they offer little protection. Novgorod, Russia, and a bit of light drizzle shouldn't present any issues for these road users. One sharp turn at speed on a damp surface is all it takes to correct that prediction. Thankfully, the driver escapes unharmed. When a flood rips through this road in Islamabad, Pakistan, it's pretty obvious this is a no-go zone. But apparently not to this driver. This person is lucky not to join the millions of drivers killed in floods around the world every year. These much wiser drivers in Queensland, Australia, stay indoors when severe flooding hits.
I'm so glad I parked at the front today. That's coming fast. Should we move our cars out the front of the building and just go?
As the river bursts its banks, the power of the torrent leaves these parked cars resembling rubber ducks.
No. Oh, no.
You got it?
Yeah. Oh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that is horrible. Whoa.
But one owner isn't prepared to see his car go the way of the others.
Don't, oh mate, don't, just let it go.
He's taking the air out of his tires. As soon as you do that, it floats down.
Don't.
Oh. He's taken the air out of them.
There's another one. That is unbelievable.
See if he can take his air out.
Oh, lucky.
Save his car.
Just.
He saves his ride, but it could have cost him his life. A flooded road doesn't stop this driver in Russia until they meet a giant sheet of ice. Deterred but not defeated, this driver calls in some heavy-duty help. But the ice just keeps on coming. Despite the tractor's valiant efforts, these drivers won't be crossing this flooded river anytime soon. Predictably, a torrential downpour in Seoul, South Korea, slows rush hour traffic to a standstill. But no one can imagine what comes next. The rainfall triggers a huge landslide. One of many in the region that saw 69 people lose their lives. As we've seen, drivers underestimate wet weather at their peril. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature in all her fury. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy,
Our house is freaking destroyed, Josie!
and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down.
You can't do anything!
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And can witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God, look at that! Oh! Jesus Christ! Everybody take cover, now!
Coming up in this episode, supersized waves and fatal flooding from the world's deadliest tsunami. A truck driver trying to stop a wildfire abandons his plans.
Hurry up! Back up!
And we meet the people who fly in the face of fear when it comes to the world's deadliest weather. The beaches surrounding the Indian Ocean, a popular destination during winter in the Northern Hemisphere. Koh Phi Phi Don is a narrow island in southern Thailand. Swedish couple Kalle Wedelius and girlfriend Sarah were about to go on a boat trip.
When we came down to the harbor, we found a boat, but then we noticed that all the water started to disappear.
För 2 minuter sedan så hoppade Sara i båten här och plötsligt så försvann allt vatten.
The boat owner said to us, you know, I'm going to find another boat for you, just stay put. And I actually asked him, is it normal? Does it have anything to do with the tide? And he said, you know, I've never seen this before.
Det här är helt sjukt. Men det är kul. Jävlar.
Also in Thailand, Stuart Guerin and his girlfriend Lisa Ferguson. They'd gone to the island of Koh Lanta. Stuart and Lisa were staying right by the sea. The morning after Christmas, their beach was almost gone.
We headed down to the beach where all our friends from the night before had gathered, but there was something not quite right. Our beautiful beach from the days previous seemed to have disappeared, and there was a lot of junk that had been washed up in the last 20 minutes.
Even for no beach!
Yeah, we got a whole load of driftwood.
Unbelievable!
We overheard someone else saying that they'd received phone calls to say there had been an earthquake in Phuket, which wasn't so far away from us at all.
Out at sea, a thundering rumble.
It stuck out like a sore thumb. It was a monster of a wave on its way.
Yeah, I see it.
There was no news. Stuart had never heard of a tsunami, let alone that one was heading straight for him.
If the Thais start panicking, then you know you should panic.
That's big.
On the island of Koh Phi Phi Don, Sarah and Kalle's boat trip was about to be cancelled.
Ja. Nu måste vi nog fly den här stranden, tror jag. Hej då.
I just felt that it was weird. I wasn't afraid. I wasn't scared.
In a matter of seconds, crystal clear water turned into a murky, encroaching threat.
You can feel that something was wrong. I started to get afraid.
Jag har den här. Det är översvämning på Phi Phi.
Walk turned to jog, turned to sprint.
Okej, kom igen. Spring fort som fan. Spring. Det är alltså riktigt jävla översvämning nu. Ja, in i hotellet. Gå på andra våningen. Nej.
The water was chasing us. You felt the water just grabbing your feet.
Sarah got stuck on a hedge, but she was closer to safety than some. The only way out was up. Halfway up the stairs, the building shook. A much bigger second wave hit from the other side, cutting the island in half.
And you don't understand what's going on. And then we get up on the balcony on the 3rd floor. It felt surreal, impossible at that moment to take in what had happened.
Det här är helt sjukt. Kolla här alltså.
On Koh Lanta, Stuart had also made it to higher ground. But Stuart was on his own, separated from his girlfriend.
I realized I didn't know where Lisa was. I'd left her a couple hundred meters along the beach. I started to fear the worst.
On PP Island, Sarah and Kala were also forced to witness the unfolding horror below.
It was devastating. The wave passed through and took everything with it. You know, this is one of the things that you never forget.
Det här är helt jävla bisarrt. Halva ön förstörts på bara 3 minuter.
If I had been 5 seconds slower in the stairs, I would have been in the water.
All over Thailand, beachfronts were being wiped out. The tsunami of waves from the Indian Ocean hit 13 different countries. As the seismic wave subsided, its destructive power was revealed. Across the region, more than 270,000 people didn't survive the impact.
When I eventually saw my girlfriend Lisa, I don't think I've ever felt relief like that in my life. There was a chance that she could have been gone, and I was lucky, and she was lucky that we were able to find each other. A lot of people weren't as lucky as us.
Bonded by survival, Stuart and Lisa got married, as did Sarah and Kala.
I think it's important to live every day to the fullest. And I also try to say to people that I love them, because that's one of the things that you realize when you sit there in the chaos, that so many things that you wanted to say to people that you didn't say.
Koh Phi Phi Don has now recovered. But as sea levels rise across the globe, people on islands and coasts will be even more vulnerable when the next giant tsunami hits. The force of a tsunami wave is made by an earthquake under the sea. But giant waves do happen in normal conditions. This rogue wave took these jet skis by surprise. It's thought they form when two waves pass through each other. The troughs and crests combine to double their size. And the bigger it gets, the faster it goes. They try to outrun it at 70 miles an hour. This time, they're lucky. But this surfing contest on the west coast of America is less fortunate. One extraordinary rogue wave injures 15 people. The effects of the weather on the power of the sea can never be underestimated. And waves can also double up when they bounce off a surface, like a harbour wall. Ilfracombe in southwest England, and not the best time for this guy to move his car. The waves add together and double in strength. Stuck inside, he's got nowhere to go. Luckily, in a break, he finds reverse and floors it. Killer waves on the coast last longer in very high winds. Typhoon Chaba batters Busan in South Korea. 110-mile-an-hour winds push huge waves through the city. Flooding downtown offices and leaving more than 200,000 homes without power. 3 people die in the wave's destructive force. Being side on to a big wave is not a good idea. First time they ride their luck. But now evacuation is recommended. The fishing boat was out of action for a while, but both men survived. Only the few can handle a giant swell. They wait. It's what they do. And when the time's right, feel the power and beauty of rogue waves beneath their feet. Most make it back to dry land inspired. Others have more bumps and bruises. Early morning in Oklahoma, USA, in the heart of the Midwest. Miles and miles of dry grassland, and home to Jason Perks in spring 2016.
The weather conditions was very dry and windy, and we'd been in a pretty long drought. The fire danger really rises.
It was wildfire season. In northwest Oklahoma, Jason was at the wheel of his digger, making a fire break between the flames and a house.
I thought I had enough time to make a good fire break. I spun down in some sand and it kind of got into a deal then.
Husband and wife, Val and Amy Casta, were in their truck covering the fire for a local TV station, but they noticed something was wrong.
No. There's a road grader that's getting stuck over here.
He would go back and forth and try and get another run at it back and forth, and he wasn't getting out of the ditch. And I started thinking that, hey, this is going to start to get a little bit critical here in a minute when this fire gets closer.
Behind the wheel, Jason was set upon saving his digger.
I don't know if I was caught up in the moment or I was just trying to get out of there at that point in time.
No, we're okay. We're fine. We're just looking at a huge fire right in front of us.
We gotta tell that guy.
Okay, put it back on the phone, okay? He's trying to get out. Maybe he needs to back up. Oh man, this road grader.
And as the fire kept getting closer and closer, you could tell that he kept getting a little bit more frantic or trying to hurry a little bit more in getting out of that ditch.
He needs to get out.
I know he needs to get out.
And at that point, I was starting to realize, hey, this is going to be critical here because the fire is going to be on him in no time.
The fire was just 20 seconds away.
I think he can't get out. Come on, guy.
He needs to get out of it.
Come on, guy, get out.
It's very, very hot. There's plastic pieces melting your grader and intense heat. It's basically like you're in a glass oven. It's very hot, very smoky.
Come on, get out. Come on.
In the back of my mind, I was thinking if he waits any longer and he gets overcome by smoke, I'm just going to have to try and run in there and pull him out.
With the flames licking his tires, Jason had run out of time.
Come on, guy, come on.
Oh, what doing? Get in! Hurry up, hurry up!
Come on, back up! Oh, gosh. Oh my gosh.
The vehicle was left to burn, but all three got out alive.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe what just happened. Can you hear me? Have you got our shot? Oh my gosh, we just about got it. But we got the guy in the truck. Oh my gosh. What's your name?
Jason Burks.
Boy, I almost got burned on that one.
Sorry about that.
A close shave, but a reminder for Val how real the daily risks are for the wildfire fighters.
I have a lot more respect now for the firefighters that go out there and put their lives on the line for all of us and trying to save our homes and our families. And so I just respect that a lot.
The wildfire began in northwest Oklahoma, finished in southern Kansas, and destroyed over 100 square miles of farmland. But no one, including Jason, lost their life.
I feel very lucky. If I would have jumped out of the grader and hurt myself or something where I couldn't get to the pickup, I probably wouldn't be talking to you today.
When it comes to taking on the world's deadliest weather, you've got to be tough to survive. Some people think they can beat Mother Nature. This guy's hoping for a gentle flight above the water, but doesn't realize the higher you go, the stronger the wind. And gale force winds are just part of the package on a walking holiday in Iceland. But even for the hardiest rambler, staying hydrated can be problematic. Being tough in Australia takes some doing. When this guy in Victoria came across a blocked river, he had to make a decision. Turn around, or put your foot down and head upstream.
There is no way we're crossing that, babe.
Cave into it.
Part of the Tough Nuts armory is working with nature to end up where you want to be.
Take it. Take it. Get into it. Get into it. Yeah.
In Egypt, flash floods are an opportunity for some daredevils to take up water sports without a speedboat. But with rock-hard tarmac just inches below, if they catch an edge, their next stop could be the hospital. In Kazakhstan, when temperatures drop, the new road surface is black ice. Kazakh speed freaks dump the car and don the skates. It's all the driver can do to try and catch up. But it's all about the right kit for the right conditions. Ice skates beat rubber every time, even in reverse. Although skating backwards across a junction against the traffic is inadvisable. But even on a windless day, out on the snowmobile, you need your wits about you. Because in the mountains, there's no road map.
Woo!
Oh my God!
Coming up, the night after Christmas, a Texas town torn apart by a tornado.
Oh my God.
That's the only time in my life I've ever believed that I was going to die.
There's people in the water!
A toy shop owner turns into a real-life action hero.
And there are people.
And we reveal the world's most dangerous weather locations and exactly when they should be avoided. Boxing Day 2015, Texas, USA. A storm gathered northeast of Dallas. After Christmas with her family, local resident Chrissy Heichman was driving home.
A couple cells dropped little bitty funnels, brief funnels, lots of rainbows. It was very pretty, actually.
But by the evening, beauty turned to beast.
Oh my God.
This is a tornado warning. Flying debris can be dangerous to those caught outside. Homes can be damaged or destroyed.
As the storm got closer to Dallas, I realized that this was a pretty serious situation.
Recovering from Christmas, people were taken by surprise.
I just got paralyzed physically and mentally.
It's rare for tornadoes to happen in winter or at night. By 6 p.m., a tornado powerful enough to flatten homes was heading for Rowlett.
Oh, that's gonna go through downtown.
Yeah, I don't know about over there.
Oh no, it's hitting transformers. We're gonna.
They'll have no power.
Wow! Unbelievable.
Out on the road, only lightning illuminated its true size.
Oh my God. That is crazy big. I think that is right in front of me. Oh God.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Also caught on the road, Connor McCrory and his sister Kathleen.
It's the day after Christmas with my brother. Seeing a huge tornado like that, you know that it's destructive and that it's dangerous and that if you're in the path of it, you're in danger.
Wow, get up close.
Connor,
Yes, we're leaning forward, Captain. Listen.
Connor,
hey, okay, calm down.
Something instinctually inside of me did not want to get too close.
But her adrenaline junkie brother Connor wanted to film a close-up.
Get closer. No, look at me. Look at me. It's moving away from us. I promise. Get closer.
Storm warnings were broadcast, but few were listening.
I was worried that it was the day after Christmas. I'm sure nobody was watching the news. Nobody was expecting it.
Ahead of the Twister, a town of 60,000 people.
I mean, I was really caught off guard. I wasn't really emotionally prepared for what was happening.
Holy miracle. Oh man. Oh, look at power's going out. Power's going out. Oh, look at all the power went out. All the power went out in Rowlett. Look at that.
With the power knocked out, the tornado continued its lethal destruction in the dark.
You sure we're...
Yes, I swear. We are well cleared.
Back on the road, brother and sister Connor and Kathleen had lost track of the tornado until it was too close.
Drive fast. Go. Flash of brights.
I saw the full size of the tornado and it really took me aback. That's probably the only time in my life I've ever like believed that I was going to die.
Oh, big tons of debris in there.
A narrow escape. The tornado went straight over the freeway. Debris followed. Horizontally.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it is huge.
Now it was ready to cut a path through the center of Rowland. Some got the message too late.
All right, there it is, right on top of us.
Get in, it's here.
Father God, you're protecting us. In Jesus' name, your righteous, holy name, I pray that you lift this up. You have the power to lift this storm. I pray that you lift this storm. Father God, please protect my kids and I in Jesus' name.
Others left their home to the force of nature. And could only watch events unfold from afar.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Survivors were left to pick through the wreckage in the dark.
The whole house is gone, Eddie. I don't think there was a house there.
There was a house there. It was difficult seeing that destruction and knowing that there were children whose presents were gone.
All the houses are gone over here. Oh my gosh.
Families who were together for the holidays, people from out of town who were only there to see their loved ones who now their lives were being changed forever.
This door's gone. You got that? Yep.
Oh my Lord. This was an EF4 tornado, which is the second strongest class of tornado. There were large homes with their roofs gone, with walls blown in. There were vehicles that were not where they had been left.
The tornado had passed, but with emergency crews yet to arrive, survivors improvised.
Are you in here?
Hello?
Hello? Is there anybody in here?
A sense of danger was still in the air.
Wow, this noise is gas.
And the tornado had arrived too fast for some.
We got trapped over here.
Where?
Cries for help were heard beneath mangled rafters.
Do we need a paramedic? My wife's a nurse. Slow down. Slow it down. I know.
People were trapped under what was left of their homes.
Come on. Come on. There's no one in there with you, right? No. That's good?
Chrissy Heischman was also quick on the scene and heard another voice under a broken home.
Can kind of see someone in there and then start asking, like, can you get me out? Can you get me out?
Okay, easy. Yeah, we can take our time with this, guys.
They were so frantic and kind of worried about getting this girl out immediately. They were just yanking anything they could. They were also stepping on drywall that was, soaked and falling, and there's just splinters everywhere and nails sticking out everywhere. And it dawned on me, like, what if they pull out the wrong stick and everything just crumbles on her?
They were running out of options, but weren't going to leave their neighbor behind.
It's gonna take the fire department.
Can we put this back? Can we break this way? All night.
Chrissy helped direct the rescue effort.
Someone's not holding her and they can grab under her shoulder.
Those stronger than her dug deep.
Yeah, there you go. Woo!
Thank you, guys. Oh my gosh. I owe you all my life.
Incredible tales of survival emerged from what used to be homes.
Hey, we found dogs!
By 2 in the morning, the flashing lights of Christmas had been replaced by the emergency services. The following day, the full extent of the damage became clear.
Oh, it's really bad.
One of Mother Nature's deadliest forces had cut its own 4-mile path through the suburbs of Dallas.
It looks like a war zone.
More than 1,000 families would have to start again.
This was their master bedroom. It's all gone.
People of Rowlett were just incredibly helpless at that time. I just don't think they had any real way to know what was about to happen to them.
I'm so grateful that I got out of it unscathed, but it feels unfair. There were people just seconds behind me who didn't make it out.
13 people died in the tornadoes across North Texas that weekend. The city of Rowlett will never forget the devastation to people's lives, but can take hope from the heroic response.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my goodness!
Avoiding deadly weather is about not being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You don't want to be in Norilsk in northern Russia in December. Crossing the road with a heavy shopping bag can be tricky. It's the world's most northern city, where temperatures reach -50 Celsius and the winds are fierce. And in Siberia, if you've got any spare boiling water, it's entirely safe to chuck it out the window, because outside, it's -41 degrees Celsius. It looks like it's freezing in mid-air. Actually, the surface area increases 300 times, evaporating the water into steam, which almost instantly become ice flakes.
Cool, huh?
But when the weather warms up, it can be even more deadly. March is the most dangerous month of the year to head out on a snowmobile in Canada. Here, in Golden, British Columbia, as the temperatures rise, the views are spectacular. But the snow beneath is melting. Tumbling beneath the snow, this rider falls 2,500 feet. He survives.
I'm just glad I stayed up on top, man.
But in March 2014, 8 people died over 8 days in Canadian avalanches. Loose rocks on thin soil on a steep slope do not respond well to heavy rain. Nepal is one of the most dangerous places in the world for landslides, particularly in the monsoon season from June. Throw an earthquake into the mix and the landslide becomes lethal. This baby survives. But in 2016, by the end of the monsoon season, Nepal suffered from a record 61 fatal landslides. And if you don't like wildfires, steer clear of the west coast of America in autumn. Humidity's low, vegetation's very dry, strong winds fan the flames.
It's incredible what this guy's about to do.
Everything's thrown at it. Even DC-10 passenger jets swap people for powder to fight the fire.
And it's dropping straight down. Oh my gosh. Unloading so much.
Despite this pilot's low-flying efforts, in 2015, wildfires in the US destroyed an area the size of Denmark. Late July 2016, Maryland, USA. A 1 in 1,000 year rainfall event. High humidity, unstable air, and a warm front dumped 5 inches of water in an hour. As the rivers overflowed into Ellicott City, the high street went from tarmac to torrent.
Howard County 911.
There's torrential flooding on Main Street, Ellicott City, and we have seen people in cars and people clinging onto cars being swept away down the street.
Yes, we do. We are aware of it, and we're trying to get help out to those people.
Diners at the Portales restaurant were unable to leave.
Oh my God! Oh, it's moving that car. What? Oh my, it's moving.
The car's going.
Oh my God! Oh
The car's
my
going.
God. Oh my God! Oh my gosh!
I've never seen anything like this before. That's crazy.
Are we seeing cars going down the road?
No, there's cars going down the road.
Half the people killed in American floods die in their cars.
There's people in the water! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! There's people close in the car.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
And there are people in that vehicle.
Oh my God! Get out!
Oh my God! There's people in the water.
The 2 women clinging onto the car survived, rescued downstream.
There's people close on that car.
Get out of the... Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Just 300 feet down the high street, the basement of the Still Life Gallery was vulnerable.
I tried to hold the door closed, and in just a couple of minutes, the water rose about 3.5 feet and blew the door open and knocked me back.
Owner David Dempster saw his workshop submerged in floodwater.
It was shocking how fast the water was coming up.
His life's work disappeared before his eyes.
It was something like out of a disaster movie.
David got to higher ground, but could only watch as nature took the town.
Giant sinkholes were opening up, cars were plunging into them. It's just incredible.
Amongst the floating debris, an occupied car. Toy shop owner Jason Barnes felt compelled to respond.
I saw a Volkswagen Bug rolling down the window, and with its headlights on, we could tell that there was somebody in it. And the first thing I did was just empty my pockets and went right out into the water.
Water, loaded with rubbish, rushed towards him.
I lost my footing and then went down about 10 to 20 feet.
But Jason wasn't finished yet. And joined forces to form a human chain.
I was just kind of telling her, hey, you're gonna have to unbuckle, you're gonna have to climb out this passenger side window. I really wasn't thinking life or death at that point in time. I just knew that if the water kept going as hard, that car stood no chance. So we just had to get her out of there as quickly as possible.
Yes, you have to! Come on!
Jason put her life before his own.
In the heat heat of the moment, it was just, there was something in front of me that needed to be done and had to go ahead and do it.
After 2 hours, the rain finally stopped. It was the deadliest weather ever to hit Ellicott City.
So am I hearing this correct? There were people in these cars trying to get out? Like they were trying to get them out of the parking lot? At least a couple. I guess the rest just floated down.
Full roads, chunks of roads missing, cars everywhere, smashed into everything. You know, buildings just completely leveled. It just looked like a complete disaster zone. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen.
2 people died in the flood, but without the bravery of people like Jason, many more might not have survived.
Jason's the real hero in this. He took incredible risks to save a woman who is a complete stranger to him, and he deserves everybody's appreciation. He is a true hero.
When the weather turns frozen, people have to cope somehow. But some are better equipped than others. In Russia, you'd think they'd be used to it when winter comes. Roads covered in snow and ice present a unique challenge. If you don't control your speed, you can end up on the wrong side of the road. Luckily, everyone escapes unharmed. When it does start to warm up, there's a window of opportunity to clear the path. But the risk is not from below, but above. A 6-foot-long block of razor-sharp ice, heavy as a pile of bricks, misses her head by inches. Frozen rivers are also best avoided as the weather warms up. Treading on thin ice usually ends in tears. Underneath the ice, the water's flowing fast and can drag you to your death. Luckily for this kid, his mates offer him a lifeline. In human versus ice, some have a bit more class. If you don't have a boat big enough for all your friends, you can always make a giant ice barge. And just for some added frozen frisson, throw in an ice melting barbecue and champagne on ice. And when you're done putting your friends' lives at risk of drowning, how about taking your kids on a makeshift snow ride? The cat runs a mile, but 3 children throw themselves into the impending snow thrills. No seatbelts on this sleigh ride, and a child falls out the back. The remaining offspring miss the trees by inches, but luckily survive. In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature in all her fury. We've seen how helpless we can be.
There's people in the water!
We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.
Hurry up, hurry up! Back up!
The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down. You can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God, look at that! Oh, Jesus Christ. Everybody take cover, now!
Coming up in this episode, the Japanese tsunami sends millions running for their lives.
Oh my God, oh my God.
A Texan hero risks his life in attempting to save a drunken man.
I don't know whether he really realized that he was in a life or death situation.
And a wildfire in California forces a mother and son to separate.
Go! In my mind, when that happened, I thought we were gonna die there.
Ofinato, Japan, 2011. Kenji Seto's sweet manufacturing business was rocked by a 9.1 earthquake. The most powerful to have ever hit Japan. But Kenji was already thinking about what was coming next.
かなり大きな地震だったんで、絶対来るなと。よし、逃げろ。逃げろ。津波来る。津波来る。逃げなさい。はい。はい、電気止めて、逃げて。避難。
Kenji survived the 1960 Japanese tsunami thanks to the quick reactions of his father, and he's never forgotten what they did.
東日本大震災の大津波では早く逃げなくちゃということで。さあ、津波来るから逃げなさい。
Kenji and his 27 employees fled to a nearby hill even before the tsunami warnings had sounded. 30 miles north in Otsushi, Tara Millen was in a group of Canadian and US conservationists who had just arrived at the harbor side.
The ground is shaking phenomenally right now. Like, I can barely stand up. We're gonna get out of here. You can see everybody just get the hell out. Who knows how big a tsunami could be. Everybody's getting out of their houses and going.
As people walked to safety, the Japanese Coast Guard headed towards the earthquake epicenter, 43 miles off the coast, to see if it had triggered a tsunami. Just a few miles out, they met the first wave. It was 30 foot high and incoming at 34 miles per hour. But many more were on their way, and the entire sea level was rising fast.
The water is just surging out, like the entire shore is exposed.
In Otsushi, Tara and the conservationists had fled to high ground and watched in disbelief.
This is going to be, I mean, this is, when it happened in Thailand, it originally started as a flooding, then the water got sucked out, and then the massive wave came. So look at the weird things that are exposed on the floor of the ocean.
Up the entire northeast coast, the sea receded, exposing their only line of defense, the breakwaters built after the 1960 tsunami. It also meant the first wave was just a few minutes away. In Ofunatu, a fireman captured the first image of the tsunami making landfall. The 16-foot sea barriers were already overrun, and the entire town had to get out immediately. Sweet factory owner Kenji Seitu and his workforce had reached high ground as the deluge arrived.
Well, 実は私たちの町はこの堤防によって防潮堤によって財産命は守ってもらえるんだって昔から思っていたわけなんですね。でそれが簡単に、堤防が破られてね、町が押し流されていくっていう姿を見て、強い悲しみは感じましたけどもね。
Street by street, the town was being washed away. Emergency drills kicked in, and millions evacuated along the whole northeast coast. But it was impossible to prepare for the sheer scale of this tsunami. The roof of this Ishinomaki gas refinery was the designated evacuation point for these workers. But the water rose with such ferocity that the workers on this third-floor roof had to climb even higher. In Sendai, the Coast Guard employees watched their harbor get ripped to pieces. Industrial gas storage tanks were ripped from their moorings, and ships and entire buildings were washed away. Back in Ofunatu, Kenji's sweet factory was just visible, but most of his town was gone, and he forgot his own safety.
自分がいるところも危ないなということで、後ろを振り向きながらですね、逃げろっつってみんなに声をかけたつもりが、どっかのお父さんが一人いただけ。
Just down the coast, in Minami Sanriku, not everyone had escaped quick enough.
やばい。
She made it out, but thousands of people were injured or marooned in sinking ships and sinking buildings. But the Coast Guard only had limited helicopters. In Ishinomaki, a man was clinging to a ship container before jumping onto an electricity wire. He held on for 15 minutes before he was eventually rescued. In Sendai, the wave reached 10 miles inland, engulfing the airport along the way.
About the 5th aftershock, and it's just shaking below our feet.
In Otsuchi, the entire town was wrecked. Tara and her friends were still on the hillside, but with no mobile signals and no road, they had nowhere to go. That night, over 1,000 miles of Japanese coastline was decimated.
Whatever buildings were here were completely destroyed.
Brian, Scott.
Tara and her team awoke to a tragic scene.
Everything is just completely destroyed here.
We went down to see what we were going to be able to do, and I think some of us still had this insane idea that we were going to be able to drive out of there.
So this is the road that we're supposed to get out on. The road has been completely destroyed. You can see it poking out there and all the water rushing away.
The whole of Otsuchi town had been wiped out, and over half of the 17,000 population were feared dead. In these freezing temperatures, it was a search, but not rescue mission. Along the coast, the water had risen 130 feet in places. 1 million buildings were damaged or destroyed. 250,000 people were displaced, and 20,000 lost their lives. The Fukushima nuclear reactor was also sent into meltdown, affecting 32 million people with dangerous levels of radiation. The Japanese Prime Minister described the tsunami as Japan's worst crisis since World War II. Deadly weather unleashes the greatest of human tragedies, but for some people, it is also the ultimate endurance test. Lewis Pugh is an ex-Special Forces ocean activist. He's aiming to swim over half a mile across the North Pole, where there shouldn't even be liquid water. Global warming has meant that patches of water now open up every summer. The water is minus 1.7 Celsius, so if it weren't salty, it would be ice. In this sea, most people would be dead within a minute, but Lewis has trained his body to warm itself up, so he's sweating before he jumps in. By the end, his shoulder straps are covered in ice, but his swim lasts 18 minutes and 50 seconds and sets a new world record. The Mount Washington Weather Observatory in New Hampshire recorded the fastest ever sustained non-storm winds. In 1934, they were 231 miles per hour. These weather observers are enjoying a mere 109 miles per hour, and walking is still almost impossible. In Luderitz on the Namibian coast, Antoine Albo turns 55 mile per hour winds into a windsurf world speed record attempt.
The sand was flying everywhere, you know, like couldn't see where I was going. It was difficult, it was dangerous.
By going at an angle across it, he can sail just faster than the wind. And he sustains over 60 miles per hour. Our final extreme weather environment may not look like much, but is in fact the deadliest weather known to man. Pushing billions to the limits of their health, urban smog kills 4.6 million people every year. The worst affected city is Delhi in India. Air pollution here is 10 times World Health Organization limits, killing 20,000 residents annually, which shows you don't have to be a tough nut to deal with deadly weather every day. On the 29th of August 2005, the Category 5 Hurricane Katrina was twisting towards New Orleans.
And not too many cars out.
On the southern seaward side of the city, Carolyn Vaccarella and her husband Rocky were wrestling with a difference of opinion.
The storm was on its way, but it wasn't here yet. It was very calm. It was really nice.
I was not staying here with a possible Hurricane 4 or 5 hitting this area.
So Carolyn fled the city, leaving Rocky and their son Luke to square up to Hurricane Katrina.
Rocky chose to stay because we are inside the levee protection area, which, you know, we thought was going to be safe.
Across the street, Rocky's brother-in-law and his son also stayed behind and filmed the 120-mile-per-hour winds pulling apart Rocky and Carolyn's roof.
Well, the situation over here is terrible. I guess this will be the last one I see in my lifetime. Even though there were so many I seen before and been through, but this is pretty rough. And I'm glad to be over here to give my helping hand.
But none of them realized what was to come. As the eye of Katrina passed over, it burst open the levees, sending a 25-foot storm surge their way.
Well, we were in the house and the water started coming up real high. My son and I went through a window and we grabbed onto the gutter pipe and pulled ourselves onto the roof. Conditions on the roof were terrible, and the waters could rise even more with the coming tide. It was very rough because the winds were blowing real hard and the water was starting to really go bad. There was a lot of different things floating in the water. Cars, trucks, parts of people's houses. Very scary. Across the street, Rocky's powerboat had floated up with the floodwaters, and they had the rope. But it wouldn't budge.
I think you're hooked on the fence.
Then Rocky's brother-in-law had an idea.
Hey, you don't think you can swim over here? You think you can swim over here? Hey, swim to the boat.
My brother-in-law was able to contact his wife, my sister-in-law, and she called me. She was hysterical, yelling and screaming, saying about the water was, coming up, and Rocky and Luke were on the roof. And then the phone went dead. So for 6 days, I heard nothing.
Rocky sent his son Luke in first. If he could just get his courage up.
There you go. Good. Yeah.
Then it was Rocky's turn.
Yeah, he's so scared to get in the water, you know?
While from the water's side, his brother-in-law offered his support.
Get in the back! Get in the back! Get in the back! Why did he go to the front?
Even in the deadliest hurricane in U.S. history, there's always someone in the family who knows better. Rocky managed to start the boat and joined his brother-in-law, but dry land was 4 miles away, and they didn't have enough fuel.
And the water's still coming up, the cars are floating. That's it. I mean, what do you do? What do you do? Nothing you can do but to hit each other. Pray to God you can make it through. That's all you can do. Pray for the best.
They spent a freezing night on the roof, but the seawater was just as high in the morning, and they weren't the only ones stranded.
Quick, look at the dog. On top. There's an Alaskan Husky on top of the roof.
Yeah, I saw him earlier.
Come see this dog, how small he is. A dog. He's a survivor. He's like a Vaccarella. I'm gonna get him. That's that Alaskan husky.
But night after night, they were getting colder and weaker.
I actually stayed here in the water for like 5 days. And then they just decided, you know, hey, look, the water's not going down. No one's coming to help us.
Sometimes people passed by and gave us food.
By scavenging fuel, the family eventually managed to reach safety and save the Alaskan husky. But in the end, they had to admit, maybe Carolyn was right after all.
I mean, you just gotta, when they tell you to go, you've got to be smart enough to go. You know, we should have packed everything. We packed everything upstairs. We could have packed that last night or yesterday and got out of here, but we didn't.
In deadly weather, just as in life, some can style out a potential disaster, and some can't. This pond at the bottom of a ski slope is probably best avoided. Apparently not. Best not attempt this on skis, though. Fair enough, that's a weather win. Wind is always crucial when gliding, but this pilot accidentally deploys his braking chute during takeoff. Combined with the blustery winds at altitude, he's losing control. As the winds hit 30 miles per hour, he has to land immediately. But on his final approach, there's a mighty solid wall. It's a weather fail, but as pilots say, any landing you can walk away from is a good one. Being crushed by an avalanche of snow, this man could be in serious trouble. But he hardly breaks his step and carries on with his day. In Sochi, Russia, an Angelina Jolie lookalike is vlogging about something nobody can hear. It's during a storm on the Black Sea. A beautiful weather fail, but she's still standing. Saving the most extreme till last, this young Russian is making the most of the snow with a 100-foot jump. At the bottom is a small drift to cushion his impact, adding a bit of fire for theatre. Sure. Off he goes.
Живой! Живой!
He suffers severe winding and burns to his legs before being taken to hospital. It goes without saying, never attempt this, as it will likely cause terrible injury or death. Some weather winds are just not worth chasing. Coming up, a wildfire in California almost takes an artist's life.
All of the landscape was on fire.
God damn it, go back. We're fine. Taylor, go back. I'm not kidding.
Two friends from Alabama flee a tornado in reverse.
Crossing the interstate right where we were.
And a skier in Switzerland is trapped under an avalanche. California, USA, in the hills north of San Francisco. A Saturday in September 2015. Lake County Sheriff Brian Martin was on a day off.
I was taking my son to his first youth football game of the season. When we arrived, we saw a plume of smoke coming up from the Cobb Mountain area. And I thought, well, that's probably not a good thing with the drought conditions.
It was a wildfire heading for the local towns. Brian ordered 10,000 people to abandon their homes. Kim Ringeisen and his son Kai joined the evacuation.
I was thinking, Kai, it's like, where are we going? We were driving into an apocalypse.
Halfway out, they turned their cameras on the unfolding destruction.
Oh, Dad, look.
The fire went a little crazy there as it came over the ridge and burned through this kind of prairie.
Oh. I gotta get out of here. Oh, there's a fire devil. Can I go? Cool. Can I go?
They were not the only ones to misjudge the speed of the fire. By evening time, thousands were still in their homes.
Our initial aim was actually for evacuations, and it quickly turned into rescue operations. This fire moved so quickly that some people didn't have time to get out.
Oh, Aunt Sandy's stuff is gone.
Anna Negrete had to rescue her elderly parents with her son, Eric.
We ran to the cars, and all the way out was covered in flames. Is when we were surrounded, like front, side, and back.
15-year-old Eric was in the first car with his brother Frankie and the dog. But Grandma's car behind was empty, as Mom and Grandma were still in the house.
Get in the car!
Get in the car!
I love you, Frankie. Go! Oh, Aunt Sandy's house caught on fire. I don't see Mom. Hopefully she makes it out.
The boys left without Auntie Sandra, Mom, or grandparents.
Hold on, Taquito. Hold on.
The inferno was closing in, but a car was blocking their way.
Don't be dumb. Drive.
And they crashed into it.
What the? Go, go. Stop, dog.
In my mind, when that happened, I thought we were gonna die there. We couldn't see or move very far in it, so we thought we were gonna die there.
Nearby, the police were looking for people left behind when they spotted a car surrounded by flames.
You can see them running up to the car, and you can actually see how hot the fire is because they can only get so close.
I'm responding to the fire.
They get up close enough to make sure that nobody's in there and quickly get back into their vehicle because the heat's just overwhelming and overpowering. And the only safe place for them at that time was in their car on their way out of that area.
Thankfully, the car was empty. But the fire was burning 6,000 acres an hour, and the police had to check a house behind a gas station.
Propane canisters were exploding and igniting all around us. And so it's just a very, very dangerous situation, and you're constantly on high alert when that happens.
Artist Julie Wolfe's house was so sheltered in a deep valley that she didn't see or hear the fire until it was on her.
We saw fire for the first time, and it was only about 100 feet from a home. So then I panicked. I looked around and I said, why is there no firefighters? We just drove away. That was all we could do. There was a wall of fire.
There was only one road out.
I thought, well, we have to drive into this. because we cannot turn around and go back or we'll be trapped. And it was pretty terrifying.
Her son, Grayson, was leading a convoy of 3 cars.
He said, we can get through this. All the houses, every house, after a certain point, was fully on fire as we passed, and all of the landscape was on fire. And I said to my daughter, take a look around and lock this in your memory, you'll never see this again. It was really horrifying. We drove 5 miles through a fire. It felt like it was never going to end.
The fire was beyond all control. The police did all they could to keep 10,000 people safe.
The heat that they were feeling was immense. The smoke was in some cases overwhelming. We had one deputy who had to be rescued because his car was overcome with smoke, and he wasn't able to continue on. I knew very early on that this was going to be the worst disaster that hit our county ever, and it was going to be a very long recovery. It was very clear, and we were just going to have to wait for nature to do what it was going to do, and be there to pick up the pieces.
The fire burned for over 3 weeks. It destroyed over 1,000 homes and nearly 100 businesses.
I know that we saved a lot of lives during that fire. We were preparing for dozens of casualties, and that we lost 4 people is tragic, but it certainly could have been a lot worse than that.
Anna Negrete eventually caught up with the rest of her family.
Thanks to Eric seeing it and screaming made us, just rush out. I consider myself very lucky that we all made it alive.
Julie Wolfe also made it through, but lost the home her grandfather built.
The odd thing was that there was lots of small ceramic vases and things that survived the fire. It was really eerie. The landscape has completely changed. That's why so many people are not coming back.
Weather can be deadly, but it can also move in mysterious ways. Who knew swimming in sand was really possible? Well, all is not exactly as it seems. This is not sand, but volcanic ash, which is far lighter, and it is floating on top of a lake in Patagonia. The reason it doesn't sink into muddy paste is because of the sheer quantity. Like adding lots of flour to a pancake mix, it just sits on top until it's mixed in. But this is the desert in Saudi Arabia, and what looks like a fast-flowing river of porridge is just as strange. Following a huge storm upstream, it's a river of melting hail. Even in scorching Saudi heat, hail is possible. The air temperature drops by 11 Celsius for every mile up, so it is -60 in the clouds, where hail forms, filling the previously dry rivers and causing flash floods. In Indiana, America, a cyclist notices something highly unusual.
Oh my goodness. What the hell?
As far as he's concerned, this could be extraterrestrial. In fact, it's a very rare weather phenomenon called a crown flash. The electrostatic field of the cloud aligns ice particles in the air to be pointing in the same direction. This creates an ice lens, which refracts the sun to make this optical illusion. It's usually invisible, but occasionally the angles are just right. In Chile, it looks like our weather gods are defaming our skies. At 620 miles long, this is in fact a particularly impressive morning glory cloud. Their formation is still not fully understood, but it takes place where weather fronts meet, causing the air to roll in giant cylinders.
Double rainbow, oh my God. It's a double rainbow all the way. Whoa, that's so intense. Whoa, man.
Californian farmer Paul Bear Vasquez is witnessing what he thinks is a very special weather event.
Whoa, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Woo! Oh, wow! Woo! Oh, my front yard. Oh my God! Oh my God! This is mean. Help me.
Unfortunately, double rainbows don't mean anything. They're a common result of airborne water dispersing sunlight. Nevertheless, even gentle weather can be jaw-dropping.
Oh my God. It's so intense.
Corsicana, Texas, May 2015. Over 1.5 feet of rain fell in 2 days, filling the city with flash floods. Chrissy Heichman had pulled over, but not everyone was as cautious.
I saw this guy bumbling towards the flood. His legs just went out from under him. I thought at that point, I just saw somebody die.
911, where's your emergency? There's a guy tried to cross. He was clinging on to the, he's barely got his head above water. He fell into the water, and he's clinging on to a power pole.
Luckily, tow truck owner Brian Gilmore had seen him too.
At the time that we arrived, his head was barely above water. My first thoughts is, how's this guy end up out here? What was he thinking when he crossed this water? You know, but he was in a situation where he needed help.
I can't tell if his head's above water or not. There's no way to help him.
I would think that he wasn't going to be able to hang on to that pole too much longer with the swift water.
This tow truck driver was like, made a decision, got out there, and just went straight into the water. And I'm like, who is this guy?
Gosh, I don't think this is a good idea.
Brian had been out looking for people who needed help. But this man had been clinging for his life for 3 minutes.
You know, I was hollering at him saying, please don't let go. Please don't let go, I'm coming. Please don't let go.
One slip from Brian, and he would be gone too.
Don't let go.
The cable was not hooked into me. I was holding the cable with one hand and reaching for him with the other hand. It got to a point where I couldn't touch with my feet anymore.
Oh, no, almost.
I basically was swimming with the cable hooked to me.
Oh my God.
But when Brian reached him, something was wrong.
Let go of your grocery bag, guy, come on.
The guy was heavily intoxicated, and, you know, I don't know whether he really realized that he was in a life or death situation.
Oh man, I have a feeling this guy is like just drunk or something.
The man had little grip on the reality of the situation, or Brian's hand.
I was holding the cable with one hand, and I pulled him through the water. My partner started pulling us back out, but, you know, those winches on those trucks are not, you know, they're not built for speed, and that gives you some time to analyze, you know, is this really the right thing to do? I wasn't giving up. It was either going to be both of us gone or we were coming out. And I kept trying to tell him, don't worry about your bag, let's get out of this water.
Oh my goodness. Don't let go, don't let go. Oh no, I fell back in! Oh my God. This guy, something is wrong with him. And he won't let go of his dang freaking groceries. Yep, totally drunk. Oh my gosh.
But yards from safety, the man's precious bag went.
Let go, no, no! Don't chase them, oh my God! Oh my God!
I was very frustrated. I was like, you know, I've done put my life in jeopardy here to get you out, and you're worried about your bag of groceries.
Am I really watching this happen? Is this guy really not letting go of his groceries?
It did make things a lot more difficult, those bag of groceries. As soon as we got him out of the water, he said, you know, thank you, but he was just more in shock, I think, as long as what we were, too.
Brian's like, you know, the superhero of Corsicana, and if there was anyone that could have been there that would have, like, helped this guy and had the strength to do it, it was probably Brian.
It was just one of Brian's rescues that night, but to this day, he still doesn't know the man's name or what was in the bag.
I don't consider myself a hero. I believe putting in a situation that any normal person would have tried to do what I did.
And he's got a big heart. What a cool dude.
Deadly weather, if we are caught out alone, can render us utterly helpless. Christopher Carlson is in Switzerland when an avalanche engulfs him. He is stuck 6.5 feet down, unable to move his limbs. This tiny air pocket gives him just 10 minutes of air. His friends are on the slope somewhere, and they might hear him, if they are not buried too. A full 5 minutes go by. Mercifully, on this occasion, his friends perform a life-saving rescue. Never underestimate the strength of a flash flood. This lady is lucky. A paramedic saw it coming, and she's taken away, concussed, but alive. Friends Chandler and Nate are totally pumped by a tornado in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
There it is. Yes, that it is. That thing looks like you can see debris in the air. That thing is half a mile wide.
Chandler, who's driving, wants to get right next to it, but Nate, who's filming, is more cautious.
Chandler, do not go back that way.
Nate, film it.
I am.
There's two of them.
We need to go that way.
No,
Chandler, God damn it, go back.
We're fine.
Chandler, go back. I'm not kidding.
Reversing down a highway seems the lesser of the dangers.
We don't know if this thing can change directions. We're not experts. It's crossing the interstate right where we were.
Had they not done it, it could have been catastrophic. So sometimes listening is all it takes to save us from ourselves.
Oh my God.
These men, on a fishing trip off Long Island, spot something in the distance.
Well, this is pretty unbelievable.
Have you ever seen?
No. Driving back, and here's a freaking buck swimming out in Long Island Sound.
A little closer. Web, close.
Being 6 miles offshore, they attempt to rescue the deer. It's too heavy to lift into the boat, and tying it by the antlers is not ideal.
All right, buddy. You're all right.
But it's the best they can do. Childhood curiosity and a frozen metal pole are often a bad combination.
All right, move your hands away. Get your hands away.
Oh, gosh.
Luckily, Dad is there to come to the rescue with some hot chocolate.
Oh, no.
Move your hands and get your hands away.
Take your hands off. Andrew, get your head off. Let me see your tongue. Oh, Ryan.
Here, let's get here.
Are you okay, Ryan? It was gonna happen one day.
Poor lad's learnt the hard way to keep his tongue in his mouth.
What did Ryan do?
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature wreak destruction, leave us for dead, and begging for mercy. Next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one. The weather. It gives us life, and it takes it away.
The tornado has touched down. He can't do anything.
It is a thing of staggering beauty and a destructive force, killing thousands every year.
The windows all blew out.
The whole thing's gone.
Holy crap.
It was the end.
It is gone. The building is gone.
And our warmer atmosphere is extra energy for our weather to unleash upon us.
Oh my God!
We meet the people who came face to face with Mother Nature and filmed it.
I've been fighting it for an hour.
I'm gonna sick to my stomach.
Holy! I just lost my house.
We hear firsthand how these people survived.
Oh my God! Get in the house!
He's alive. He's alive.
It's pretty much the end of humanity.
I was really convinced I would die.
Using their incredible self-shot footage, we stare straight into the eye of the storm. And witness up close the sheer force of nature.
Oh my God, look at that! Oh, Jesus Christ! Everybody take cover, now!
Coming up in this episode, Hail from Hell.
It sounded like we were under fire.
Holy cow!
Like you were being attacked by something.
A hurricane kills hundreds across the Caribbean. And a diving daredevil nearly dies trying to save a drowning boy.
He's over there! He's right there!
Wiley, Texas, April 2016. A severe hailstorm was forecast. A supercell formed, sandwiching a strange, luminous, aquamarine layer of hail in the cloud.
Hazard, tennis ball-size hail and 70 miles per hour wind gusts. People and animals outdoors will be injured.
They basically let us know that there was going to be a lot of hail, and it was going to be large.
You seeing this? That is scary, huh?
It's so unpredictable here. You have to be prepared like it's going to be the worst storm you've ever seen.
It's like playing cards. You got to play with the hand you're dealt. If it's bad weather, it's bad weather.
For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building.
With storm warnings in place, the streets were deserted as people took cover in their homes. The blue-green streak of hail was ominous, but alluring.
That's pretty amazing.
Single mum Donna Cole had just rented the house with her 11-year-old son.
We were in the process of moving in, so we still had boxes everywhere.
It was a fresh start for the artist and her child, and they were still unpacking when the hail moved in.
Oh, here we go. We might want to step back.
They look like little baby grasshoppers.
Maybe.
Oh, the hail's getting bigger.
Wow, there's some golf balls out there.
Once it got going, it picked up speed, and it started coming down faster and faster.
Holy moly! Oh, power just went out.
Wonder and pleasure turned into a world of pain.
Get down!
I didn't get any idea that it was going to be flying 90 miles an hour through the windows straight into the house at all.
Across Wiley, the hailstones got bigger. 2-inch golf ball hail became 3-inch baseball ice. An increasingly ferocious, relentless, airborne assault. Large hail can be a real problem if you're stuck in the car. There was nowhere to shelter.
Oh my God.
The hail got heavier, harder, faster. Frozen missiles heavier than a can of beans hit at 90 miles an hour. There was just a few millimeters of glass between the driver and potentially deadly weather. Anything out in the open didn't stand a chance.
Crazy!
In downtown Wiley, Dylan and Kaylee LaFoy had just spent all their cash on the house.
Man. Oh, there's some big ones.
It sounded like we were under fire, but that's exactly what it sounded like you were being attacked by something.
A favorite feature, the roof light in the kitchen.
Stay out of the kitchen. It's okay, baby. We're all okay.
They had to hide 3-year-old Talon and baby Slayton in the broom cupboard for shelter.
There's glass flying everywhere, so it's, what if something hit my child?
Let's just keep waiting this out for a minute. My God.
Meanwhile, Donna Cole's main source of income was under threat. A lifetime of paintings yet to be sold were about to be ruined.
Take it. The pictures. I know. While I was gathering the pictures, it was deafening.
Out of the room. Take it out of the room.
Donna rescued what she could, walking barefoot on broken glass.
I know. I should have my shoes on.
A bedroom wardrobe was the only shelter.
Get in there. Get in there.
Staying in the closet.
Yeah.
Also in a cupboard, huddled over their children, Dylan and Kaylee could do nothing as their kitchen was bombarded.
My God.
You have tons of adrenaline. Your heart is pounding out of your chest. I told Dylan I felt like I could hear my heartbeat.
Our house is destroyed.
Yeah.
Minute by minute, the hail intensified. Jennifer Brocco had called in her 4 children who'd been playing outside.
Get in the hallway now! Now!
I was
was almost in a state of shock seeing these things fall from the sky.
Inside of your house, seriously, you're supposed to have hail?
Jennifer and her husband David were struggling to keep her eldest Kyle and Kayla from putting themselves in danger.
Do not think about going outside. If it hits you, it will kill you.
We were all panicked. All my brothers were like, is this gonna stop? What are we gonna do? What if it comes through the ceiling?
Stay in here. The window. Yeah, window.
It sounded like a train was coming and glasses breaking, kids are screaming.
Oh my goodness. Let's get in the hallway. Stay in the hallway. Now.
The only safe place for the children was the inner corridor.
Just sit down. Sit down.
The 3-inch baseball hail was now more like a 4-inch softball.
That is major.
But the Brokaw family were not alone.
Holy cow!
Round the corner, Tanika Williams was on her own, also looking after 4 young children.
Get away from the window! Everybody come right here! Oh, God! Jesus! I'm scared!
It felt like an eternity. It felt like endless crashing glass. Constant breaking, falling, crashing glass.
Holy crap!
It was like, is this storm ever gonna be done?
As the hail turned to rain, the storm drew to a close. What felt like a lifetime was actually just 7 minutes of devastation. The morning after, the community had to come together. Wiley had around 15,000 homes. 8 out of every 10 were damaged.
As a stay-at-home mom, somebody who's a housewife, you know, you pride yourself on your little nest, you know, and you're just watching it get beat up by something that is totally uncontrollable.
Anything exposed took the brunt of the force.
I really had no idea this particular type of weather could cause this type of damage.
Roofs let in more daylight.
We were all sort of in shock as to what just happened. However, you know, we were all safe and things were going to get fixed and we knew the outcome would be okay.
April 2016 saw 4 weeks of huge hailstorms in North Texas. Damages ran into tens of thousands of dollars for every home hit by the hail. Few people like to tempt fate, but some places on Earth, you just can't avoid extreme weather. Patagonia is one of the windiest places on the planet. The sustained winds here are matched only in the North and South Poles. It is the only landmass at this latitude, so the winds swirling the base of the Earth are more or less uninterrupted. But let's hope for this guy that it doesn't suddenly stop. As sailors will testify, south of Cape Horn produces the biggest waves. The winds and the meeting of warm and frigid waters produce incredible swells. The route from Patagonia to Antarctica is called Drake's Passage, after Francis Drake, who crossed it in a 100-foot sailboat over 400 years ago. The swells would have swamped his ship.
Bloody breakfast is going to be an interesting exercise.
So these days we have it pretty easy. Omyakon in northeast Russia is a contender for the coldest town on Earth.
Und immer noch minus 47 Grad.
The old water freezing mid-air trick works a treat here. It's not the best place to dry your washing outdoors, though.
Come closer.
Tricky when you have a hot date and all you have is cold pants. And getting ready isn't much easier when you have probably the coldest outdoor toilet in the world. And if you can't find a hammer, you can always use a banana.
Yeah.
But being outside a weather danger zone does not always make you safe.
This is a tornado, and I cannot tell which way it is going, so I don't know how to get away from it.
This man, on a business trip, happens to be driving through Illinois, which is not usually thought of as Tornado Alley.
Let me see if I can back up here a little bit and get under the bridge.
Not being used to tornadoes, he decides to shelter under a bridge and stay put.
Oh, crap. I have honestly never been in a tornado before. Totally crazy. It's coming right. It is coming right over the top of me. Crazy, crazy.
This EF4 tornado is capable of flattening brick houses.
Ridiculous.
And under a bridge is one of the worst places to be because it funnels the wind.
That is scary. The truck is, oh my gosh. Holy smokes. Oh no. Yeah, that is completely crazy. The truck feels like it's about to lift up off the ground. I'm not lying. Oh my gosh.
Mercifully, the eye just misses him, but he's living proof deadly weather can get you wherever you are. In the early hours of a Saturday in February 2010, Rodrigo Araya was recovering from a festival when the electricity went down.
A los minutos hubo una sirena, que fue como una sirena de guerra.
An 8.8 earthquake, the fifth largest ever recorded, had struck Chile, just 2 miles off the coast, near Rodrigo's home in the town of Dichato.
Por lo tanto, todos subimos al cerro. Por lo menos nosotros nos pusimos en zona segura.
As the sea receded along 1,000 miles of coastline, this group of teenagers had no idea that a tsunami was now inevitable. Right by the epicenter, in Pichilemu, a group of friends had been celebrating the Vina festival. After a long night of partying, one of them, Ricardo, was feeling particularly brave.
¡Ricardo, ven! ¡Va, Ricardo! ¡La vieron recogida la marea! ¡Salió el mar para afuera! ¡Salió el mar para afuera, vieron Ricardo!
His friends had climbed to safety, but Ricardo was ready to take on the tsunami.
¡Ricardo! ¡Ricardo, huevón, sale de ahí! ¡Ricardo, huevón, no, mira, huevón! ¡Ricardo! ¡Ricardo, huevón, dame la mano, huevón! ¡Dale, abuela, cuidado! ¡Ricardo, huevón! ¡Ricardo! ¡Apúrate, huevón! ¡Apúrate, huevón! ¡Allá, Brucho! ¡No, por allá, ven, abierto!
More waves hit the Chilean coast, and the tsunami surge was reaching 8.5 feet and filling the coastal towns. Ten to 15 tsunami surges swept in. In Pichilemu, Ricardo's friends battled to save him.
¡Ricardo, ven acá, Ricardo! ¡Ricardo, ven, Ricardo, ven, Ricardo!
aquí, mira, pisa ahí en el fierro, mira, ven. Ahí, ahí. Ahí, agarra el fierro y ve cómo subí yo. Apúrate, Juan. Cuidado con el pote. No. Dame la mano.
No, ya te yo estaba ahí en el rincón ahí y nadie me apoyó.
¿Cómo que no? Yo no te voy a levantarte y me refaláis, pues, weón. Te voy a traerme, weón.
In Chateau, 5 hours after the first wave, the sea was still surging inland.
No sabía qué pasaba, no sabía, uno no tenía idea que había otras ciudades donde había sido mucho más potente el tema, uno no tenía idea que había ciudades que se habían caído edificios, uno no manejaba esa información.
The Chilean tsunami of 2010 caught the nation off guard. 525 people were killed, 370,000 homes were damaged, and the head of the Navy was fired for not sounding warnings earlier. Few things test us like deadly weather, but our ability to survive is awe-inspiring. Summertime in Siberia is tinderbox dry. Increasingly warm summers are a deadly problem. It's 2015. The Trans-Baikal Highway has become known as the road to hell, as locals attempt to escape, seemingly in every direction. One car is even set alight, which doesn't stop them driving. This fire kills 34 people, some in broken down cars. But this driver at least gets out alive. Elsewhere in Russia, a tale of survival at the opposite extreme of deadly weather. The city of Novorossiysk is under a flash flood. The girl filming is being driven by her dad. Up ahead, a cyclist has been knocked unconscious in the water. When they pull him out, he's not breathing. They perform heart massage and CPR for a full minute. Finally, he starts to breathe again. He's dazed and confused, but alive, thanks to his unknown saviors.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna kind of make a cut over this way, just in this bowl here, you know.
These American skiers have found some irresistible virgin snow, but it's also an avalanche risk.
You want to go first? I just don't want you getting caught in your slough.
They check their personal locators.
Okay, I'm gonna drop.
Then go for it. Almost immediately, the leader sets off an avalanche to his right. He stays left, but it's not enough. And he's soon buried. He can't move his limbs, and his mouth and nose keep filling up with snow, so his air supply is dwindling. After 2 minutes, he hears crackles on his radio locator. After 3.5 minutes, he hears voices. But do they know where he is? His friends and locator save his life. And his relief at being a survivor is palpable.
Кошечка замерзла, прилипли лапы.
But the ultimate survivor is this cat. It spent the night in the minus 30 Celsius Siberian winter. This couple find it under their car. The heat of the engine kept it warm at first, but it also melted the snow around it. Overnight, this froze around the cat. It took several buckets of water and veterinary treatment, but she made a full recovery. That's one tough cat. Coming up, 150-mile-an-hour winds set Haiti back 10 years. And a teenager's knocked unconscious in huge waves and hurled down a rocky ravine.
He's over there!
A spiral of cloud, hundreds of miles wide and visible from space.
I want us to take this threat seriously. This is potentially a very destructive hurricane.
A Category 5 monster christened Matthew, heading for the Caribbean.
We pray for our eternal Father to protect us with his mighty hand.
Haiti. For the last 4 years, a place Red Cross worker Stéphane Rengervet called home.
Les maisons sont construites souvent avec des matériels locaux. Les dégâts allaient être vraiment énormes au niveau infrastructure.
Stéphane had been rebuilding the country after the earthquake in 2010. So when Hurricane Matthew arrived, it was the last thing Haiti needed.
C'était comme si vous étiez près d'un réacteur d'un avion et ça soufflait très fort. C'était comme si vous étiez dans un avion et qu'il descendait, montait assez brusquement, avec des problèmes au niveau des oreilles. Donc c'était vraiment très puissant. Je crois que j'oublierai jamais le bruit, c'était impressionnant.
500 miles further north, newlyweds Dave and Amanda Jenkins were looking forward to a honeymoon after it rained on their wedding day.
We were supposed to have our romantic honeymoon, as everybody dreams about.
They chose Paradise Island in the Bahamas for its idyllic, calm, picture postcard feel.
Weather was great. The blue seas that we expected were there, and it was very tropical feeling until we noticed all the hurricane barriers being installed.
Day 2, they got a visitor in the night.
It was Matthew. He was there. It woke us up, shaking the bed a little bit with the walls.
They decided to evacuate.
It was just loud whistling. The exterior doors that led to the stairwells were shaking, water was coming through. It felt like the whole top of the hotel was just gonna fly off.
Dave was right to be worried. Buildings all over the island were vulnerable.
Oh, God.
In Haiti, with all forms of communication down, Stéphane was concerned for his wife and daughter.
Moi, j'étais inquiet aussi pour ma famille à Port-au-Prince. Les gens priaient, ils commençaient à chanter pour tous les gens qui étaient à l'extérieur.
Stéphane was stuck. He could only wait, knowing families were sheltering in flimsy homes. In the hotel on Paradise Island, Dave and Amanda tried to rescue their possessions.
Oh my God, there's our room. We have no wall. Oh my God.
We opened the door, sucked in a little bit, and
Check this, Amanda. Hold on.
wow. It just looked like somebody grabbed it and ripped a big chunk out of the building.
It was a multinational hurricane, ignoring borders. Swooping through the Caribbean, it struck Jamaica with a storm surge. turning streets into rivers. People tried to rescue what they could, without much luck. For Dave and Amanda, it was time to go home.
You heard the pilot and he's saying, well, due to Hurricane Matthew running its course up the U.S., we're gonna fly over it. The turbulence was terrible. I thought we survived being in the Bahamas during the hurricane, but this is when we go.
Yeah, it was nerve-wracking.
As Hurricane Matthew headed north, it was America's turn to feel the force. Worst hit, North Carolina.
We are urging all people to stay inside. Please stay indoors. If you don't have anywhere to be, please stay in your home.
In Fayetteville, police officer Asia Cannon was broadcasting live on social media.
And as you can see, there are plenty of people still out here driving in these weather conditions, putting their lives at risk.
Some people ignored her message.
Oh, we have another vehicle. Somebody right on top of the vehicle here.
As we're approaching, all I saw was the young lady.
We're gonna try to back up to this lady here, and we're gonna try to get her in here.
They didn't have much time. The water was rising by the minute. They couldn't wait for a rescue boat
Keep on straight.
and reversed towards the car.
Hold on. We're coming. Hey, we're coming for you.
We were concerned that within the next couple of hours, you know, she could possibly be a casualty of Hurricane Matthew.
You're good. Keep on straight.
To your right a little bit.
Oh.
Lieutenant Todd Joyce was part of the rescue team.
You gonna get her?
Yeah. As we get closer, that's when we see that she had a baby in her arms.
All right, guys, let's run into the street right here at the MLK exit. You see we got the fire department blocking off the roadway.
At any stage, the car could have been swept away, mother and child with it.
She has her child with her.
One slip and Todd Joyce and the baby could be washed away.
Oh, come on, sweetie. Oh, come here. Hey, cutie.
It's okay.
Hey. Look, guys, I just made a new friend.
To help that woman and her young child, it was one of the most rewarding moments I can say I've had in my life.
When Hurricane Matthew headed back out into the Atlantic, its path of destruction became clear from the air. Nearly $13 billion worth of destruction. 14 hours after the end of the hurricane, people and their animals were still trapped. In the southeastern states, many were rescued, but 49 people died. In Haiti, there wasn't much left.
Les petites maisons sont totalement inondées.
Quand nous sommes arrivés sur la rue principale, c'était l'apocalypse. Tous les arbres avaient été tombés sur la rue, les poteaux électriques étaient arrachés, tout était détruit, il y avait plus de maisons debout quasiment.
The damage to property matched only by the human suffering.
Il y avait un gros besoin en santé pour couvrir les premières urgences.
From massive earthquake to huge hurricane, the ability of Haitians to withstand tectonic and atmospheric challenges was truly tested.
On a perdu encore pas mal de tout ce qu'on avait pu faire, reconstruire après le tremblement de terre. Voilà, il faut recommencer de nouveau. C'est long, ça peut être compliqué, mais voilà, on est là.
Stéphane's family survived, but more than 1,500 people in Haiti didn't, making Matthew one of the most deadly hurricanes in recent history. The forces creating our weather can be merciless, but sometimes they're just very strange.
Теперь у нас 3 солнца всходит. 1, 2 и 3.
A Russian in the Arctic films this surreal early morning scene. It's not from Star Trek or a camera trick,
Вот так вот бывает на севере.
but a real phenomenon, inexplicably called a sundog. When the sun is low in the sky, a smooth breeze very occasionally aligns ice crystals into a perfect lens that refracts the sun. But this film in America takes the biscuit.
It's like a complete circle, and then there's another dot.
It's a double sundog, with a total of 5 suns and a halo, crowning the entire sky. To top it all off, there's an inverted rainbow too. Some people have all the luck. A mesmerizing fog waterfall. It's in Iceland during the summer solstice, where there's almost 24 hours of sunlight. This often creates temperature inversions when cool air from above touches the warm ground. The cooling air releases water vapor, which drops with gravity over the edge of the cliff. On the south coast in England, it happens on an epic scale during the summer months. A beautiful effect.
Hello.
On the shores of Lake Geneva, everything has become very eerie. It's February 2012, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and minus 13 Celsius temperatures have been enduring for days on end. Locals know not to park their cars near the water, but some people are caught out, a bit like our camera person. Gary Golding, an environmental activist who grew up by the sea. One summer, his knowledge of ocean currents was truly tested. July 2014, Rancho Palos Verdes, California. Gary jumped from the rock into a large swell to cool off.
When I look at that footage, it's treacherous. I should not have been in that water myself.
Gary watched the waves. Each dive must be perfectly timed.
I jump in, and then it sucks you back out to sea.
Hi, guys.
I'm making it look fun and easy. I got a smile on my face. I'm playing on this water.
His antics inspired the teenagers watching. And while Gary was between dives, one of them copied him and jumped in, but got washed into the cave at the back of the gully.
He's in the cave? Oh, look at that. Stay calm!
Someone had to save this kid. He's getting washed in and out of this cave, fighting for his life, and there's a big rock in the center, and it's like a washing machine. He's going around this rock and getting close to this rock, and it's just crazy.
With the boys starting to panic, Gary decided to put his own life at risk to save him,
He's right there.
but didn't see the next wave coming.
He's right there. Oh my God! Oh my.
I am now in the cave with this kid, getting washed around, shoved in and out of the cave, fighting for my life.
Oh my God!
It was tough enough to keep your own head above the water, let alone to try to save a life.
Oh yeah, that's what.
I'm starting to worry because I'm getting flushed out, and the top of the cave is like right here above my head, and it's dark in there, and we're just going in and out of this cave.
With Gary in trouble and the young boy on the edge of consciousness,
Oh yeah, that's one.
a third person tried to come to the rescue. With the waves getting bigger all the time, he couldn't reach him either, and all three were in trouble.
He gets his hands on this kid for a second, but then he realizes he can't save him, so he works on getting out of the water himself. He's like, okay, that wasn't a good idea, but he gave it a shot.
He's right there!
Spectators tried to point out where the boy was,
He's right there!
but didn't realize Gary was running out of energy himself and drowning.
There was times I went to catch my breath and I would just swallow a mouthful of foam. I'm in there fighting for my life. I can remember even seeing whitewater all around me. I just accepted death. I remember thinking to myself, my poor girlfriend has to watch me die.
But in a twist of fate, Gary was thrown towards the rocks and managed to pull himself to safety. But the boy was less lucky.
He's knotted out?
He was unconscious, face down in the water.
I had so little oxygen in my body that my muscles couldn't even turn my head. I can't do anything.
He's right there!
Gary's friend, Rob McNulty, decided it was his turn to risk all to save the boy.
Go, go, go! Over! Grab him! Oh my God! Hold his hand! Hold his hand! Reach for him!
They tried to pull him out, but his body was full of water, unresponsive, and the waves wanted to drag him back in.
Higher! Go higher!
He was out of the water, but showed no signs of life.
Support his head!
I finally recovered. And I just start making my way, stumbling my way over there. We grab him by the arms and we're dragging him. His eyes are rolled in the back of his head. You can only see the whites of his eyes. Rob looks me in the eyes and he's starting to cry. And he's like, it's over. He's gone, man. I'd say to him, F that. We're not going to let this kid die. And I get the idea. I started pressing his stomach because I knew his stomach was probably full of ocean water, and his chest, keep his heart pumping. So I'm going stomach, chest, stomach, chest, stomach, chest. I just wanted to empty this kid out. Foam and blood was coming out of his mouth. I'm just pressing stomach, chest, stomach, chest. On stomach, chest, stomach, chest, stomach, chest. All of a sudden, he groans. I was like, yeah, I knew everything was going to be good, beautiful.
The boy survived, and being rescued changed his path in life.
He's now going to college and studying to be a doctor. You know, that's some of the results of what happened that day. It's really good. The life that I got to save is, I believe, is a beautiful life.
Freezing weather is a driver's worst enemy. No matter how prepared you are, wheels and ice just don't mix. There's a saying in Russia, you can get in a car without your pants on, but never get in a car without your dash cam. And here's why. This driver in Leninsk is keeping a safe distance. So what could possibly go wrong? The car skids, steers into the wall, and flips over it. Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt this time. Staying in Russia, A layer of ice has turned this street into a skid pan. So car owners rush to save their vehicles any way they can. But trying to stop a couple of tons of metal on foot is pretty futile and dangerous. But amazingly, it was only the cars that sustained any damage. In Ontario, Canada, the driver of this ice road truck needs serious skills.
What the hell are you doing? No! No!
There's no accounting for other drivers. Not only was the other truck overtaking blind uphill, but it was filled with hazardous goods.
No! No! No!
But for exploring the wintry wilds of Wyoming, what could be safer than a snowmobile? This driver wants to enjoy the view at the top of the mountain. But he drives over a snow overhang. And he has no idea if he's standing on solid ground or just snow.
Everybody here hard on breathing? That wouldn't have been good. But this is my view.
It's an awe-inspiring sight. But whatever vehicle you drive, winter weather can always catch you out. But just sometimes wheels can get the better of ice, as this ingenious youngster from Wisconsin demonstrates. He clears his drive in under a minute. Finally, someone's found a functional use for a hoverboard.
He's right there!
In this episode, we've seen Mother Nature bear all her force. We've seen how helpless we can be. We've seen her tear down, destroy, and laugh in our faces. And next time, there will be more, because deadly weather stops for no one.